Damn, I've been talking the whole time and you guys can't hear me. That sucks. You guys can hear me now, right? Damn, that really sucks. I probably lost a whole bunch of people who were watching. It's only been 4 minutes. That's not bad. Yeah, I'll just explain what I was talking about. So, I adjusted a couple of the traits, and let me close the door real quick. 1 second. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah, so I adjusted a few traits. We had a couple traits that were giving too much command radius, so I just adjusted some of those. We also have we had one I was showing earlier in the stream that we had confident and inspiring in the game, and one gave 5% morale and one gave 15% morale, and that's kind of dumb because one is just clearly superior to the other. So I changed the inspiring one to now give 50% officer morale. So what that means is whatever the officer is giving in his command radius is increased by 50%. So if your officer was giving 8 morale by standing next to him, he's now giving 12. So I think that's a more unique officer trait, so that one has been adjusted. We're going to go to the upcoming change list, and basically what we're going to do today, guys, is we are wrapping up our update, and I'm just checking the finishing touches on everything to make sure that nothing's messed up. And we're just making sure that my changes aren't too extreme in any particular direction. All right, let's start from the top, and I'm going to kind of audit my change logs a little bit, and we'll just make sure everything looks good. One quick question for you guys on the difficulty presets. How do you feel about this? I'm going to show you what the difficulty presets are. We'll take a look. And then I also want to run through the army compositions and just, like, maybe we could rank them and make sure that they all feel balanced. Like everyone has a good amount of items, everyone has good resources. Just do a final pass to make sure, because I've been changing them so much that I just want to make sure they feel the best they can. So new campaign, okay. So before we do that, here's the game difficulty. If you play major, you get 5 of the easy modifiers. I like that. I think that's good if you're a new player. For players who are new to Master Command, that's the way to go. I think that's good. Colonel, no modifiers. So this is just your plain vanilla experience. And then if you want to customize the vanilla experience, then you can click custom. And it's already on Colonel, which is empty. And then you can kind of customize that. And you can click back to Colonel to turn them off. Then we have Brigadier. Here's what Brigadier does. Let's actually open it up like that. You're getting regiment replenishment lowered. That's not that noticeable. You're getting extra provision and ammo use. Again, that's not too noticeable too. 20% is all right. Enemy movement speed, that's not too bad. Officer death chance, not too bad because I lowered the base chance. So this actually is lower than it used to be. So that's also okay. 1 regiment in each brigade is doubled. Now that is a big impact. And then the other changes we had, recruitment costs, that would be a big deal. Upgrade cost is a big deal. Enemy combat effectiveness is a big deal. Resource and item cost is okay. Shattered units, that's kind of a big deal. So that's why I saved all of those. Those are like the toughest modifiers. I saved them for Marshal. That's where everything gets turned on. Now for Brigadier, I basically put on all of the less impactful modifiers, but the one that makes it truly feel different is 1 regiment in each brigade is doubled. So you're just facing larger armies. And then in Marshal, when you crank it up, now everything's more expensive. Your units take longer to upgrade. The enemy fights harder. Everything, all the resources and items are more expensive. And you can't, if your unit gets shattered, they just take really high casualties. So this just makes it like truly difficult in that way. Do you guys like that progression? The only thing I think maybe I would change around is this 1 regiment is doubled, and maybe swap that for like the shattered units. Maybe that is Brigadier, where if your units get shattered, they take extra losses, and it's these. But the only thing is, like, the reason I put the inaccurate reports, the 1 regiment is doubled, is just so that Brigadier feels different. Like from the moment you enter to go play Brigadier, you know immediately that it's different because suddenly the armies are larger. And then with Marshal, you definitely feel like it's different because you have 10 modifiers stacked, which is just a lot by sheer volume. And your guys are taking more casualties, the enemy's fighting even harder, your upgrade costs are higher, all of the base costs are higher, so Marshal does truly feel different, but in that way, these definitely feel distinct. So that's the only... Yeah, if you take inaccurate reports off of Brigadier, it would make the difficulty jump feel too steep. I agree with that too, Brian. That's what I'm thinking. And by the way, the base level difficulty in this update is easier. The base level is easier. Like the First patrol you encounter is now smaller. We hard-coded it, so whatever the first patrol you find is, it's automatically smaller. So a new player won't get, even if you skip the depot, the first patrol's a little easier. Then the HQs all got pushed back. Then a secondary delay got added to the finale battle. So once you beat the first HQ in Act 3, the second HQ comes in with a delay now. So that's easier. All of the items are now cheaper, so that's easier. The plunder got slightly increased, so that's easier. So we did a lot of things to make that base level experience a lot easier, but then we closed a lot of exploits. So any of the cheese tactics like long-range canister or super long-range overpowered buckshot or firing canister over light infantry, any of these kind of like exploits all got fixed. Or stacking a bunch of cavalry carbine units on top of each other, they can all fire through each other. That also got fixed. So basically, a bunch of exploits got closed that made the game too easy for the high-level players. And then for the low-level players who are struggling, the base-level difficulty got made a little easier. So that's just a gist of kind of what we changed. Okay. But you guys are good with that then. All right. Let's continue on. Let's carry on then. Let me just check my pings, make sure we're looking good. Why are no Grapeshot sold in powder houses? I know people have been saying that, so we can check that out. We can go take a look. Let's see why that's the case. So let's first of all look at the building and make sure Grapeshot. Oh, it's by item type now, so it automatically. I used to hard define every specific item. Now it's just the category of item, so that automatically works. Secondly, let's take a look at Grapeshot itself. It is at a weight of -50 compared to double canister at -250. Are you guys seeing double canister at all? Because double canister is even rarer, it seems. I'm going to jump into a campaign and just go to I'm going to teleport to a few shops and check it out. But double canister looks way rarer. You'd see double canister all the time. Then it must have been exempted. It must have been exempted. Maybe I forgot to list it, but we've changed the system, so I'm no longer manually defining. I'm no longer manually defining the ammo types. Now it's by category. So I think what had happened. Here's what happened. Let's actually review the revision history. Ah, fucking hell, I hate this fucking thing. Let's review this. You saw Grapeshot in my stream. You know why? I think it's because I fixed it on my stream, but you guys don't have access to that version. If I go back to the old version of the game, Zach, I saw your comment. You don't have to keep writing it over and over again. Let's go to October 30th, and if I check the buildings, you can see I had to manually define everything, right? So now let's take a look for canister. Aha. Grapeshot isn't listed. So look, when I was manually defining it, only canister shots there. Grapeshot isn't. Now it's got changed so that at a building, it's by category. So anything tagged as ammo is just put there. See? Main ammo. All of that is put there. All this red is the old version. So this is fixed. So we can go to upcoming changes. Grapeshot never spawning at powder houses has been fixed. There you go. Yeah, so that we don't have to go through. Let's check with Fun Police. You're muted on stream, yeah. Make sure everything looks good. Okay. Let me take a look. Okay, the other thing I did is God, I got so many things open. Let's close stuff out. Just saw the trailer from the Napoleonic War. Yeah, that game looks cool. Maybe I was talking about before if we should do Napoleonic Wars next. Maybe we won't now. Maybe you guys have your Napoleonic game and I don't have to do it anymore. Because I was feeling a little bit pressured into doing Napoleon just because people wanted that, even though I'm not particularly interested in it. So, I don't know. Who knows? Anyways, what else did I want to... I want to look at the light infantry changes. Open order changes. There it is. There we are. Open order damage reductions -40% instead of -60%. I think that's a good idea. Your type of game and theirs is different. Yeah, I do agree. They're very different. Open order firepower is 10% instead of 15%. I think this doesn't. I don't think we have to revert that back. Or I'm sorry. I don't think we have to debuff this. I think we can revert this back. I love as much you engage with the community feedback. However, some polls just seem to want the game to be easier. Do you have the I think the thing is there's a big difference between the high-level players and low-level players. So what I was saying before, Artemir, is something that I'm doing is I'm closing exploits that the high-level players are using. For example, you can win the game with like one brigade of units just using buckshot and canister shot. And you can exploit by shooting through enemy units. You could also take light infantry, and people would take light infantry, stack 4 of them up in a row, and then just toggle them on line stance and then open order stance, and line stance and open order, and each of them can fire over each other's head, like an ultimate fire by rank through 4 or 5 units. Just, there's a bunch of high-level exploits. Yes, exactly. The high-level stuff you're doing is far less possible. So what's happening is the base game is difficult. And in fact, even the high-level players are struggling on the hardest difficulty. Many of the high-level players on the hardest difficulty don't enjoy it, and so they resort to exploits. So what we have is a base-level difficulty that the vanilla players are struggling on, and then high-level players are resorting to exploits in order to get through the higher-level difficulty, from which they don't even enjoy it that much. So I took the base-level difficulty and made it a lot fairer, but then simultaneously closed a lot of the exploits. So the base level difficulty is now more enjoyable, and so when you play on the harder difficulty, it feels less like a pain, and you don't need to rely on exploits, but even if you try to rely on those exploits, there are far less of them. So I'm just kind of moving the high-end players and the low-end players closer to the center of the difficulty experience, instead of the high-level players having a super easy time using exploits, and the low-level players really struggling. I'm kind of bringing them together. That's at least my goal. Yeah. So, yeah, the firepower decrease... I made it so light infantry has less firepower. I don't like that. I think we should bring it back to where it was. 1.15 is where it was. So we're going to get rid of this. I do want to keep the damage reduction being less extreme. I think that's good. I don't think canister shot should fire over light infantry. I think that's good. I think light infantry should be stuck to open order. I know that sounds artificial, but there are way too many exploits you can do. Like quickly switching to line formation right before they hit you with a charge, and you instantly fend it off. And also... being able to switch between open order and line formation to create your own fire by rank system, which is just way too overpowered, and I just don't like that. I also reduced the light infantry reload by 5, which is not very much, but I think that the light infantry can fire quickly a lot of the times. Like, it's usually the Jaegers you can get down to like 3 seconds, and they're really accurate at the same time, and they take less damage, and they're really fast. It's kind of like they have way too many things going for them. So I don't want to over debuff it. A lot of these changes you'll notice are like a little -5. This one's larger for the damage reduction, but in terms of the other changes, I was very, very, like, small with those, so, yeah. Okay, so we've gone through and just made sure, yes, I did nerf it too much, so I fixed that. Review army descriptions, we'll have to do that. Check games planet, I'll do that another time. I'm going to think about that later. Review Reichsarmee, I don't have to do about that now. Old Corps, I don't have to do anything there. Subsidy troops, I don't have to do anything there yet. Hanover, let's talk about Hanover real quick. Let me show you guys the, let's do a review of the army compositions. That's what I want to do with these finishing touches. So we are going to, together, go through the army comps, and I misspelled artillery. Yeah, I know, it's just notes for myself. You okay, Cal? You just have lids?
Yeah, see if they fit your coffee cup.
Oh, okay, that's cool. What was I going to look up? I was going to look up like a tier list. And what I think would be fun is if we could build a mini tier list and then figure out why we think everything fits in those tier lists and then adjust everything to be a little closer. So that's not to say we want to bring everything down, like, oh, we should make everything C tier, but it is just to say if we have a couple D tier comps and a couple S tier, let's bring things a little closer to the center. And I think that would be nice. Do you guys like that, or do you just want to go through compositions one by one? Is the update tomorrow? It might be tonight. The update might be tonight. I'm just doing my final review right now, basically. So let's hide this for now. Yeah, I think a little tier list would be fun. And we can just make sure that everything feels like it's powerful and interesting. And if you guys say, hey, that's just not interesting to play, or that's not fun, or whatever, let's take a look and see why we think that is. Is there going to be a fort system? I don't think so. I think that the way the game is now won't be changing very much in terms of how the mechanics work. I think it'll be less buggy and there'll probably be more content, but I don't think there's going to be like brand new systems or like naval warfare or forts and things like that in the future. Will you do polls about favorite units and items? Yeah, we could do something like that later on. I think in December, I want to review all the nation rosters and start to rebalance units. For this update, I'm focusing more on the high-level stuff with the army compositions and everything. And then for December, I want to adjust the units. And then, as Locality is saying, leave the changes to the modders. I want to do that, leave the changes to the modders in like January, February. But in November, December, I want to just like do my final pass as though the game was still in development. So make some big changes. I've already been doing that. I've already made a lot of big changes. I don't want to do many more, but I just want to like basically do a final pass, make sure I'm really happy with everything, leave it, and then modders can do anything they want to do. But I certainly don't want to leave any compositions just boring and then hope a modder fixes it. I think that would be not, yeah, that's not what I want to do. I want to make sure I leave everything with a fun baseline. And then people can adjust those things. And I think that's the way to do it. But if something's just not fun, why would I leave it that way? So let's take a look at the army comps. Yeah. And you should never say modders fix it. It could be modders adjust it, or modders rebalance it, or modders improve on it, but modders shouldn't fix it. Fix it implies you left something broken. And if you're leaving things broken in your game, then that's not good. Sounds cool. How long do you plan on updating the game with content? I'm 100 hours in. I still have less than 50% of the achievements. How long do I plan on updating the game with content? I think that, honestly, I think we could update the game pretty much. I think we'll probably stop at the end of 2026, but I can't promise you. It could be sooner. It could be later. I don't know. I can't confirm it. It just depends as the money flows in, right? Like if in January we made $1,000 in a month and then my studio costs are $10,000, obviously I'd have to cut support, right? But if the game was earning 20K and we were paying out 10K, sure, then if we're profitable, then we can keep building on it. And it's just whatever. It's really a business answer, right? That's the most honest I can be with you on that. If it makes sense from a business perspective, I'll do it. And I would never leave the game broken or some shit, but because we've earned enough that the game can't be left broken. There's some cases where if a game earns, you spent 300K on a game and earned 50K, yeah, you might have to leave it broken because you're fucked. Like you will not be able to pay back your expenses. You won't be able to earn a profit. You won't be able to pay people out. You risk the closure of the entire studio if you try to fix it in some cases. That's not to justify abandoning games, but that's why it happens because the finances don't make sense. We've earned enough that we can't leave the game broken, which is nice. That basically, if there was no profit, we still earned enough that we will continue working on it to fix all the major problems. But how long will we support it with more content? That I don't know. That is dependent on how long the game keeps earning money for. So we just have to see how that shapes up. That's all. I've seen a lot of videos before the release, but not much after. Yeah, I don't know. I found that weird as well. I think there was all this excitement going into the game, and even during Steam Next Fest, the Discord was super active and people were playing a whole bunch, and then the game came out and it was just pure silence after. So I don't know what that means, but the game sold well, and it did well, but everyone became disinterested after it released, which maybe I just let people cover it too soon. I don't know if that's what happened or not. But there was a lot less interest once it was actually out. People are playing instead of watching. That could be the case. Roguelikes aren't YouTube. Yeah, I don't think roguelikes are as YouTube friendly as well. Like, the thing is, nobody goes and does really popular FTL playthroughs or Slay the Spire playthroughs. In fact, even when I would try to live stream on my main YouTube channel, I would try to stream like Battle Brothers, and no one would watch at all. But that game is quite popular. It's a multi-million-dollar game. And then I would stream Hearts of Iron, and suddenly everybody watches. Now, of course, Hearts of Iron's more popular, but like, a better example would be like I would stream Medieval 2 Total War, which is not very popular, but I'd get 600 people watching. And then I'd stream like Battle Brothers, and I'd get 30 people watching. That's how severe it was. And Battle Brothers is, I think it actually has more players, but people don't watch it. So you know what I mean? There's a little disparity there sometimes. Anyways, let's do a tier list for everything, and then, do we want to tier list it, or do we want to make adjustments first? What do you guys think? What direction? Do you guys like the idea of tier listing it and then adjusting, or making all the little adjustments and then tier it and then do a final pass? What are you guys thinking? That's interesting. Not sure. Yeah. Tiering first, and then we'll adjust it. Okay. Okay, let's do that. Cantonist recruits. Where do you guys see them? The Cantonist recruits. I think, personally, they've got like a solid musketeer, a solid dragoon, 2 basic recruits, but they're not bad. They actually have a couple silver tier items and a very easy passive bonus. I would say it's like one of these, A or B. Because it's not particularly hard, but it's also not like you don't have a strategy to super play into. I think it's probably B. Cantonist is solid A. Yeah, the scaling isn't too great. It does fall off later on. I think a lot of people are saying A. We can go A for now, and maybe we'll move them to B later. Bottom A or top B. Yeah, I agree with you guys. Let's do bottom A. How about that? Or we could do top B. Top B for now. Top B for now, because that's what my gut says, because I don't see them as particularly, like, super strong or whatever. Freikorps. Now, honestly, you guys, here's the thing. I've changed them a bit. They now don't have any recruits. They have a Hussar, a Jaeger, and a Musketeer. I also slightly reduced the prisoner rewards, just slightly, but I massively reduced the desertion rate. So it used to be -5 per regiment per day. Now it's only -2. So that got reduced massively. So the malice is far less, but you get way higher prisoner rewards, and you get a starting musketeer. But you have that reservist bleed that you have to worry about. I would mark that in A, because I think if you're a high-level player, you can really exploit this and get... If you just take a lot of battles, you can make so much fucking money. So I think that's an A. I don't know where in A. We'll just put it at the top of A for now. Their doctrine's better, but their army's worse. I don't even know if that's true anymore. I think it used to be true, but check this out. They used to have a recruit. It used to kind of look like this, in which case you were right. But now look, Musketeer is pretty much equal to that Musketeer in some ways. The Jaeger is better than these two guys, and the Hussar is slightly better than the Dragoon. So it's almost equal, almost. It's a little bit worse, but almost equal. And then the starting items, you have a lot of money from this you can sell off, and more items total, and then you get a ton of prisoner rewards. I think they will be a solid A. I think they're a shaky A now, but I think it'll be a solid A when I redo the unit trees for them. Then we have Old Corps. Now, Old Corps I reduced down to 15% instead of 20%. So they actually got slightly nerfed a little bit. I've never played with them, so you guys would have to tell me. S tier? Yeah, everybody's saying S tier. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that one's undisputed. Yeah. I've never touched them before. We have the Crownland recruits. I've actually buffed artillery. I buffed the solid shot. So the artillery should be performing even better. So what are we thinking for the Crownland Corps? I think it's probably either in the A or B category. Because I feel like artillery is pretty decent to get going by the end of the game. I'd probably say A tier. Yeah, I think A is right. Yeah. I agree with A. By the way, we're going a little fast, only because there's 15 compositions, so we're going to keep moving. Border troops. These guys they got a Jaeger rifle at the start. The Grenzer sharpshooters, 30% extra range. They're a little hard at the very start, but these guys I think are probably S, right? I think they're pretty nuts. Yeah, S tier. Yeah. I think they're S tier. Now, I did nerf light infantry, so they may actually, when we play with them, they may end up falling down, but I think they're pretty much an S. Then we have the Hungarians. Now, before you rate the Hungarians, before you rate them, let me just say, I took the Hussars and gave them plus 100 manpower each. So they're now larger, okay? Then I took the light infantry accuracy, which was minus 15%, and now it's from minus 15 to now minus 10. So that's gone down by 5%, which is nice. And then on top of that, I did another thing. I took the light cavalry charge and boosted that by 5%. So now you've got harder hitting charges, less of an accuracy debuff, and larger sized hussars. So I think I fixed them because they were a little bit finicky, but I think they'd actually be fun. And I would not call it S tier though. But I think they used to be C or B. And now I think they've moved up a little bit. I don't think they're C anymore, but I feel like they used to be down here. But I think I would probably rate them around this area. I would honestly put them in B, if I'm being honest, along with the Cantonist levies. Because you're losing accuracy, meaning your Grenzers you're not really able to play into them as much. Unless you guys override me. If you think they're A now, we can move them to A. They're definitely better than the Cantonists, just gaining reservists, because you can abuse this cavalry charge, especially because I buffed the size of the Hungarian Hussars. So we can go top B. Let's put them there. They should be stronger now. I think they're top B. And then, yeah, I know Cantonists have less of a downside, but I think you could probably abuse the light cavalry charge more than you could before. Because you're going to one-tap them, and you've got way more manpower. I think they're going to be pretty damn strong if you play into that. Okay, the other change I made to the British expedition, I made drilling give you 25% more experience as a base level, and 50% more experience for officers. And I took the cost of ammunition and reduced the ammo cost by 20%. So I really made drilling way easier. You can get completely off the ground. So now we have the British expedition. You can start off and get these guys up to 90 accuracy at the very start of the game. So in my opinion, they're pretty much in the A category. I don't think they're S because drilling still wastes time, but I think I think they might be in the top of A, to be honest. You think bottom of A? Yeah, maybe bottom of A is better. I think you guys just haven't seen how powerful drilling is now, but I do agree, if you haven't played with it yet, let's not overrate them. So let's put them back there. I think this is a fine spot. We don't have to be too precise. Anything in A is in A. We don't have to rank them around each other too much. But let's just go A. Yeah. We have the new Hanover, which you guys have never played with yet. They've got 15% combat effectiveness in command radius, minus 5% if they're not in command radius. So if you have no officer, they actually lose 5% combat effectiveness. And if you have an officer nearby, they all gain 15% combat effectiveness. So that's reload 15%, accuracy 15%, charge 15%, melee 15%, which might be a little overpowered. So we may need to adjust. We'll see. I think this is probably in S tier, maybe, or the top of A, unless we adjust it, which we're probably going to go through all of these and make minor tweaks and adjustments when we're done. But I think, where do you guys put that if you had to predict where that would be? Because it's kind of like getting the old core, but you have to work for it just a little bit more. A plus, maybe? We could put it at the top of A. S tier, bottom S. Top of A. I'll give them the first place spot of A, I think. That's old core buff, but for all formations. Yeah, but you also, if you leave the combat radius, you actually get a debuff. So, I don't know. That's a tough one. You also don't start with double grenadiers. You start instead with a bunch of land milits. But you do have 2 brigades opened up. Do you guys think it should be S or A? What would you predict? You've never played with it, but A plus, yeah. Let's say A plus. Okay. Then we have the subsidy troops. Now look, let me defend these guys. I know it sounds boring. Item slot minus 70%. That sounds boring, okay? And it might be a little boring at first, but I think you can save. Let me just check. Let me do some math before you judge it. Let me do a little math, okay? The item slot costs. Let's open up ChatGPT. I'm going to tell ChatGPT to lower all of these by how much? 70%. I think the highest item slot is 250. I don't think it actually goes up to 400. I think it only goes to 250, right? What's the most expensive item slot? Do you guys know? Yeah, you save about $500 per item. Yeah. So this is like the ultimate playing tall composition, which for me, that interests me in playing them a lot more. I think that'd be a lot of fun because you can just make super units. So yeah, you save about $500 per unit. So if you just wanted to take 4 units and give them all their item slots, you've just saved over 1,000. Where do you guys put this? And then the reservist cost is only 50% more, not where it used to be, which is I think 70%. Say A, S, A. I think A plus sounds good. I think it's a high A. I agree with that. I think that's completely right. I don't think you're going to like break the game with it, but I think you could become more powerful than Hanover. So I'd rank them at the top. Because you could probably stack some gold items and get get some units that are pretty cracked out. And with all the money you're saving, you can pick up extra items you normally wouldn't. So I feel like you're going to be able to do pretty well. But yeah, I would say the replenishment thing, the reservist cost, keeps them down at A, I would say. We have the Imperial Army, which maybe by the way, I probably need to bump this number up a little bit. But right now it's casualties restored 15%, no downside. So with Hanover, there actually used to be a downside to it. Now you're just getting free replenishment. And then you just get 2 brigades opened up already. Some decent items to start out with. In fact, you know what's kind of cool? The chaplain also restores casualties. So I think the morale was more fun. 15% is a B tier, solid B. I think it's probably a solid B as well. I'd probably say so too. Yeah, I agree. The one thing that's going to bump this up to A tier, by the way, is in December, the Russian troops are going to get new units that will have 2,000 manpower. So when they take losses and they have insane morale and they're holding and fighting to the death, you're going to restore. Percentages work better on a large number, right? 15% on 100 isn't very much, but 15% on 1,000,000 is huge. So the bonus is going to scale with that. Why is Cantonist so low? I don't know. You know, I think it's because they're very just clean. The thing is, B is not bad. B is just like good. It's where you pretty much should be at. A is like, you're a little too powerful maybe. And S is like, okay, you can really just start like doom stacking and winning the game fairly easily with that. So B is kind of where you want to be. And Cantonists, you get a couple free reservists. You have a couple good Cantonists. You've got a good cavalry arm, and you've got 1 brigade open. You've got some okay items, and that's about it. There's nothing there that makes it like, oh, fuck, you can go 15% on your combat effectiveness and spam grenadiers and just start dominating, or, oh, fuck, you get 30% with the long-range Jaeger rifle and just start knocking people out with, and you could equip buckshot, and now you could snipe them even with a higher accuracy, with not losing that much range. Like there's some exploits or things, strategies you can play around with some of those. I think that this one's good, but there's no exploit there. You're just getting resources. So yeah. Was Russia as populated as then? Here's the thing about Russia. Russia was populated. Russia was, it did have a large population. It was on the upswing. It was not where it was considered to be like in the stereotypes of like World War II, for example. France had the biggest population in Europe by far compared to anybody else, which is why not only did they have the biggest land army in the Middle Ages, and then also in the 1600s, and then also in the 7 Years' War, they still had the biggest land army. But if you're ever curious how Napoleon was able to use France to take on all of Europe, that's pretty much how he did it, is because they still had the biggest population. It's really only until the Industrial Revolution that everyone else starts to catch up. And the German population, first of all, organizes. And in 1871, they organized into a full German state. So when you consolidate all the states, then you get the population. And the Industrial Revolution accelerated that population growth. And it's the same thing for London and Britain as they globalized and they became industrialized. Their population soared. And then when Russia began industrializing, and also when Russia expanded west and took Poland, Poland was heavily populated. And Poland was partitioned at the end of the 1700s 2 or 3 times until it was completely gone. And then when Napoleon came, he resurrected Poland. But when Napoleon was exiled, it went back to being split between Russia and Prussia. So when Russia owned Belarus, Livonia, Latvia, Estonia, that area, and Poland, they increased their population. And then when they industrialized, they increased their population again. And then they expanded east and took even more land, and then they increased that population even further. But at this time, here's the thing. They still had a pretty big population. The Russian army still outnumbered the Prussian one, for example. I think the way it ranked was that it went France with the biggest army, then Russia, then Austria, then Prussia, then Britain. I think that's about how it went. And Russia, and it was like pretty much like up to there. And like that and like this. I think this is pretty much how the populations went. So, yeah. Napoleon never went so far to make Poland. He just made Duchy of Warsaw. Yeah, that's exactly right. You're right. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, now we have the Observation Corps. Cover effectiveness 50%, but when you're not in cover, take 10% more fire damage. Actually, you know what's an interesting clarification here? This is not conditional. I was actually wrong in just saying that. It's not 10% when you're not in cover. It's 10% always. So this cover effectiveness is really 40% because the 10% is actually still modifying that. You're always taking 10% more damage. But you get an excellent artillery piece, 2 musketeers to start out with, engineers, and earthworks. Like, yeah, I think they're pretty cool. I think they're S tier, yeah. I would say they're S. Then we have the Cossacks. Now, here's what I did with the Cossacks before you rank them. Here's what I did. Cossack cavalry, both increased by 100 and 100. So they're even stronger. And then I took their buff and I ramped it up just a little bit. I took the old pillager doctrine, which the old pillager one said gain extra thalers per regiment when raiding. And I gave that to them instead because I didn't like that they focused on items. Because I don't see these guys as playing tall. I see them as playing wide, like getting a horde made. So I didn't want them to be focused on item building. I just didn't like that for them. And so I gave them this. And then I took their old doctrine, which was gain items from pillaging villages and from winning battles, and made that the old pillager doctrine, which I think is better because if you're just a regular nation, getting extra items from loot is nice. Like, you may even actually want to take that as the, that actually synergizes well with the subsidy troops. Now, if you took the current pillager doctrine, the new one, that just gives you more items for loot from battles and from raiding, this is actually quite good. So I like that it synergizes more with the general compositions. And then I like that the Cossacks focus, I want them to double down on raiding. I want them to be like raiding the hell out of the landscape. So I think that, yeah, I think that's good there. There's an Austrian unique doctrine that gives them 2 items as well, though. You can stack those, and that can be pretty powerful. So there's another synergy. I like that you can stack that. So I think Cossacks have moved up to probably B. They used to be B tier, in my opinion, and I think they're probably A now, in my opinion. What do you guys think? Because the Cossacks are now stronger. You get plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, and you've got a way bigger economy now. And I think in that way, I think they're maybe why I think they aren't S tier. Yeah, I don't think they're S tier. I don't think they're S. They have weird starting units. I like the all-mounted force. I do think that's a fun thing. They could be B tier, but I don't think they belong in B because you can make them extremely powerful. I would just put them in A. What do you guys think? I think they could be near the bottom of A because they don't have great starting units. But I've seen people make them extremely powerful before. Then we have the Lower Rhine, who I've changed to be melee plus 1%, infantry melee 1% per regiment. I increased their ammunition from 50 to 100. I gave them a diamond pendant that's worth 350 that they can sell. And then I gave them a starting bayonet, which they can give to a royal recruit. So those are the changes I've made. Now, by the way, because I've limited this to only infantry, I would be willing, I could be convinced to make this now 2%, which sounds overpowered, and it is, but I could be convinced because it takes you into, you'd have to get a full army of 20 to get 20% melee for your infantry. If you're old corps, you get 15% melee at the very start of the game for all your heavy infantry. So yeah, maybe even 1.5 could be nice. I don't think I can set decimals, though. I think it's an A and keep it as it is. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. You guys think A? There's no downside to it, so I think that helps it. And now they get a bayonet and a better economy at the start. Yeah. Okay. Now we have the light corps. And I'm a light corps defender. I think you can actually make this overpowered. I have reduced the army replenishment debuff from minus 25% to only be minus 20%, and I gave them a starting cavalry. So now they get a good, the French cavalry's good, and they get light infantry, and they get 2 fusiliers. And you can spot things and move 25% faster and mass collect doctrines. So I think they're pretty damn good now. I think with the extra unit, the extra provincial cavalry, I think they're pretty damn good. They're like pretty meta. Top S. I think they're S. Because you can collect all the doctrines and just start mass sieging forts, and you can play them. Oh, did I grab the wrong unit? Whoops. There we go. I think they're bottom of the S. For high-level players, I think this is really, really powerful. Yeah, I completely agree with Sam. A without cavalry, S with cavalry. I agree. And then we have the changed King's Household. Now, they get a Swiss Fusilier who's very good, a Gendarmerie who's very good, a Gentleman Cav who's very good. They now get 40% extra veterancy gain for the Cav, so you can go straight to Royal Cav way faster. And your non-recruits cost 10% extra, so you need to kind of fill the peasants with Royal recruits and then get high-level cavalry. So this is kind of like a medieval build where you want like high-level knights and then peasants in the front. And they get a decent armor, a decent horse, and some saddles. But the cavalry veterancy gain should let you get to their Royal Cav a little bit faster. Where do you guys think they go? They no longer have the morale and officer death thing, so they've been changed. Jordan says C tier. Avon says A. B. Low A, B. We go B. I think B tier is fine. Heavy cavalry is so good. Yeah, French cavalry is very good. We go B or A. High B or low A. We could put it at the top of B. I think the top of B would be appropriate. A Swiss Fusilier is pretty damn good, though. This tier is 5. The thing is, you know, I'm actually a little flattered that we didn't put anything in C or D tier. I'm a little flattered as a game designer. as an armchair game designer that I've this is a very good distribution, isn't it? That's a good distribution. Let's now, what we're going to do is we're going to go one by one from top to bottom, from best to worst, and we're going to go make some minor adjustments to things. So we can change some items or some resources or some of the doctrines and just make some very minor adjustments, okay? So now you still think Cossack Host is the worst? I love the Cossacks, honestly. They're one of my favorite compositions. Some of the older versions would have some in C or D. I agree. I even think the British expedition would have been down at B with the old drilling as well. And I think the Fry Corps would have been down at B. I think the Hannoverians would probably be a little bit lower at B as well. Subsidy would have been S. Cossack would have been C tier. Lower Rhine would have been maybe S. King's Household would have been C tier. Hungarian would have been C or D tier. So yeah, it would have been a little bit messier. But let's start at the top. We have the Old Corps, who's at the very, very top. I have two suggestions for them to just make them... Now, here's the thing. Let me preface this. I'm just going to say this very clearly. This is a single-player game. Single-player games are allowed to be unbalanced. They're allowed to be fun. They're allowed to be broken. You guys you have permission to have fun. We don't have to make everything feel bad. We don't have to make everything feel boring. That's not the case. However, if you play with it and you say, this is so easy that I'm becoming bored, or it's so easy I wish there was a little bit more pushback, that's where we'd want to make something more challenging. And likewise, if you play something and you're like, I wish I had a little more power, like, this is fine, but I want that power fantasy. I'm not snowballing in the way that I can with other compositions. That's where something should become more powerful. And if something's like, I'm snowballing so easy, I feel like I'm not even truly playing the game, or it feels like I'm driven too far into one particular strategy and it's not interesting, that's where it could be either be changed or debuffed. Okay. So let's go to Old Corps. And yeah, we balance toward fun. That's absolutely correct. So the Old Corps gets 15% combat effectiveness. Now, my only qualm with this is, in my opinion, either I would do one of two things. Either I would make this only 10%, or I would make it so the non-heavy infantry cost is now all costs to upgrade is +1. So at least that's more of a distinct negative that is just harder to get everybody going. Or we can leave them. If you guys think they're fun and you love the way they play, we can leave them. But I just want to throw out those two suggestions in case we wanted to balance them out just a little bit more. Asso votes on leave it. What does else? Anybody else say? Leave it. Leave it. Keep them as they are. Good. Okay, then we leave it. I'm not going to force in a debuff if it doesn't feel like it should be there. Okay, we're going to leave it. The only other thing, honestly, their starting resources suck. So I was going to say maybe we could reduce their starting resources, but it looks like they are fine. I think their starting items are pretty powerful, but I don't know what I would change. Do you guys like the starting item? Should we adjust I like the foreign musician and the dog because they have a historical background. I like the spontoon, which is like discipline, and I like the Prussian emblem. I think these are all cool. I think the beer is not really necessary, and I think the medicine is also not that necessary. But we can keep. I'm not saying they have to be removed. I'm just saying they're not. They're not integral. Whereas the top row, I thought about it a lot, and I want to keep these the way they are. I would not change them. Are you guys happy with the items? Would you change them at all, or do you think they're fine the way they are? Herbs are necessary. Are lifeguards heavy? They're not considered heavy right now. I could change that later on, but yeah. Maybe instead of herbs or beer, give them a heavy bayonet. Maybe you can get rid of beer. Love the dog. Yeah, I love the dog too. I could see myself just removing the beer. I don't know if they need that. I love the mascot. They're really rare. Yeah. Give them cheese. Drop the beer. Yeah, we already give beer to like, look, the Hannoverians already get beer, and I think we give it to someone else as well. So it's kind of a generic item that we're giving away too often, and it's more fun when certain items are a little rarer. So I think, yeah, we can just remove the beer from them. We could replace it with something if we wanted to. But I mean, they already get, look, excellent item, good item, excellent item, and the medicine. So I think they're actually pretty fine with all of this. I think the beer just doesn't need to be there. Is there a different item that we've never given someone that's just very basic that we could give them? Someone mentioned gun picks. I think we give gun picks, though, to the border troops. Cylindrical ramrods, that's pretty cool. Give them better grenades instead? I could. They both start with grenades, though, and that's a thing. They both start with grenades. Half gators. Honestly, here's what I'll just say. Do you guys, should I keep the beer or remove it, and then we'll move on? Because we don't want to get hung up on them. Remove it, move on. Yeah, that's what I would say. Drop the beer, move on. Okay. Their guards drinking's not allowed. That's true. Yeah, they are more professional without the beer. I do agree with that. I think that's a good point. Okay. So we are happy now with the old guard. I like what we're doing right now because we're just doing like a final pass on all the compositions, make sure they're all fun. Fun is like the absolute key. We're not going to just start fucking debuffing stuff because their players are having too much fun. That's not good. We do not want to do that. We have the border troops next. Now, here's the thing. I've already nerfed light infantry pretty massively. So, and you know what? Here's the other thing I'm going to say too. They get the light infantry range. Previously in the game, I don't know if you guys noticed this. Anybody who have played with the border troops, have you guys noticed that when you give them, their range looks like this, right? And then you give them the buckshot rounds, that your range drops to be like there. And the buckshot says minus 50%, but look, your range only dropped a little bit. This was a bug. That was fixed as well. So your buckshot is now going to be actually there, which is not as good. Your open order formation is a little bit worse. You can no longer leave open order formation. You can no longer fire canister shot over open formation. And the ammunition types like buckshot are no longer percentages. They're additive. So instead of 40% accuracy, which would increase you up to like 200 accuracy, it's now plus 35 as an additive bonus, which maybe you're like at a 70 or something instead. So yeah, I think, in my opinion, I wouldn't even touch the border troops. That's my opinion. Is there anything you guys want me to do with them, or are you happy with them? Because I think because we nerfed the light infantry, I think they're going to be just fine where they're at. Austria needs an overall rework to the unlockable doctrines. Here's what I'll say, Jordan. If you remind me, I will go change it at the end of the stream. It's very easy for me to change. But yeah, I think we can just keep these how they are. Okay. Let me check that Thomas isn't yelling at me. Okay. Now we have the Observation Corps. They get a field gun, 2 musketeers. It's pretty small, but they're all elite. You get a really good starting cannon. I don't know. I wouldn't change this. The resources are pretty low, so you do have to come up like... I mean, this isn't low, but it's... Yeah, actually, these are fine. I wouldn't change them at all. I think they're completely good the way they are. I think they're fun. Yeah. And then Light Corps. Now, Light Corps, I think I swung it. I think I swung the Light Corps a little bit too powerful. Just a little bit. Because the German Fusiliers are pretty good. Volontaries Fusiliers are decent. Volontaries Provincial Cavalry is not bad. Like, French Cavalry is good. And then Chasseurs are quite good. And then the bonus is quite good. And then they start out with a lot of items. So I think they're a little bit... I think something needs to get a very, very minor adjustment down. Just minor. I wouldn't like remove half their items or delete an entire unit or fuck up their bonus, but I think something minor should just get adjusted a little bit. What do you guys think? Do you agree or do you disagree? If you disagree, we could just leave them. But I'm just curious what you guys think. I'm open to just leaving them if you guys want to. But what I did change in this update, they previously did not have the cavalry. Remove the weed? What weed do they have? What are you talking about? Remove the tobacco. I'm not seeing tobacco, am I? Oh, there it is. Yeah, duh. I could remove the gorget. That's another option too. I like the little pipe. I think the pipe is kind of fun for focusing. You get some accuracy for it. I like the spikes too. I think that's nice. I could lower the reserves. I could lower them. Yeah, because they got the extra unit and they're supposed to be light, right? So I would reduce that maybe to like 500. Is that too much? Or even 750 maybe? Britain only gets 350. So I feel like they could go down. And look, Cossacks are only 500. I feel like they could just go to either 500 or 750, and I think they'll be fine. What do you guys think? $750. Yeah, let's go 750. Let's just be small. Small little changes. Stakes are not thematic. All right, empanadas. I can remove the stakes if you want me to. I can change them to something else if you'd like. We do give stakes to the light corps, stakes to the observation corps, and stakes to the light corps. So yeah, you know what? Even just for the sake of variety, do you guys want to swap it with something just so they're more unique? I feel like it's a little lame to just give the same item out over and over and over again. Actually, that's Chevaux de Frise we give to the border troops. So I could give the light. They're supposed to be fast, not defensive. Yeah, it's just to protect the chasseurs mainly. We could remove it or replace it. What do you guys think? Or keep it. I mean, it's only Empanadas who's suggesting this. Empanida. Epaminodas. God, the name is just not a good name. Empanidus. Replace it with a blue Charleville? I would love that, but hell no. The thing is, look, they actually already come with 3 good muskets. Hell no. You could change the German Fusilier to a recruit. No, I like the German. Because the French get an Irish, a German, and a Swiss for one of each composition. So I do like that. Could give them coffee. That's true, I could. I give coffee to the Freikorps already, which is not bad. Doesn't mean I can't give them that, but... Special ammo. I could give them special ammo. We give buck and ball already. We give buckshot already. And we give quartered shot already. So I've already given that item. Haversacks. What's an item I haven't given yet? Haven't I given a commissar? Yeah, I've given a commissar to the Crownland. Let's review the items. Have I given... I haven't given iron ramrods, maybe? Yeah, I've not given iron ramrods to anyone. I've only given a cylindrical ramrod to the Prussians. And that would help you fire. It'd be kind of cool to have the Tompion and the ramrod so you can fire quickly. So that's a decent option. And then haversacks. I've already given haversacks to the Lower Rhine, which is the composition before it. So it'd be 2 haversacks in a row. I have not given canteens to anyone. That's not a bad idea. I like canteens for stamina. That's cool. I'd go either canteen or ramrod. What do you guys think? Canteen's kind of cool. I like the idea of like camping out in the forest with the canteen. I think that's quite thematic. Let's do a little canteen. 6 stamina is nice, especially if you're running with skirmishers. I think that's actually useful. What do you think, Kyle? Is that useful to have a canteen?
I think canteen. I vote canteen over ramrod.
Yeah. What glasses are those?
My old ones.
Oh, okay. You have to use your old ones?
They're the perfect prescription.
Oh, wow. Approved canteens. Cool. There we go. Someone says, hi, Kelly.
Hello.
Oh.
I made cider.
You made cider?
Mm-hmm.
That's cool. Okay, light core is done. Now we've got the subsidy troops with the item cost reduction and the reservist cost. Now here's the thing. They're already pretty powerful. I wouldn't mind, because they get a crappy subsidy recruit and kind of a crappy Brunswicker. No good items. I think it'd be kind of fun if they were the only composition with a full stack of items so that you can open up all the item slots. I think that would be kind of fun. And they could all be basic. It could just be tons of basic items. I think that's fine. But what do you guys think of that? And then we, as a compensation, we could reduce one of their starting resources just a little bit. Maybe like 100 less gold, because they're going to be earning passive money and reducing their item slot cost. So they could probably have 100 less gold and then 3 more items. That I think would be cool. Yeah, we could even lower the reserves since they're meant to be a very small Hessian force. So we could lower both of these by a little bit, like by 100 and by 250, and then give them a full stack of items, and that would be really cool. So let's do, which sounds like a debuff, but it's not. Like, you're going to make those resources back up fairly quickly, but if you have a full stack of items, that's so powerful and fun. So I think that would be cool. So they have, let's go down to 750 there and 300 cash. And then let's give them, so let's give them a ramrod because we don't use that item, right? That we already determined we were not using that item for anything. So we're going to give them a ramrod. And then let me log the changes. Iron ramrod. Boost movement would help, you said? We could do, what kind of boots have we not used? We've used half gaiters. We've used full gaiters. Have we used shoes yet? Just regular shoes? We've given regular shoes to the fry course. We've used all the shoes before. Which, by the way, you're allowed to have overlapping items. I just like to see if sometimes... We've also given another half gaiters. They are subsidy troops, so they should have the gold. The thing is, they are going to earn the gold through the daily subsidies and through the fact that they're saving on item costs. So I think they are going to get the gold anyways. That's my point. Like, they're going to get a huge allowance and savings. So I think they will feel like a subsidized force regardless. But I think if we're giving them $300 worth of items, we should reduce $300 or $100 worth of gold that they have just to balance it out a little bit. That's my opinion on that. Here's the other thing I'd be open to. We could keep the $400 if they are subsidy troops, and then make them start with barely any reservists, like 100 reservists and $400. I could do that too. Or we do 750 reservists and $300. What do you guys think? What's the idea behind giving them spirits? It's because there was like a lot of wine production in the Rhineland. So in the Rhineland area, you had a lot of wine production. So that's like a bottle of wine that they had, like Hessian wine. You guys like that idea better? Like, keep the... Yeah, we'll do that then. So we'll do 100 men, but 400 gold. By the way, just so that they have the highest gold in the game, should we take the British expedition and just reduce them down to 350 gold? Just so they feel like they're the true subsidy troops in cash. I think maybe that would be cool. because the British expedition already gets 900 ammunition to drill a ton, so we can go 350 for them. I boosted drilling anyways. Go all in and give 450 gold. I'm not going to do that because we're going to give them so many items. They're going to be way too rich. So we've given them, what, a bayonet, and then we have to give them 2 more, or no, we've given them a ramrod, and we have to give them 2 more items. What do we want to give them? We could give them anything, honestly. Let's not worry about what other people have. Let's just give them anything we want to give them. Maybe shoes. Some basic shoes would be nice. And we could give him a haversack. There's a haversack we're actually not even using. We're not using regular haversacks. We're only using the large ones. So let's give them a... There we go. And I'm going to rebuild the data, and we're going to check it out and see how it looks. This might be me causing the correct version. Try and replicate. Another case, but I can't replicate. But he marked it off with a check mark. Okay, so that's done. Cross is good with the Hessians. We could do a cross as well. That's another... It's not a bad idea. They already have pocket Bibles, though. And I think I spoke to the researcher, and he said it would be more common to have the pocket Bible than to have the little crosses. And so now let's look at them. Ah, that's so cool. Look at the full stack of items. That's pretty cool. I like that a lot, honestly. They seem really cool. So if you go in now, and you can use all the money to open up all your slots, like, instantly. In fact, I want to kind of see something. Could you theoretically use this starting money to go in, look at that, 15. It only costs 15. Buy all of those up. And buy all of these. You can't buy all of them, but you almost can buy everything. Upgrade the bayonet. Upgrade that bayonet. Equip that, and that. Look at that. That's awesome. I think that's pretty cool. You just stack. And look, it's not even too overpowered. His stats are pretty normal. That's pretty cool. Okay. So subsidy troops are good. I'm really happy with that. Hannoverians. Combat effectiveness 15% in command radius, minus 5% outside of. Now, here's the only thing about this. Here's the only thing. Maybe it's too strong. I don't think it's too strong because look at his stats. Like, his stats look pretty normal to me. But then watch this. Let's go over to Britain, who also starts with 3 units, and check this out. Look how insane this is. If you go in with the British, look how crazy these stats go. And I don't know what to do about this. I feel like I should change it at some point. But look at this. Grab the British redcoat. Give him everything. And then look at this. You get higher morale, about the same range, way higher accuracy, worse reload, worse charge in melee. I guess it's actually fairly balanced. That's actually not as bad as I thought. It seems balanced to me. I'm actually pretty happy with that. The accuracy is crazy on these guys, but they lose out on like everything else. So this seems fine. I'm happy with it, personally. I'm completely happy with it. Let's look at Hanover now. Let's take a look at the Hannoverians. And here's my only issue, which is you look at the old corps, they get plus 15% combat effectiveness, and the Hannoverians get plus 15% combat effectiveness. It kind of feels a little bit like they're just too similar to each other, and I'd want some kind of feeling like they feel different in the number. You know, maybe I'm being OCD about it, but something about it just feels wrong. And the other thing is, with the heavy infantry, all you need to do is just use your heavy infantry, and they always get 15%. But with the Hannoverians, you only get 15% if you're in the command radius, and if you're not, you actually lose 5%. So it kind of just feels like a worse version in some ways. It's cool. It's a cool idea to be in the command radius and maintain a command and control. So it does play completely differently. You're completely right about that, Artemir. But I feel like, would you guys be open to a few other number? Like, what if it was plus 20%, but minus 10% when you're not? So it's like high risk, high reward. Or it could be... No, that's really the only other option. The thing is, let me just say this. Combat effectiveness is incredibly overpowered. It is, you could not do 25% at all. Because it is melee. Watch. It's melee, charge, reload, and accuracy. So what you would get 20% melee, 20% charge, 20% reload, 20% accuracy. That's crazy. So I think I think we keep it 15. But I guess you guys are saying, though, it's more versatile than the old corps, because you could put that on artillery and cavalry and light infantry and get them performing at 15% higher. Whereas with the old corps, you really have to play into the infantry. Yeah, 15% is pretty ridiculously high, as it is. Yeah. Any ideas of what you guys would change or adjust? It's the downside outside the command bubble that scares me. I'd rather have 10% and no morale. I kind of like the downside, though. I like a little downside. Maybe Hanoverian Corps is more like S tier. Yeah, I know. I think they probably are higher. If we aren't sure and we haven't played with it, let's leave it for now, okay? And we'll come back to it another time. Okay. Maybe play into the horse and do movement speed. I have thought about that. I have thought about it. I've thought about you could do like movement speed in command radius plus 20%. And then anyone who's in the movement speed can do like rapid advances, which could be kind of cool. I guess the only difficulty would be that your men are moving quickly, so it's harder to keep them in the radius. But it would play into the horse and the movement oriented gameplay. Especially if you want to like get up close using your shoes and fire at somebody, and then use horses and get closer. Also, if a cavalry like Braunschweig has an officer, so he is within his own command radius, therefore he can move faster. And then you could say if you're outside the command radius, you move speed minus 5%, or even move speed minus 10%, which wouldn't be a big deal because if you're just sitting there, you wouldn't even be getting debuffed. So it could be that. We could do that. Just an option. I was thinking reload speed, but I talked to the developer, and he was saying it'd be too awkward because they would have to finish reloading in order for the new reload speed to be accounted for, and it wouldn't be very clear to a player. And that is where I think that's a problem. So I liked it a lot, but I don't think it works, unfortunately. Let me just take a look at what the movement speed thing would look like. I'll just draw it out, and we'll see if we like it or not. Is it possible to do increased flanking fire? It could be. That's another option we could play with if we wanted to. That's unique, at least. I will admit, the white horse with movement speed does look nice together. I'll draw out the other idea about the flanking fire. But I like the command radius thing. I really, really like the command radius, so it's got to stay that way, because I think that's such a fun playstyle. So it's got to be that. I don't want to just be like, flank fire plus 20%. Okay, cool. I mean, they flank better, but that's fine. That would just be like giving them accuracy plus 10%. I like things that are conditional. I think it's kind of fun. So flanking damage in command radius plus I don't know what they would get outside of the command radius though. Blank out command radius. I don't know what they would lose. What they would lose flanking damage in outside the command radius. Be kind of weird. How about fire damage received minus 10% in command radius and 5% out? It could be. That's pretty much what the blue shield was. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really like this direction. The direction doesn't sound right. If you guys want to do like flanking, you could save that for like Sweden or something. Like I feel like Sweden would be cool to do like a flank attack because they move quickly and they try to get around you and try to charge into you, and that could be kind of fun for like maybe one of their German compositions, because they're gonna have 3 compositions if we add them next year, and so maybe, yeah, I don't know. What if it was only with an officer with cavalry? 10% combat effectiveness in command aura, minus 10% morale across the army. So you rely on the officer to negate the downside. I don't know if I like that. I'll draw out the idea though of morale outside the here. So you lose morale when the officer's not around, and when he is around, you lose that morale malus and you fight a little harder. That's an option. What about a cavalry combat effectiveness buff? It could be. It could be. Let me think. The thing is, I like the officer idea, and I think if you did like a cavalry combat effectiveness, it would have nothing. It'd be too conditional. You would say, the thing is, you can't stack conditionals together. You couldn't say combat effectiveness for cavalry in command radius plus 20%. That's too many conditionals. But I really like the command radius thing. I think that's such a fun idea to manage that. And there are enough skills in the game that massively increase the command radius that it's not going to be that micro intensive by the end of the game. Early game it will be, but by the end game, if you just have a few of the traits that increase it by 30 or 40% and stack them, plus there's the doctrine that doubles the size, I think, on top of that, all of your guys are going to be covered in command radius, and that's kind of a fun thing to play into, and like, I don't know, I really like that. So from a design perspective, at least it has a play style, and I'm quite happy about I'm happy about that. So that's what I want to do. Do you guys not like it? You guys are saying, if you're lucky to have it. Officer radius already isn't a... If you guys don't like it, I can get rid of the idea. That's a shame, because that's such a unique play style that we're removing to give them what? Like, don't give them anything conditional. Just give them combat effectiveness, just like Old Core. I don't know. Just that's kind of... That's a shame to remove it. If you guys want to... You're the ones playing the game, so I'll listen to you. But that really is a shame to remove something that would give it a distinct play style just because we want to give it a straight up buff or something. I don't know. That's lame. I'd be disappointed in that. I would go from me wanting to play as them to not wanting to play as them because they're just going to get a random buff. I don't know. Feels a little lame. I think we should on officer base mechanic. Yeah. I don't want another old core. Yeah, I agree. You can use cavalry and officers just behind enemy lines where they're needed. Yeah. Okay, we'll keep it officer based. Do you guys like the movement speed direction or the combat effectiveness direction better? I think the movement speed sounds more thematic, but it is definitely less powerful. It could be cool to do like a rapid advance. You could even make this even higher. Like if it was 25% move speed and you moved in assault columns and you're just massively advancing and the cavalry's flying down. That could be quite interesting. Especially artillery. Artillery would move 25% faster, so you could fly the artillery up to a hill and get a good position. So it's not bad. The move speed would better fit Swedish as well. I agree. I think let's save like move speed and charging for the Swedes. I agree. Okay. I agree. So the two options then are either to do combat effectiveness in the command range plus 15%, combat effectiveness outside the command range minus 5%, or combat effectiveness in command range 15%, morale outside of command radius minus 10%. So the morale is lower if the officers are if your officers are absent, people are going to run away quicker. But if the officer comes and rescues them, they're going to fight really hard. So they're very dependent on their officer being there, which is quite interesting. Make it stamina regen instead of morale. It could be. I don't know why. If the officer was there, they would catch their breath quicker. That seems a bit odd. I feel like morale is more thematic, like they feel abandoned by the officer. There's also a historical not anecdote, but a historical instance at the Battle of Hastenbeck where the British and the Hanoverians were fighting together, and they were pretty much winning on a defensive position. Look, only 1,000 people died, so it wasn't a very big battle, but there were a lot of troops engaged, and they were winning, and the French were flanking around the hill position, and there was a miscommunication. There was a miscommunication with the British command that the French who were flanking around had completely enveloped the Hanoverian army, when in reality the French who were flanking around kind of got bogged down in like the trees and the hills, and they were actually halted by a British unit, I think, that was deployed over there. And because of the lack of command and control and the miscommunication, the Duke of Cumberland retreated the whole army. He retreated the British army, and they lost the battle when they really shouldn't have. And they probably could have won that. And losing this battle ended up actually resulting in Hanover eventually being occupied and exiting the war. And the only reason that Hanover re-entered the war is because the Prussians went over and fought a French advance at the Battle of Rossbach against 40,000 French. And unlike this battle where it's 1,000 versus 1,000 dead, 10,000 killed and captured versus 100 killed. So Hanover saw this and they said, oh, I am so inspired by this leadership that we are rejoining the war. And speaking of leadership, the old Duke of Cumberland got fired. And I believe this is the son of King George. I'm pretty sure, right? Or am I completely fucking wrong? I get embarrassed myself. Yeah, father of King. He's the son of King George. And he was replaced. He replaced his own son with the Duke of Brunswick, who came in from Prussia. He was a Prussian commander, and he came in to lead the Hanoverians. He's actually the main leader of the British faction that we use, and he was just kicking ass the whole time. He was winning all these battles. He was doing great. He won in the Battle of Minden, right? Pretty sure this is Brunswick, yeah. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong guy. This is not the right guy. This is the guy. These are two Ferdinands of Brunswick. The guy I had open was his son. And they're both named the same thing, so it's a little confusing. Anyways, this is the guy who replaced him. He was born in Wolfenbüttel, and he was fighting as a Prussian general, and then got transferred over to Hanover as a field marshal, and then fought all these battles, and he was kicking ass. He was like a really, really good commander. Despite this, Frederick continued to communicate with him. His new commission placed him in Hanoverian service, so yeah, they swapped him over. And he rejoined the war, and then they were just destroying the French when they came back. So when they had crappy leaders, they they got decimated and left the war. And then when they had a good leader, they were kicking ass. And the other one, yeah, his son lost at Jena Auerstadt, and that was his son, but that was not him. Anyways, yeah, so I think this is good. Do you like the morale minus 10% out of the command radius or minus 5%? What do you guys think would be better? We could just go minus 5 for now if we don't want to be too extreme. But 15% combat effectiveness, let me tell you, 15% combat effectiveness is good as fuck. That's like, it is, you're getting plus 15% accuracy, plus 15% charge, plus 15% reload, plus 15% melee. That's what that does. And then right now, it's when you're not in range, you'd get minus 10% morale. I think that is a fair fucking trade-off, dude. I think that's a fair trade-off. Yeah. Okay. Let me ask Tom. Okay. And by the way, they can actually play into their cavalry because this boosts charge and melee. So they can actually use the horses. And that's quite good. So, yeah. I like that because Hanover had, being led by the Duke of Brunswick, they were pretty legendary in the 7 Years' War. They really, really ended up pulling. When they were under correct leadership, they were performing excellently. Okay. How much of a unit needs to be in command range? Just one guy. If the command radius was like this, then he is getting buffed. You are right. That is funny. The white horse, and it's a brown horse. You are right. Am I eating something? Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the chewing noises. I'm sure that's annoying as fuck. Sorry. We can take a look at their items. And let me change the change log. Did we change the other guys? We did. We gave them... Iron Ramrod, Haversack, and... What else did we give these fucking guys? Shoes. Oh, check it out. For Hanover as well, I replaced von Sporken's trait with Loud, and Loud gives you 30% extra command radius. So you can play into the combat radius buff. So I changed that, and I think that'll be nice. Okay. But yeah, we could put this update out tonight if we are thorough here and we get the rest of this done. But this I have to change. Command range with Noble on Officer and Master Command Doctrine. So, yeah. You could get the Doctrine. That would be quite good. Is there anything with items? I think the quartered shot is historical. I think that's good. I think the Surgeon's nice because we just don't use them for anything else. The beer is fine. The shoes are fine. The horse is nice. It's a Hannoverian horse. So I think that should stay. And I don't know what else I would do, really, to change them up. Maybe they could get a morale item to compensate a bit, but 1.5k reservist with a surgeon might be too much. Yeah, it could be. Let's see what the other reservists are at. It's 1,000 for the Fry Corps, 1,000 for the Light Corps, 1,000 for the Observation Corps, 500 for the Border Troops, 1,000 for Subsidy. The Hanoverian horse needs to be white, though. Yeah, I don't know. That's the issue. A Hanoverian horse is brown. And then the white horse that we have... Oh, no, that's the Frisian is black. The white horse we have is a Holsteiner horse. And they're white. So... I mean, we base the horses off of real horse colors. So it actually has to be that way. They can be red, brown, or white. Yeah, well, most of them are brown. The thing is that if the Holsteiner is white, then I think we should keep the Holsteiner that way. See? I don't know. Does it really matter? Do you guys want me to go delay the update to have the artist get on over the weekend and redo the art? Or I could just swap them, I guess, but I could swap the images for them and make the Holsteiner brown, like to use the Hanoverian horse, and then swap the Hanoverian to white if you guys prefer. Let me just see what they are right now. Yeah, that's the Hanover, and that's the Holsteiner. I could swap them. But I don't really think I need to. Be confusing to change. Yeah, I don't think they need to be changed, to be honest. I don't think they do. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. We have the Fry Corps here, and we're in A tier still. A tier, or sorry, Fry Corps I already switched. I upgraded the Musketeer, which I think is good, because they only have 3 units. Yeah, they only have 3 units, so I made sure all 3 are professional. I think that's nice. They're very colorful, too, which looks cool visually. So I'm really happy with that. The starting items are a bunch of junk that you can sell off, but you can actually keep 1 basic captured uniform for an encounter, so I actually like that a lot, too. I think even the flag works, too, right? Or is it the Gorget? Either way, you get to keep 1 item. I think the starting items you get are nice. You even get a horse for the cavalry, the hussar. The prisoner rewards look decent. I reduced it a little bit because here's the reason I reduced the prisoner rewards. It was actually possible to capture more prisoners than you actually got. Like if it says 2,000 prisoners captured and you clicked on conscript, it would say conscript 3,000 prisoners. So the math at, I think it was 80% was too high. And that was a problem. So I think 60% is more reasonable, but then I took the reservist loss and I completely adjusted it and made that much better. So yeah, I think this is good, and I think this composition will go up to A tier. Maybe not S tier. I think it might go up further when I add in the better Fry Corps units, but I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, he managed to capture 10k prisoners. Yeah, I think it's a little overboard. So are you guys happy with this? I don't think I would change anything, personally. I think I'm fine with this. Okay. Do you guys think the reduction I did was too much? It used to be -5 per regiment per day, so this would be -15. And I changed it to -2, which would be -6 per day. Do you like that change, or did I make that? Should it be like -3 instead, or is -2 good? Kirby, I added the Holy Roman Empire because it is free. I did, but Sweden I want to charge for, and I want to charge for it because I think people are more excited for it. I think Holy Roman Empire is a little more basic, a little more standard, and it was so. The thing is, the Holy Roman Empire, no one's that excited about it, but it was really important. So if you have something that no one's excited about that's very important, then you should probably add that to the base game for free. Sweden was not important, not completely irrelevant, fought in no major battle, but people really want it. So if it's not really integral to the game and people really desire it, then I'll charge for it. But for the Holy Roman Empire, I don't think people care as much, and it's so integral. I would like to make it free. So we'll get to Sweden eventually. I think I can pretty much say confidently that we're gonna do HRE in December, and then that we're gonna do Sweden in like February or March. You can't, don't quote me on that. If you quote me and say Griffin told me, you're gonna be wrong, and I'm probably gonna change it. But yeah. Anyway, let's see. I enjoyed -5. It made me play differently. In all honesty, -5 was good. Maybe -3. -5 was okay, but people hated it, and it had more recruits than prisoners. Yet this actually is the most hated. I know you guys probably feel differently. This was the most hated composition in the entire game, if you can believe it. I did my polling. I'll show you what it looks like. This was the most hated composition in the entire game. Look at it. Ready? Cantonists are the most liked and favorited. Freikorps have the highest amount of dislikes. Look at that red bar. Higher than any other red bar in the entire game. The most disliked composition. And in terms of favorites, pretty low. So people clearly did not like the stress of that. So we could compromise at -3. What do you guys think? I did upgrade their recruit to a musketeer, so they should fight better. And their hussars have 100 more guys in them. So their hussars are better and their musketeers are better. Maybe their reservists could be -3 instead. What do you guys think? And then we could make them start with 1250 maybe. I'll do a poll. Freikorps manpower loss per regiment. We'll do -2 or -3. I put a poll up in the thing. Why are you saying you nerfed income? What does that mean? How did I nerf income? I increased the plunder you get, so you actually get more money from battles for all factions. But the item costs have gone down, but I compensated it almost perfectly. So items are cheaper to buy, and yeah, they're going to be worse to sell, but you get more money, so it compensates for that. So in reality, the only effect is just that items are going to be cheaper. So income was not really nerfed. You nerfed the reservist income. Ah, that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Okay. Yeah, let's go -3 then. I think -2 is a bit of an overcorrection. So we'll do the, fuck, what are they called? I'll have to look it up. Irregular forces. Let's do... Has anyone here specifically not been playing the game because they're waiting for the update? Has anyone here been like, I want to hold off to do a new campaign because I only want to play it when everything's new and changed? Has anyone felt like that, or have you guys been just playing normally? I'm just curious if anyone has felt like that at all. I kind of am, me. Yeah, I haven't played last week. Still playing normally. I played normally. Okay, so kind of mixed. By the way, can someone remind me? Someone remind me. Let's look at the national doctrines for all 5 nations at the end. Yes, that's me. Just got called out. Yeah. I newly bought the game. Gotcha, gotcha. So let's take a look here. Kleinkrieg. There we go. I don't like the colors that generated there. That looks cool. Okay. So we fixed them. Then we have Crownland Corps. They start with a decent gun, elevation screws, buck and ball. They get a battalion gun. They get a musketeer or a fusilier to defend their Crownland recruits. They get 2 brigades opened up, and their artillery is 10% more accurate. I don't know. I'm pretty happy with this. I don't think they need a better gun because they're going to upgrade this pretty fast, and they're pretty good. I think this is like your definitive artillery comp, and I don't know. I'm happy with it completely. I don't think it needs to be touched. The special ammo seems pretty fine there. It's only because the Austrians historically used buck and ball a lot, so that was more of a historical reference. So I know that seems out of place, but that's a little bit of history. I could swap it with like gunner's implements if you prefer. It doesn't have to be there. We could even add gunner's implements then if you want to, or replace like the medicine with gunner's implements. Like this could get moved there, and then the ramrod could get moved there. And then it would look like this. So you'd have like a cannon, an elevation screw, and a ramrod, and then a little buck and ball at the bottom with the guy managing the artillery. And this way the infantry can have some little way to fend. Like if the enemy tries to charge into your battalion artillery, you can load buckshot and keep them off. And then you can stack up the artillery with upgrades. How do you guys feel about that? I don't think they really need the medicine. I think that'd be cooler to just play into the artillery. Okay, let's do that. Where is it? There it is. Okay. Let's move the gunner's implements to grab the buck and ball and then put that there. There you go. I'll take a little picture. Yeah, I'm not changing them significantly. Oh, okay, 2 things you guys have to remind me of. You have to remind me to check out the national doctrines, and then the second thing you remind me of is to update the difficulties, because we've changed the comp so much, these difficulties need to be updated. So remind me of both of those things if possible. And then here's the new Austrian force. So look, you get the gunner's implements, elevation screws, and a new cannon, and then you get buck and ball to defend the infantry, and no medicine anymore. I could give the medicine to someone else. Does anyone else have medicine at all? Or am I not using that anymore? I don't think oh no, I give it to the king's household. I think this looks good. The Swiss already have it. 1,500 reservists seems overkill. I don't know. I don't know if it needs to be changed. Like, I don't really see much that's wrong with it, you know? Yeah, I don't know. All right, now we have British Expedition. So they get excellent item, excellent item, excellent item. I love their item lineup. Everything fits perfectly. Like, you give the saddle to the Cav. You give the bagpipes to the Highlanders. You give the spontoon to maybe British Foot. Accuracy to the British Foot and the T. You're good there. The money is good. The manpower is a little low. But I like that they're an expedition, so they're small. So they have a very small number. But they have a huge amount of ammo to just sit around and drill all day, which is very British. Sit and drink tea and drill all day. I think that's quite funny. And they have a decent amount of food, so you can camp out and you don't have to worry about starving. I think they're fine. I think the only thing that seems a little odd is the low reservists, but it is thematic that they're a very small little detachment sent over. So I think that's okay. I'm quite happy with where they're at. And then we have the Cossacks. Now I changed them to thalers stolen per day, which I really like. I like that you gain 3 thalers when you're raiding extra, and you lose 3 thalers extra if you're not raiding. I like that it just super encourages you to just be raiding and running around the map. I think the items are good. A little bit of alcohol and some pelts are good. Some random shit that you stole that you can sell off is good. Very little money, but I think the idea is that you need to go raid and kill people to get money, so I think that's fine. You have no ammo because you have no infantry. You have a little bit of manpower. I think that's fine. 4 cavalry. I think this is completely fine. Maybe add a saber. I could add a saber. I could be convinced. Do you guys want one more item for the Cossacks, or are you happy with them? Let me see what kind of sabers we have. We don't have a very thematic... we do not have a very thematic Cossack sword. Like, we have, like, cuirassier swords and hussar and dragoon swords. We don't have, like, a lance or anything. But we will not be adding a lance. We need to do new animations, new mechanics, just a bunch of shit to support that, so... Add a hussar saber. You know what I did do, though? You're saying add a hussar saber? Look what I did. I actually changed. Maybe I should note this down. I already did that. I changed it so that the Cossacks now start with hussar sabers. Look at that. They all start with them. So I think you're actually fine. Maybe -1 per regiment said losing thalers feels bad. The thing is, I think if you're playing with them correctly, you're fine. Because you just need to be force marching and raiding. And I think you're going to get rich. I've seen people get absolutely rich with the Cossacks, and that's when their bonus was worse. Now their bonus is even better. I think they're going to be overpowered as fuck. And if you're the type of person to be stressed out losing the thalers, then you probably shouldn't play as them. But, like, I think they are going to be rolling in cash. I mean, look at the cash gain I'm getting. And I raid twice as efficiently. I mean, it's going to be nuts. I think they're going to be pretty damn crazy. Now I give you more loot for raiding villages, too. You get 5 items instead of 4. So I think that the raiding is just going to be crazy. And then you just force march around. You're only losing 3 food. And then, look, when you raid, you get the food back. So, look, 22 food. It makes up for all of the force marching. And I'm just flying around. Yeah. So I think they're going to be fine. All right, Lower Rhine. I gave them the diamond pendant. Let's jump in and look at them real quick. Sitting around plundering and raiding isn't as exciting. That's true, Darkwoods, and if you like the exploring, then you should just play a different composition. I've enjoyed the Cossacks because it's fun to raid to get the money, and you use the money to then go out and buy the stuff you want, and then you can go out and explore. And because you're in forced march and you're so rich, you can be in forced march because you have so much food. And if you're in forced march everywhere, you can fly around the countryside. So again, if that's not just not every composition is going to be for you, and that's okay. Like there's compositions I've never really touched the border troops. That's an S tier composition. I don't like sitting around in battle fighting with light infantry. I never use light infantry. So this is just not for me. But that doesn't mean I should change it because sitting around for me is boring. But it just, every composition's a little bit different, and I think the Cossacks are leaning into that niche, and if you don't like it, then that's okay. You could say the same thing about the British expedition where they sit around drilling, but every comp has to be different just to add the variety, What were we going to check on? Oh, we were going to check on the Lower Rhine. So take a look at this. They now start with they have the 1% melee per regiment in the army for their infantry only. And they start with a diamond pendant, which the resale value is 250. So they're getting 250 extra gold. And now they get a socket bayonet at the very start too. So look, you can upgrade that and bang, you get the melee buff immediately and sell this off. And you can sell that for 10. So you now have 260 extra thalers to play with, which offsets that money loss that you're going to get. I feel like doctrine bonus. It should not say doctrine bonus -2. So let's go change that. Yeah, no, we want to say doctrine modifier. And then we are going to change these. Let's use our friend ChatGPT. And let's just do a temporary translation on these. There we go. Okay. My Lower Rhine buddies need some love. Yeah, the revamped tree would be good. Yeah. That'll be next month. And someone was asking about new items or skills or anything like that. That'll be next month as well. But there are mods. There will be mods that you can get. Like, check out the Steam Workshop already. Look at this. Oh my gosh, who the fuck added this? More encamped armies, more patrols, reduced army field. That's so funny. Yeah, there's a bunch of more veterancy by Ari. Increased max veterancy to 15. That's cool. Faster battle speeds. There's so many mods already. Naked and Afraid mod, Immobile HQ, more starting resources, 1-to-1 unit scale, extra cuisine. There's so much. This dude did an entire overhaul mod with a new faction. So that's pretty damn cool. Look at the Naked and Afraid mod. You just have one fucking guy. Look at the guys in battle. Look at the naked troops in battle. Italian kills should be... let's see. This one here, I imagine. Kill. Yeah, kills. I can change that. There you go. Will mods unlock achievements? They do, and I'm fine with that because if someone doesn't... There are people who play games where you say, hey, look, I put my money in. I want to play the whole game. I don't want to do progression, and I'm not going to fight you on that. If you want to do that, that's fine by me. If you want to create a mod that gives you so many resources and units that you instantly get a bunch of achievements, fine. I don't mind. And if you don't want to do that, you just won't use those mods, and that's okay. But yeah, for Lower Rhine, we're almost done, guys. I know it's getting a little tiring, but we're almost done. For Lower Rhine, is there anything we want to change here? Do you want to increase the melee per unit up at all? The highest they can get this is plus 20% for all their infantry by the end of the game. So this is 20% only end game. My only thing is, like, if you're playing Old Core, you get 15% from the very start, which is lower than the cap, but I don't know. Is there anything else? I gave them more money, so the bleed should be less of a problem. And yeah, I don't know what else I would do here. Is it even possible to change it to 1.5%? Let me check. What's their composition called again? Assault on mass. Isn't it 25% due to reserve? I think you're right. I think it does count to reservists. Yeah. I don't think I can do a decimal in the percentage. Oh, I can. I could. I'm just testing if I can. I'm not saying we will. I'm just asking if we can. But yeah, do you guys think we should just keep them as they are? 1% for infantry melee per regiment? Is there anything you guys would change here? I gave them the diamonds, so that helps compensate for a little less strong bonus, since it's not affecting everyone. Any opinions? $1.5 seems good. 2 seems good. 1 is strong. 1 stamina per regiment. I don't know. I like the melee. I think 1 is good. I'll do a little poll. The only thing you should be aware of as well is just that it's only for infantry. Now, it's not going to affect your cavalry anymore. I think most people want to keep it the way it is. It seems. Even if you add up the people voting 1.5 and 2, it's still outnumbered, I think, by the people who want 1%. A pocket Bible would be nice. I don't know. I think they have a decent amount of items to start with. They get 6. I'll do one more poll. Let's just poll 1.5 versus 1% infantry melee per regiment or 1.5%. You guys can just pick between the two. While you guys are voting, I'm just going to check out my messages. Okay, checking back. Seems like most people like the 1.5. Okay. The only decimal point nation. Yeah, that's true. Let's test if it's working properly. So 3 or 5 times 1.5 is, what is that? 7? No, 7.5. So you should be getting 7.5. Let's see how it rounds. So I'm getting 8%. So it rounds up, which is cool. Okay, that's neat. I like that. Are we getting rerolls and officers? I think we'll do rerolls maybe next month or January. I'm completely in favor for the rerolls, though. You just have to wait, but that's coming. That's coming. But we're just doing a lot right now. The modding was a huge undertaking on its own. The fact that we've been able to do anything else but build an entire modding system in 1 month and have a bunch of mods for launch, that alone is gigantic. So now that that's done, you know, we can work on other stuff too. So, all right. So we're happy with the lower Rhine. Now we have our B tier. This is the lower tier armies. The workshop is not open just yet, Zach. It's not open just yet. Here we have the King's Household. We get a good Swiss Fusilier, good Gendarmerie, and good French Gentleman Cav. I changed them to a veterancy gain instead of a morale. First of all, for King's Household bonus, did you prefer the morale bonus or the Cav veterancy gain? Which of those did you guys prefer, or do you want something else at all? I'm just curious because I changed it and I didn't really ask anyone to see how they felt about it, and I just want to make sure if we're on the right track or not. So you guys can vote what you prefer it being. Seems kind of split. Seems like everyone's kind of split on this one. Almost 3 ways. Yeah, the general idea with them is just that I wanted people using the really heavy high-tier cavalry, but the reason I gave them the veterancy gain is it can be hard to get to the Royal Cavalry stage because they're very expensive. Can I do combat effectiveness for... I feel like I don't want to give combat effectiveness to everybody. I think that's lame. And the thing is, we already give charge to the hussars. We give melee to the infantry, and yeah, I don't know. And we use combat effectiveness twice now, so it just, I don't know. So let's take a look here. So it would normally cost only 4 to get up to the Royal Cav. But, yeah. What's the point? Give so much XP if you're capping it at 9. Combat effectiveness to heavy cav. Gosh, that's... You guys all want combat effectiveness? Do we just give combat effectiveness to every composition in the game? Let's do the British infantry combat effectiveness. We'll do the Royal Cav combat effectiveness. We'll do heavy infantry for Old Corps combat effectiveness. And then we're going to do Hanover infantry or in command radius combat effectiveness. Let's just do combat effectiveness for everything. I don't know. I think it's just too much. I like when it's not the same thing every time. Yeah, that's a really tough one. Why don't we come back to... Let's come back to the King's Household. It seems a little contentious. Let's come back to it. Okay. We'll come back. Hungarian Vanguard, I buffed the light cavalry up, the light cav charge, and reduced the accuracy, and I gave the hussars more men. I'm pretty happy where the Hungarian Vanguard is. This may end up going up to A tier if people play with it properly. You get a good horse, a good saber as well. You even have a bagpiper for your infantry to charge in with axes and saddles, so you could just completely mass charge. I think this is quite a good composition at the moment. Why did the Hungarians have bagpipes? Because they actually used them. Isn't that crazy? I have a image of a Hungarian bagpiper if you'd like to see. Here you go. Hold on. Here's your Hungarian bagpiper in the middle, attached to the artillery. Yeah. They had oboists, bagpipers, fifers, flutes. They were a lot more diverse in their instruments. So, yeah. Okay, well, I'm happy with this then. Not without medicinal herbs. You want me to add herbs to them? I could. I don't know. Is there anything else that reduces damage? Maybe like blanket rolls or something? I could give them blanket rolls to reduce the damage as something small. I've just played with the 500 men Hussar regiments and they obliterated everything. Yeah, they might be too overpowered, Lee. I don't know. We'll see. Bibles. Have you given the jacket item? You know what? I may have not have given the jackets. I may not have given jackets. I think that'd be a cool thing to give them. Yeah, no one has jackets, so. Let's give them a little jacket. I think that's cool. I don't mind Hussars being scary because endgame they just feel like they suck so damn much, so. Okay. So we were happy with them. See, some of these comps are way easier. Now we've got the Imperial Army and the Cantonist levies. With the Cantonists, I feel like they kind of got cheated to be put in B tier. Do you think they're more of an A tier? The thing is, they don't have like a thing that makes them incredible. They just get some reservists now and then. It's just a but that's not a bad thing, by the way. It's a good starting composition for a new player. If you're new, you don't want something that's like, you're going to bleed reservists every single day, but rely on your prisoner rewards. That's a bit extreme. This one's just like, look, we're going to give you free stuff. You've got decent units and you've got decent items. Would you guys change anything here, or do you think it's fine? Cantonists or jacket all trades. Definitely A tier for Cantonists because they have no downside. Yeah, they have no weakness, really. I think they're fine, too. I don't think they really need to change. Okay. And then we have the Imperial Army. Now, here I gave them casualty restoration. I swapped it out, which I prefer. Do we want to do anything different with them, or are we happy with our Imperial Army? Because they should be exciting to play. I feel like right now they're not. And this bonus is a little bit lame, but... I was thinking of... What about this? What if we added in an artillerist recruit so that they had a slightly larger army like France, but their army is not... Where's France? There they are. But the difference between them is that France would have cavalry and a musketeer, and they could have artillery and a musketeer. Just so you have some kind of support weapon and not only infantry. Also, we could bump this up to 20%. We could do plus 20%. I could give them another infantry if you want to swarm. We could make them a swarming kind of composition. I don't think they need cavalry though, because the Cossacks are well, they could. I actually don't even mind. Infantry only feels thematic. It does feel kind of thematic, yeah. Which, by the way, let me clarify this. Right now in the game, they would need an artillerist recruit or a cavalry recruit in order to use those units. But in the next update in December, they will get a recruit that can turn into cavalry or artillery or infantry. So you can convert any of your recruits next month. By the way, you're saying to make them more thematic to not conflict with the observation corps. The one thing I will say is with France, they start with a provincial cavalry with their first comp, right? Then the light corps has a provincial cavalry. Then the king's household has more cavalry. So every single composition for France has cav. So it's not gonna like make it too underwhelming, I guess, you know, but let's start with a simpler question. Do you guys think we should do 20% casualty restoration instead of 15%? That's my first question, because that's easy to change if we want to. Mirror at war. I will poll you guys. You guys can tell me. Let me know what you prefer. Let me give you a real situation too. Let's say you lost 4,000 men in a battle. If you rescued 15% of 4,000 would be, you'd gain 600 back. If it were 20%, you would gain 800 back. And so let's say you had a total of 6,000 or 7,500 men you brought into that battle. You lost 4,000. Normally, you would end up... What color do I want to use? Yellow, I guess. Normally, you'd end up with 3,500 guys, but depending on which bonus, if you saved 15% versus 20%, the... sorry, that's easy enough. What color do we want to use? Green? Sure. The 15% you would gain, you would have 3,900 men. And what would that be? 4,300 men in this case. Out of the initial 7,500. When you normally would be at 3,500 out of 7,500. Oh, it's tied 50-50. The lower recruit unit cost was unique and strong. Why not keep that and add something to it? Well, I won't add anything to it because no composition in the game has multiple bonuses. But can you double check the math? Wouldn't 15% of 4,000 be 600? 15% of 4,000 losses is 600. And 20% of 4,000 losses is 800. That's what I did, though. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I completely messed up the addition at the end. I was using the wrong number. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. It'd be 4,100, duh. And then 4,300. With the 20%. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Here's the thing. Here's what I'll say. Let's leave it at 15% for now. Let's leave it for now. But next month, Russia's going to get units that have 2,000 guys in them. So when you have 2,000 men whose only strong suit is morale, you're going to lose so many guys, and that 15% is really going to be impactful to the 2,000 men. Right now, it's going to feel a little weaker, but next month it will be stronger. So let's leave it at 15%, and it will naturally become stronger next month. Because I can see the poll is 51% 49, so it's so split that let's just hold it where it's at right now, and then when it naturally becomes more powerful, then it'll work out. And I think that's kind of the way to go. Now, my next question is, with their composition, what do we want to add to them? We can do keep them as is, or add an extra unit. So let's start with that poll. And then if we do add an extra unit, I can do another poll to figure out what that unit would be. But let's figure out if you guys want more or not with them. So everyone's suggesting to keep add an extra unit. Okay. And then which extra unit? With the new tech tree, there is like a garrison infantry, which would be a fine addition for this update. It could be a 4th serf for now. Yeah. We're probably going to have to update them again next month when I add new units. But for now, we'll just see what people want added to it. I kind of split the vote with the cavalry one, because that 16%, if they couldn't vote for cavalry, would dump either an artillery or serf and would probably move it. So now let's re-poll. I'm going to do one more poll, and it's pretty much between... Now let's just do either an artillery recruit or a serf recruit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So now you can figure that out. And what I'll say is this month, artillery recruits will exist. Next month, artillery recruits will not exist anymore, which is fine. That shouldn't influence your vote. I'm just saying it will be, that unit will be gone next month, and it'll, the Russian unit tree, I'm going to show you a preview of how it's going to look. Which, by the way, we could change it. If you guys like the artillerist recruit, if you do, that's fine. Next month, we would just change it to a reserve artillery, because that unit is going to be liquidated. So either way, either vote is fine. I don't mean to give you guys a bias. I'm just showing you this will be the new tree. So look, you'll be able to go from serf recruit straight to battalion artillery. Or, you know, if you guys pick artillerist recruit, next month I'll just give them the battalion artillery instead. So it doesn't matter. That's fine. And then if you give them the serf recruit, then next month what I would give them is a garrison troop instead. So I'll swap it to either, I'll convert whatever unit we add, I'll convert either here or there depending on what you want. But this will be the new tree, roughly. This is wrong. It's not going to be lifeguards. It's going to be converged musketeers who are going to have like 2,000 men in them. And it'll be converged veteran grenadiers as well. So this will be the new Russian tree. I just want to give you a preview of that, which should be much better than what they have now. People are leaning on the serf recruit. Let's do that. And then next month, guys, you can upgrade the serf recruit into anything you want. It just won't be for now. So for those of you who think it's boring, just be a little patient, and next month it will get better. And let's do... They've got 3 and 1. Should we do... How do you want the organization? Do you want 4 of the serfs all bunched up next to each other? And 1 musketeer? Or do you want 3 of the serfs and then a musketeer like that? What looks nicer to you? Do you want the 3 and 2 or 4 and 1? We have a 3 and 2 and a 4 and 1 vote, a 3 and 2 vote, a 4 and 1, a 4 and 1, a 3 and 2. Uh-oh, it's a little split. 4 serfs on Fairmore and the Musketeer and Chernev. 4 and 1. Does it matter? It doesn't matter at all. It's purely aesthetic, which is why I'm asking you guys what would look nicer. It doesn't matter at all. Yeah. 4-1. I'll just poll you guys, and you guys can just tell me what you want. It doesn't matter at all. It's purely just visual. There, you guys can choose whatever you'd like. Blankets, I think they should. They got a great coat. I did give them a great coat. I could give them a blanket as well. Didn't we give a blanket, though? Oh, no, yeah, you're right. I think we should give them a blanket. I thought we gave it to Hungary, and we didn't. Did you know I had to beg my developer initially to do starting items? That was not in the game for a while. And I was pleading with him to be able to do starting items. And he was so opposed to it. But I always thought it was lame when you started the campaign, your inventory was empty. Just something felt wrong about that. I liked having a few items to kind of fuck around with at the start. But yeah, let's take a look. Actually, before I go in, let's pop out. Let's see what you guys prefer. 3 surf. Okay, you want to do 3 and 2. Let's do it. Oh my god, look at that army. That Russian army is big now. So you have a big one and a small one. Casualty restoration from throwing in tons of serfs. You have a bottle of vodka and blankets and great coats. So yeah, that's good. By the way, should the items that reduce attrition be a lot better? Because I kind of feel like, let me go in and run out of food, and I'll see what the attrition actually does, because I feel like if you run out of food, 10% doesn't make much of a difference. And any item that reduces attrition feels kind of useless to me. That's just me, though. But let's check it out. There we go. So we have no food. And we have no manpower. So now if we had, let's say, 3 days of attrition. Wow, that's not doing much at all. How come I'm not taking, like, any attrition at all? Is that... Huh. I feel like I'm not losing anybody. Oh, now I am. Now I'm losing a little bit more. Is this fine? I think this is fine. It seems like it's like picking up speed now. Yeah. So, look, this dude with the greatcoats has way more, but not that much. I feel like this should be, honestly, guys, I might be a little crazy here, but I would double. I'd be willing to, like, double the attrition reduction on these. Because look how noticeable, or unnoticeable it is, between having the blankets and not. You saved 100 guys from being out of food for 16 days with no food. Which the chance of that happening is so low to begin with. Anything that reduces attrition, I just usually ignore, because you never want to take attrition, so... I don't know, I would just add an extra 5%, or even 10% to these. Look at that. So an excellent surgeon will reduce attrition by 50%. And if you get down to minus 100% attrition, who cares? It's so rare that you're even going to deal with it. There. You should be able to item stack now and get like minus 100% attrition and make it so your guys never die if you starve. So at least there's some use case to it. But yeah, those items I usually ignore them. Okay, so we're happy with them. We fixed these guys. I think they're in good shape now. I think the Imperial Army looks a lot more interesting. And let me just ask, you know what? I don't even want to ask. I was going to say, do you like the discount on recruits or the casualty restoration? But we're going to give the free recruit playstyle to the HRE. The first HRE composition gets free recruits. So I like that this is casualty restoration. So we're going to keep it the way it is. There. Okay, so the last thing we have is our very controversial king's household. What do we want to do here? I have one idea, which you guys aren't going to like. I have one idea here. Which is... I think you guys really are not going to like this. Take the cavalry charge, bring that over to the household, and make that heavy cavalry charge, and then replace this with light cavalry speed, and then make the speed like plus 40% or something ridiculous, and then they fly around the battlefield at like lightning speed. See how they're like blurry? And then the what's it called? Masson du Roi heavy French cavalry hits much harder. Is that a stupid idea? I think the Hungarians are very thematic to have good charging, though. That's the one thing. So, I'm not doing combat effectiveness, goddammit. I'm not doing that. I think what I said, either people love it or really hate it. So, the 40% I made up, we could balance that number to be whatever we want, but I'm just kind of throwing this out there. Speed isn't good. Compensation for losing charge. 30% is good enough. 40% is too fast, yeah. It could be like, it could even say light cavalry, speed, and stamina. We could fit into plus 30%. So you get worn out less frequently and you're fast as hell. That could be possible to do it that way. We can do whatever we want to do there. I'm just spitballing right now. If you guys hate this, we don't have to do it. I guess the only thing is like the Cossacks kind of specialize that in already, that they're really fast and have really good stamina. So that's how you play the Cossacks as it is. Why not give speed and stamina to France? I guess because they're heavy cavalry. So these guys are meant to absolutely murder you, but they're slow. And then these guys are flying and they hit and run. So the Hungarians are about like hit and run tactics, and these guys are like medieval knights. That's how I see them, like to stereotype them. I'd prefer more durability for the light cav instead of speed. Let me think about anything else. Not a fan of the swap. Yeah, let me think of anything, if there's anything else. How about this? I have one more idea. I have one more idea. It could be like melee damage reduced by 30%. And then the negative could be some other thing. I don't know. So your troops, your cavalry feels like knights, right? They feel heavy and armored. and then you stack the armor plates on them, and then you play into melee damage reduction. So that's a strategy you can play into. And then with the hussars, what we could do to make them more interesting is it could be, what is it right now? Let me just check. 1 second. I want to check the percentage of what it is right now real quick. Okay. To make this more interesting, you could even switch this to light cavalry, charge, and speed plus 20%. So now that is very useful in combat. So you can fly around and smash into people. And then this one makes it so your guys fight very... Let's see what... They already have a minus 30% right there. So you'd get minus 60% melee damage received. So you would charge your cavalry in, and they would just be kicking ass. That could be kind of cool. Because it would be really hard to kill them. Your only weakness would be guns. But if you got into a melee, your guys would be able to grind anybody down. Yeah, it's a tough one to do a poll on, because I've been throwing out so many ideas. So I don't know. I'll poll about the damage reduction thing. Do you guys like the damage reduction idea? I'll just say yes or no. Let's not worry about Hungary right now. Let's just look at the king's household. Just ignore Hungary just for the time being. But do you like the damage reduction idea, or do you want to go a different way? Because we can go a different way. I'm just curious. It could be... I don't want to give them melee damage because I already give the lower Rhine melee, so that they already play into melee. And melee damage reduction is fine because then you need to buy items and stuff to get your melee stat up. And then your melee damage reduced is kind of letting you have more staying power. But yeah, 30% might be too high. I don't know. I just made up that number. You could even do melee damage reduction. Melee damage reduction minus 25%, so they feel more armored. And then, or you could do this would be cavalry. Cavalry melee damage reduction. You could... Here's another thing. You could do all damage reduction. I could do fire and melee damage reduction. So they're just like super armored. You can just like eat shots and just bully enemy. You could, and then the debuff could be some kind of stamina thing. It could be like cavalry stamina minus 5% or minus 10%. So they get worn out, but when they start moving, they're just like bullying infantry and cavalry and just pushing through. That could be kind of a fun play style. And you can build into that using herbs to restore casualties and breastplates to reduce damage even more. Yeah, that's another idea too, Samuel. Is like the Minden idea, which could be cavalry melee damage reduction minus 20%. I feel like they're already good at rolling units. The thing is, Fun Police, then, if they're already good at rolling units, they're already good at everything, they're already good at charging, then morale isn't useful, melee isn't useful, charge isn't useful, nothing's useful then. What would be useful? You know what I mean? I'm not quite sure. If you're saying they're already excellent at everything and they roll units, then why would you even... What's the point of even playing as this composition? I feel like I would just not even... Like, I don't know what to do with that. I guess you want to move it to, like, a campaign bonus, so they, like, earn more money if they sell items or something, or maybe they get a discount to recruitment. But that doesn't feel very thematic either. I don't know what I would... It could be officers, sure. It could be an officer bonus. Like, officers give more morale. But we already kind of do something with... It could be the experience buff, too. I don't know. That's kind of fucking lame, though. I thought the damage reduction would have been cool. Let me draw a couple other ideas then. We already do fire damage received for the observation corps, though. So I don't really want to do that for them. I'd do stamina probably there. We could do cavalry veterancy gain plus 50%, something high. And then, or 40% is what I had it at before, right? And then the negative would be non-cavalry veterancy gain, let's say, plus, minus 10%. I think that's a better debuff for that. So that you have like peasants and then like armored knights, which is kind of a similar theme there, but you could give... I could give the observation a different debuff. And move the fire damage received over to the cavalry. That's an option. Let me just... I'll write that down. I'll say if I did that, I would have to change the observation corps. I'll just write it down. But I would change the observation if I did that. And then for Hungary, it doesn't matter right now. Hungary we'll get to when we get to it. So these are really the options. I guess the only other option would be the morale thing. Cavalry morale plus 25% or whatever it was before. I don't know. And then their negative was what? What did they have before? Oh, the officer death chance. I don't really like that. That's another option. If you guys had to eliminate one of these, by the way, don't obsess over the numbers too much, because the numbers can get adjusted. These are just the ideas. And then Darkfire wanted me to add in the fucking cavalry charge. I'll add that one in as another option. I don't know if they're really meant to be a charging, like charging. I think of light cav like hitting hard but not lasting long in the battle, whereas the knights I think hit decently hard but they are really hard to kill off in time. What would their debuff be? Heavy cavalry charge. I kind of like the idea that you have like peasants and knights, so maybe it'd be the non-cavalry morale. Something like that. Heavy cavalry has bigger horses than hussars, and their charge would have more mass. The thing is, I think you could just say the same thing about everything. You could say heavy cavalry, it's a bigger horse, right? And you've got a bigger sword, and they're heavier units, so they're going to deal more melee. And it's a heavier sword, they're more experienced, so they're just going to be better fighters, they'll have higher morale. And they're a bigger horse and a better sword, so they're going to have a higher charge damage. And they're a bigger horse, and you could just kind of justify that they're going to be better at everything. I think light cavalry is, if they're quick and they move behind enemy lines and they harass, the only way you could abstract harassment, what would be harassment? Harassment would be, I'm going to rear charge you and tap you and get out of there. So if that is the only way to abstract that in this game system, then light cavalry has to be for charging. And heavy cavalry has good charge, but they're mainly looking at being better at a melee combat, where once you get locked into that combat, the heavier cavalry who's professional is going to melt away the hussars. And I think from a historical roles, hussars are not used in a more traditional combat sense. They're used to harass. So if you're going behind enemy lines and looking for weak targets, then you want to hit them fast and get the hell out of there. But the last thing that hussars want to do is get locked in against heavy infantry or against an infantry square or against a large formation. And you'd probably want heavier cavalry to deal with that. But your light cavalry, you want to go harass and move quickly around the back. So it synergizes nicely to represent light cavalry through charges and heavy cavalry through melee. That to me is the way that I've represented that in the restrictions we have for the game. A maintenance cost. I think that's an issue. I think that is an issue because the national doctrine for France, you lose money. So I think that's a problem. You would have two sources of losing money, and then no one would play it. So I think that is one of the worst ideas you could do. It sounds like a good idea on paper, but it is going to make this the least favorite composition in the entire game. People won't play the Freikorps if they lose 2 manpower. And you want to do... By the way, most people avoid France because they lose 1 thaler a day from their officers. And now you're going to add another cash loss. No one's going to touch this. I wouldn't touch it at that point if I'm losing double cash. I would ignore that. Give heavy cavalry combat effectiveness. A fun place. I don't know if you're trolling me or anything. I like lost my temper at that suggestion because every fucking composition in the game, the entire suggestion is give them combat effectiveness, give them combat effectiveness, give them and I don't want to do that, man. I just don't want to do it. I don't want everything to devolve into, well, they're really good units, so they need combat effectiveness. The Old Corps, they need combat effectiveness, and I think the Hannoverians, they need combat. I'm gonna fucking die if I hear that again. Okay, S/S is combat. It's sarcasm. That's good. Fun police, you rage baited me a little bit with that one, man. You threw in your little fishing rod and you reeled me in. You reeled me into the rage bait on that one. But no, we've got 5. I think these are good options. I think all of these are good options. I think all of these are good, and I think we could do process of elimination and figure out master of combat effectiveness. Exactly right, dude. Unit cost is my favorite for them as a downside. Yeah, it could be. I don't mind that as well. Non-recruit unit cost, so they're expensive, I guess. Why don't we not look at the downside right now? Let's start with just what we want the upside to be. So let's ignore this shit. Okay. And just eliminate... Just ignore the red. Eliminate one of these that you guys don't like. So which... to eliminate. First of all, I can only pull 4 things, so we've got to get rid of one of these. So you guys tell me which one is the one to get rid of. I would probably get rid of the morale one personally because France is not known for morale, and I don't think they should play into morale. I think if that's their one weakness, we should make that their actual weakness. That's my opinion. So I think that should get removed. Yeah, I don't think they need the morale. I'm going to get rid of that. Because I think every faction has to have a weakness, and if that's the French weakness, then that's the way it should be. So we're going to do that first. We're going to rename this now to D. And then we're going to bring this back. There. And now we're going to eliminate them. Eliminate either A, B, C, or D. So you can eliminate one. So pick one to remove. Not your favorite. Pick one to remove. A, B, C, or D. A is all damage reduction minus 25%. B is melee damage minus 30%. C is veterancy gain. And D is heavy cavalry charge. Which one gets eliminated? It seems like C is the first to eliminate. Let's let some more people vote. Only 35 people have voted. How many people are here? There's a total of 100 people watching. We'll try to get 50 votes before For anybody who's kind of passively listening, we're trying to figure out what bonus to give to the French heavy cavalry composition. And so we're removing an option. These are the 4 options that we have. And so you can see on screen what they could get, but we're going to pick one to remove. Yeah, seems like the veterancy gain is not very popular. Let's get rid of that one. I didn't love that one either. It doesn't make you feel like medieval knights. I think that's the feeling I want people to have. And I feel like veterancy gain is more of a British thing and a Prussian thing. So I think it is not as thematic. So I understand why we don't want to go with that. Okay. If they got heavy charge, would the Hungarians lose theirs? Yeah, I will say there's a stipulation. I'll add stipulation that if we do this, I'll need to rework Hungary's bonus. And then the other stipulation is, yeah, stipulation. That one's not even a stipulation, actually. I'll leave that one the way it is. That's the only one that really, you know, a bonus per cavalry regiment. I wouldn't do that because the first French composition is a bonus per infantry regiment. And if you do a bonus per cavalry regiment, it's just, you know. I have many questions about the melee stat. All melee does is just determine how much damage you do when you're in melee together. Swinging, when they're playing an animation to swing their sword, that all it's doing is calculating how much damage they do. And then the other thing it will do as well is your melee skill reduces the amount of melee damage you take back. So here's how it works. Charge damage, melee damage. Charge damage is, your charge skill is how much damage you initially do on impact of the charge is compared against the unit's brace amount. Higher brace will lower the charge damage. If two units charge each other and one has a very high charge skill and the other has a low one, the higher charge skill reduces the amount of damage received because their skill is superior. So if you had like a 90 charge versus a 20, not only are you going to do more damage, you're going to take less because the enemy is so unskilled at charging. That's what that does there. Melee damage is purely used when the animation begins of swinging a sword or bayonet. Each swing of animation triggers a damage calculation. The only math going on is each side's melee skill is compared, and your melee skill, if it's very high, not only does higher damage, but slightly reduces the damage coming in as well. So if you had 90 melee and the enemy had 10, not only are you doing more, but yeah, remove C. I think I'll remove C. I do agree. Let me vote on it, though. Only one guy said that, remove C. Yeah, let me not be instantly convinced. Let me let you guys vote and not be instantly convinced by one person. Anyways, that's not how it works. It is how it works. What are you talking about? C's not dead yet. I'm not going to let one person instantly convince me. Which to remove. I think everybody is saying slay C, but I'm just going to let people vote on that first. Okay. We are slaying C. So now it's between A and B. Is the intention here to make Royal Cavalry just bunga into the enemy line and stuck it out I think the idea is just that they're supposed to feel like knights going in. And I think the playstyle I'd want is that here's a playstyle I want. I want the heavy cavalry to feel like knights that go in, and I want everyone else to feel like the peasants, like a traditional stereotype of French medieval combat, where like your infantry are kind of like lower morale, and your cavalry are so good that the cavalry has to. You would basically build a disproportionate army. That like it'd be like 50% cav, 50% infantry. I think that'd be kind of fun. And the infantry is just there to hold. It's kind of like in Warhammer, in Warhammer Total War. What's that faction? The Bretonnians, where you have like peasants and then knights, and the peasants are just there to hold the line until the cavalry can kind of swing around. And I think that is my intention for these guys. I think that'd make them at least interesting. Yeah, you guys are saying all damage received is too powerful. I think that's probably right, because they wouldn't have a weakness. So we've got the cavalry melee damage reduction. I like melee skill and stamina. I think, though, the issue, Darkfire, is the first army composition for France is melee damage. And then the final composition for France is melee damage. That kind of sucks. By the way, you guys are really hating on the melee damage reduction. It is incredibly powerful. I don't know if you've ever played and just found melee damage reduction items and stacked them. I think there may even be a skill that does it too. Your guys become like really unstoppable. They become very skilled. And I think that is really, really cool, because you get moments where one of your cavalry is like fighting off 3 other cavalry units and none of your guys are dying. And that's quite fun, honestly. Yeah. I don't, this seems very contentious. So, I don't know. You're already shredding on melee, yeah. I'm just going to go ahead. I know you guys are going to write. The thing is, if you wrote something, I probably read it. So if you want to write it 100 times how I'm wrong, I've read it the first time. You can protest as much as you like, I know, but I don't know. I'm going to go with this, honestly. I like it, and then I want to make some adjustments to it. I think it's fun. This is something that I would play. You may not play it, and that's fine. But I think this is more interesting, at least. And by the way, I'm not shutting down criticism. You can obviously criticize it. I'm just saying there are a few people where you're writing the same message, or you're copying and pasting it, and it is, I see it, you know, I understand. Yeah, we have a couple options here. We can do... We have a few different options for the debuff. This is my most played composition, and I like this. Just the numbers need to be adjusted. Yeah, I'm with you, Lee. This is my favorite composition, too, so I feel quite strongly about it. I like that, empanadas. I like the unit price idea, because you're like buying them armored. That's kind of a cool idea. I know people have said they don't like that because you're discouraging the player from using cavalry, but I think you're just paying a premium for better cavalry. So I think that's kind of neat. So cavalry regiment cost plus 10%, let's say. Don't worry about the exact numbers. We're just kind of throwing out some placeholder numbers. Yeah, you're buying the nobles. I like that. Cavalry move speed or stamina. Maybe one of those. And then the last one could be like an infantry debuff, so that it really leans into cavalry. Infantry morale Or, yeah, it could be morale minus 10%. Or it could be infantry veterancy gain minus, because they're being ignored. It's like they're being neglected. So they're not getting as much experience and upgrades. It's kind of like if you have like an inter-service rivalry and they're moving resources away. So these are kind of 4 different ideas. I don't like the fire damage because we already use it for observation corps. So I think we should get rid of that. Knights were never cheap. Yeah, I do quite like that idea. I like the idea of the knights being expensive. Yeah, infantry minus 10%. Well, look, if you actually did infantry minus 10 combat effectiveness, at least it'd be being used differently. It'd be used as a negative. But if we had 3 or 4 positive combat effectiveness buffs, then it becomes too redundant. So I'm actually open to that, but I think that's too punishing. If we have Swiss, it's silly to debuff them. I guess so, but the Swiss have really high morale, so they're a good sturdy unit that isn't as impacted. But when you buy royal recruits, you'd really feel it. So I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. If we did that, I don't even really love that idea, but I'm just saying if we did it, I don't think it's that bad. Let's remove one of these at a time. Let's remove these one at a time. Yeah, there is some history there, empanadas, about the elite Maçons du Roi used the French guards and the Swiss guards. So I feel like the morale wouldn't make sense. Veterancy gain isn't so bad because it's again like the resources are moving toward the cavalry, but I think morale is inaccurate. I know we're talking about gameplay versus history. I think we actually break the historical accuracy a little too much because I would just do that, honestly. I'd make that the option if we did it. For the cavalry, God, with them running out of breath all the time would be annoying as fuck. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe move speed would be better there. But yeah, let's eliminate 1. Gosh, who would have known we would have been stuck on the king's household all day? Everyone else was so easy. So you get to eliminate 1. Everyone wants to eliminate B because it... Yeah, I think they're just going to make them painful to use. So I agree. Let's eliminate B. I agree. I think they're just going to be annoying to use if... Yeah. So I'm going to rename them A or B. So they've been renamed. Now you're going to choose your favorite. A or B. You pick your favorite. Yeah, let me think about it. I like the idea of A, that you're paying a higher premium for really good units. I also like the theme of B, that your infantry are a little more neglected, and I would imagine, like, here's the one thing I'll just throw out there. I just want to throw this out there. With B, your army composition is going to look like mostly cavalry because the infantry is not gaining as much veterancy. So you're going to use cavalry more with the composition. I think the only issue I see here is, oh, it costs more. I'm going to rely on mostly infantry for a cavalry-oriented composition. That's the only criticism I do have about B, or about A, I mean, is that if cavalry costs more, I'm just not going to buy it. So I'm just going to use infantry and artillery. And if I'm using infantry and artillery for the buff, then it feels a little, I don't know. So that's the only one I'm a bit unsure of. Whereas this one says, hey, don't use that much cavalry. Really lean into the Or I'm sorry, don't use that much infantry. Really lean into cav. So, I don't know. I know you guys are pretty decisively in favor of A, but there is something that I just want to make sure of, that the French meta is already spamming Swiss Grenadiers. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You already rely on tons of the heavy infantry. It being a cavalry debuff is weird. I do agree as well. I may have to override the vote, honestly, because I agree with the people who are writing things. But I don't necessarily agree with the people who are voting on it. So I don't know. Are you against giving it a +1 penalty to non-cavalry promotion cost? You know, we did that for the old corps. Yeah, Darkfire, you are right, because with the old corps, we buff the heavy infantry and make the non-heavy infantry cost more. So if you want to make this a cavalry run, it's harder to do, and you're very much encouraged. Yeah, 10% artillery accuracy plus 20% artillery cost. I don't like that either, so I don't know. I think that I prefer, honestly, this. Because here's the thing I'll also say. Let me just defend this for a moment as well. Is that this doesn't mean you can't use infantry. It just means that if you have a bunch of royal recruits, you're not going to make them all top of the line units. In fact, if your veterancy is lower, you might buy the higher tier units and skip on recruits because you don't want to have to wait for a slow upgrade. And then you're definitely going to buy cavalry. So what you would end up doing is you would buy high tier infantry who don't need to grind all the way up. And then you would go down the cavalry tree and you would gain normal veterancy. So you're using elite infantry and elite cavalry, which I think is a good theme for the king's household. Yeah. Someone else mentioned, or Empanadas, you're mentioning maybe increase cost on infantry. That's not a bad idea too. I'm not opposed to that either. To just say that all the resources have been going over to cavalry, so if you want to buy infantry, you know, it's going to cost more. So I think, as their infantry was in part mercenary, yeah, that's true. So I'm not opposed to either of these ideas then. Infantry costs, let's say plus 10% or something. So yeah, if you wanted to go Swiss, it'd be more expensive. In this case, I'd probably buy a lot of royal recruits and then upgrade them down either path. But I would honestly go with one of these. I don't like the idea of debuffing cavalry for a cavalry-oriented faction. I think that's the wrong way to go. I don't think it was uninteresting, but I think it's going to be wrong in practice. I think from a design perspective, I think one of these is going to be better, because you're going to see a really unique composition emerge, and you want to see players finishing the game with a disproportionately high amount of cavalry. That doesn't mean they're not going to use infantry, and if they're only using a little bit of infantry, they're probably end up going to use like some heavy Swiss units, which is the theme of the Maison du Roi, but you want the composition to look like it invested heavily in cavalry. Which of these? So I like veterancy gain nerf since France has reduced income already. Interesting, yeah. Yeah, let's see what you guys feel about this, and then we're going to wrap up. And then the last thing we need to do is update the difficulties on the compositions and take a look at their bonuses and negatives. I thought this composition was about playing tall. It is. It is to an extent. I think France inherently doesn't play tall because they have brigade, a brigade discount. But yeah, it's a tough one, honestly. Empanidas, I see your point of what you're saying. Like, the Swiss were sort of a mercenary force, and you want the player to play tall, so not buy too many units. And so that's why B makes maybe more sense thematically. I play everything tall. The enemy will be wider anyways, yeah. You know what I kind of want to do in January to help the wide players is maybe allow reserves to come into battle if a unit flees. And maybe you get a pop-up and just say, hey, one of your units has fled. Do you want a reserve unit to come into battle? Because sometimes I never fill up my reserves, but if you were playing truly wide, you could, and that could be interesting. So that's maybe more of a February or January conversation. You know, I actually am stuck on this. I'm stuck. And I know the votes say A, but I feel stuck. I feel not sure what I want to do. Neither of these jumps out at me as like the absolute correct answer. I really like the melee damage reduction. I'm very happy with that, and I like the breastplates going along with it. It's a nice synergy. I really love that, honestly. The secondary thing I just don't know, though. I actually just don't know. Let's just pause for a moment and knock out Hungary. And are we happy? I buffed the cavalry charge and lessened the accuracy. The only other thing I would consider is if we did light cavalry charge and speed and did it plus 20%. But I don't mind. I think they're already fast, and I think the charge is a cool thing to lean into. So I don't know if that's necessary. Do you guys have any feelings about that, or do you think it's good how it is? I personally think it's fine how it is. That's how I feel. Because I kind of feel like the Cossacks play into speed and stamina, and I don't want Hungary to play into speed and charge. I feel like that's not... I feel like it's too much for them. That's my thoughts on that. Yeah, I think they're okay. Let's leave them as they are. I think I already buffed them, so they're already going to be more fun. I agree. The Hungarian Hussar have a 45 walk. Let me look. Maybe their stats are wrong. Let's see. Hungarian Hussars have a 40 walk, 90 run. 65. Yeah, this is wrong. You're absolutely right. I think you're right. I think you are. Let me double check. The way it's supposed to be, I think you gain... You gained 40, gained 30. I'm not sure why that is. Gained 30, gained 30, gain 30. Light cavalry is always supposed to gain 30 of whatever its walk speed is. So 75 minus 30 is 40. Oh, that's heavy cav. So there's a difference of 45 with the heavy cav. There's a difference of 30 with the light cav. So that's 30. That's correct. There might be an exception for provincial, but it doesn't seem like it. Okay. So all the running speeds are correct, but I'm seeing that some of the walk speeds are incorrect. By the way, Royal Cavalry is so powerful. Would anybody be upset if I just slowed them down by literally just 5? Just so the upgrade, you feel the heaviness by getting 10 extra melee, 5 extra charge, 10 extra morale, a little less stamina, a little less speed. I feel like that is appropriate. Not to do some vibe balancing there. But Royal Cavalry is so fucking good as it is. The bigger thing definitely though is the speeds are wrong. So I'm gonna go check that. 90 minus 60 is 30, so that's correct. 30, that's correct. 30, that's correct. Now let's look at heavy cav. This should be 45. Sorry. That's a 20 difference, which is weird. Which again, I mean, they designed to be slow? Let's see. I think I designed the British to just be slower. That they go up to 70. No, but they walk really fast, don't they? Oh, no, no, no. It is meant to be a 20 difference. I'm fucking wrong. Hold on. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a 20 difference with heavy cav and a 30 difference with light cav. Right? Heavy cavalry, or Hessian cavalry make no sense. Yeah, they're a little weird. They have light cav numbers, but heavy cavalry speed. Yeah, I feel like something's just wrong here. What the hell did I do? I don't know what, all the numbers feel weird. Let me open up my, the French cavalry are completely correct. This is all completely correct. So, sorry, let me just check this because I just don't know why a lot of these numbers are the way they are. They have 600, which is correct. They have 500, which is correct. They have 70 speed, which is not correct. They should be equivalent to a horse grenadier. And a horse grenadier is 70, which I think horse grenadiers are meant to go faster. Right. They're as fast as like a dragoon, so that makes sense. A dragoon is 50-70. And a dragoon here is 50-70. Yeah, that's fine. So this is correct. The Hannoverian cavalry, you gain 30, so that's 50-80. And they're based off of a hussar. And hussars are a base of 55 in that case, or a base of 40 in that case. Just depends on the type of hussar, it seems. This is wrong, though. You gain 40. Unless all the Russian cav, unless I made all the Russian cav slow, which I may have done, because I tried to give each cavalry kind of a theme. And I may have made the Russian cavalry slow. Let me check. No, this is incorrect here. This should be 50. Should be 50-80. To be a difference of 30, yeah. That should be 35. That should be 30 technically. But I don't think I want to make them that bad. So I'll keep that at 35. Cossacks should gain 30. Yep, these are all correct as well. They should be 20, that's correct. But they're just a little bit faster. Well, are they? The cuirassiers are gaining 30, which they shouldn't. They should be 60. That's correct. Damn, there's a bunch of mistakes with my speeds, my cavalry speeds. So I'm glad you brought that up. This is now correct. That's by 30. That's by 30. That's by 30. This is way too slow. It's way too slow. So I'm just going to log that unit. Do I have unit changes? I have battle changes. So many cavalry units had the wrong walk speed and have been buffed. Generally, light cavalry gains plus 30 speed from their walk speed, and heavy cavalry gains plus 20 speed from their walk speed. There. That one's correct. 20, 65, that's correct. That one's correct as well. That's also correct. Let's check out the Freikorps. That one's correct. 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 Okay, yeah. It was only a couple of them. Let's see what I changed. I changed the Hungarian Hussar, Russian Cuirassier, Russian Hussar. So I changed the Hungarian Hussar, Russian Hussar, Russian Cuirassier, and French. What was the French one I changed? French Royal Cavalry got adjusted, which should have been lower. Yeah. Okay, and then we also looked, I thought we looked at one that made no sense. We said the Hessian Cavalry didn't. They're a 50, but they're based on a Horse Grenadier. And Horse Grenadiers go 50 because they're a little faster. So that's fine. Yeah, no, they're fine. Okay, yeah. Glad we cleared that up. The Hannoverian Cavalry aren't fast. They're faster than the Hessian. Yeah, they're okay. It's because the Hessian one's based on a Horse Grenadier, which I might change later. I'm planning on doing a big cavalry rework in like January, where I just lay them all out and just make some adjustments of how I want them designed. Because in December, I'm adding new units, so January is a good month to kind of just do a balance pass. But if we just start trying to balance all the units now, then I add more units, and then I change them, and then it's just too many things. So as long as we fix it, let's just fix how it was supposed to be intended, and I think we're in a good spot. The last thing we need to do before we revisit the King's Household are the national buffs. We have got these national buffs. Okay. Are they hidden? Are they hidden from the player? Are they really? I didn't think they were hidden. I think you could find them. Can't you just hover over the speed and it tells you? Let me check. Yeah, you can actually check their walk speed and their run speed. You just have to be in the camp. Unit stats 20, run speed stats plus 25. Oh yeah, that one's fine. 40, 70. Yeah. Let's look at Britain. They've got a $10 subsidy, but 25% extra cost on their brigades. I've long felt that the British are a little overpowered, but I can understand why they get that much money if the brigade costs are so expensive. So I'm pretty happy with the British. I could see, here's the only thing I could see, is maybe moving this down to +8. That's really the only thing I would be willing to change if we change something. British OP, not because of the money, it's because the units are strong. Yeah, I do agree. I think the British accuracy is a little bit nuts. I was considering giving them all a -5, especially because in December I have to add a foot guard. And if I'm adding in a foot guard who's going to be even better, then I have to recalibrate them. But are we happy with this? I don't see a huge issue with them. Let me know if you guys are happy or not. Leave it. Okay, we're going to leave it. Multinational army. This one's a little bit rough. The only thing about this is the army comps are really strong, so they kind of compensate for this. But I think maybe this debuff is a little bit severe, because the +3 is actually better than I think people think. There are cases somebody just posted they went into a town, there was no one to recruit, because sometimes the modifiers just screw you. And this just gives you more options if you want to, especially in Acts 2 and 3 when you want to buy the units you want to buy, and officers when you're hunting for like fire by rank, you have a higher chance of finding it because you're getting 3 extra officers per estate, and that is quite helpful that it's both of those +3. But this -20% feels a little extreme. Would you guys rather move it to -15% or minus? I don't know if I'd only go -10. I feel like -15 would be good. What do you think? -15 or -10? I don't want to leave it. I think -20 does feel too punishing. I've long felt that. I just felt like this feels like more of a hindrance. If someone offered you this as a doctrine, you wouldn't take it. You'd be like, look, I'm losing fucking 20% veterancy. I would do 15 in my opinion. I'd go 15. Because I think if you saw this out in the wild as a regular doctrine, you'd skip it. So I think that would feel better. Because it feels like more of a hindrance than it helps. Yeah. Junker aristocracy, double the officer rate, but less recruitable officers. So it's kind of the opposite. So you have to be more picky with your officers, but if you get them, they level up. I think this one's perfectly designed. It's not really that noticeable, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't really play into this, but I think that's fine because Prussia's a default faction. So you just get good officers, and I think that's fine. So I don't know if I would change this. And you could hunt for the fire by rank, but it's more luck based because you just hope to level up to get it. Yeah. Now this one I already changed. I already changed it. They used to get 20% extra provision consumption. I reduced it to 15%. The twice efficiency and rating is extremely good. I think this one is perfectly fine the way it is. I would not change this. I'm not even going to let you guys give feedback on it. I don't think I want to even change it. I think I'm fine with this. Now here's the one that's controversial. I hear a lot of people bitch about this one. I hear a lot of people complain. Now let me also say, oh wait, actually, before we go, do you guys like the Hungry Bear being at 15% or 20%? Do you like that I removed it? I didn't ask anyone. I just did it. I'll come back to the French one, but are you guys fine with 15? I feel no one touches Russia to begin with, so I feel like people are getting discouraged. I saw someone play the game when it first came out, and they starved to death like 3 times. So, I don't know. I think 15's fine. Because I don't want to force someone to raid. 15's fine. Okay. So with this one, I think a lot of people are stressed out by this. And I don't think it's that big of a deal because you're saving so much money on the brigades. But, yeah, let's say you spend 150 days per region. Okay. So you're spending 450 days total. And let's say you're averaging 4 officers. You could say the average is 3, but you already start with 2. And I don't want to go 5 because you only get 5 at the end of the game. So let's say your average is 4. So 450 times 4. So you're losing $1,800 across the game. And then the brigade cost, let's check what the brigades cost. Division upgrade costs are 300, 600, 1200, 2400. All right. I'm gonna have ChatGPT do all the math for me. Okay, so you're saving 25% off equals saving 1,125 saved. So you saved that amount and then you probably lost that amount. So I think that we can't really make the debuff any less harsh because it's already down to 1. But we could make the brigade cost even cheaper. Which could be kind of cool. It could be cool having like super, super cheap brigades to let you mass expand. Or it could be changed entirely, yeah. We could change it entirely. What would you guys rather do? Do you want to change the debuff entirely? Or do you want to just make the buff more extreme? Let's do a vote. I like the brigade cost discount. That will stay. I will not change that. But the debuff, I could maybe change that. Or the buff, I could maybe increase the discount. Here's the one thing I want to also just add. I have to explain how this works really quickly. Oh, that's interesting. Item slot increase. So you have to play wide. That's interesting, Bureau. That is very interesting. Let me also just say this real quick, though. You cannot put unique faction elements into the national doctrine. And I'll try to explain what I mean. If you have 5 nations and you have recruit costs, and let's say for France it's $100, and for the other nations it's 200, 300, 250, 350, right? If you make the national doctrine of France that they get a 10% recruit discount, it means nothing because they already are cheaper, right? And then what, this goes down to 90. When will it ever be 100? It'll never be 100. So then it's redundant, right? But a brigade cost is not unique per nation. A brigade cost is 250 for France, 250 for Russia, 250 for Austria, for Britain, and so on. And so if it got discounted, you have something to compare it to. The unit cost I already changed, right? So you do not want to adjust. Notice here, rating, everyone can do rating. Officers, everyone can recruit officers. Money, everybody can gain money. Brigades, everybody can open up brigades. But if it's a specific unit, like not everybody can recruit the same units. Also, if you did something on a national, this is only for the national level. If you did something on the national level like plus 10% accuracy, that also means nothing. Because if Britain's accuracy was naturally 40, and then 30 over here, 10 over there, 20 over there, it means what? Britain's always 32? When do they ever get 30? They don't, because it's already a unique stat. So you don't want to apply national percentage modifiers onto national stats. That's why a brigade cost, everybody opens the brigade, and it's the same cost for everyone. So when it's discounted by 25%, that's noticeable. So that's just something I wanted to explain of how that design works. So people are saying make the buff more extreme. So I think the 2 directions I can see, there's a few directions, would be, I do like the cheap brigades expensive item slot idea too. I do like that idea. So let's put them against each other. Let's say let's try to get the savings up to $2,000, which would assume you can have 4 officers for the whole game and you're still profiting, which is pretty reasonable because you're not going to have 4 officers for the whole game. So you would need a 44% discount in order to do that. But let's do... Let me just do some math real quick. 1 second. One moment, sorry. Okay. If it was a 50% discount, it would be 150, 300, 600, 1200. The total discount in that case would be 2,250 saved. Now for Britain, we said it was 450 days. So 450 days times $10 is 4,500 if you're playing as Britain. Now, subtract that, though, from all the brigade costs. The brigade costs are 4,500. What is... One second. You have to pay an extra 562. So Britain earns 450 times 10 minus 562. So Britain's bonus rewards you with approximately 3,938 across the campaign. That's what you're gaining. This one, with a 50% discount, okay, would be 450 across the campaign, even with 50% discount. And I'm pretty sure the math is right there, because the idea is that it's 450 days times $10 a day is 4,500. If all the brigade costs are increased by 25%, you're paying an extra 562. So when you subtract minus the 562, that's where you come out with earning 3,938. That's assuming you're spending 150 days in each region, which is about appropriate. You could stay longer or shorter, but that's an average. So that's the true value of the British campaign, British bonus. I just explained why you can't reduce the regiment cost. So what I was saying in infantry cost, guys, I just explained it. God damn it. If you have infantry for France and it cost, I don't know, 450 for your infantry, and then for Britain it costs 380, and for Prussia it costs 750. If you discount the infantry by 10%, you're reducing this number for everyone all the time for France with no exception. No matter what composition you're playing as, it's a 10% discount always. And so this new number, this ends up being at, like, I don't know what it would be, 410 or something, would be the cost of a unit all the time. But why wouldn't we just make the unit cost 410 to begin with? Like, it's not a comparative number you can compare against other nations, because look, oh, for this nation it's 380, for that nation's it's 750. So you can't create a national bonus on a number that is completely unique to a nation. And completely unique numbers include unit stats, unit costs, and is that about it? I mean, yeah, it's really just unit stats and unit costs you can't touch on a national bonus level. You cannot do it. Brigades are the same cost for everyone. Now, if it was the case that line infantry for Britain cost 450, and line infantry for Prussia cost 450, and line infantry for France cost 450, then if you reduced it by 10%, then you could compare it when you go to play as France and you go, oh, look at that discount. But if the number is already adjusted, I pre-adjusted everybody's own recruitment costs on an individual basis, then you cannot do that. So that is out of the question. I hope that makes more sense. I think I explained that maybe better that time. Okay, so we have a couple ideas here. We could do new brigade cost minus 50%. The only issue is even if you did that, you're coming out with 450. So I feel like we got to change the secondary. I think we have to change that. So new brigade cost has got to be minus 50% probably, which sounds like a lot, but I don't think it's saving you that much money in the long run. I guess it doesn't have to be perfectly in line with what France has, or sorry, with Britain has. But yeah, you're saving 2,200 compared to Britain just getting a free 4,000. So even if there was no debuff, it's still worse than Britain's. Which, if anything, I kind of feel like Britain now... Doesn't Britain seem like that this is maybe too overpowered? If it was 450 times 8, that would be 3,600 instead. Which minus 562 from the extra costs would be a clean 3,080. Or 38. And so that's the value that brings if we did that. And for France, if we gave them a minus 50% brigade cost, their value would be what? Did I delete it? Oops. Let me see. If it was a 50% discount, you save 2,200. There. That's at least closer together. And then the other thing we have to look at is the debuff, which clearly can't be the officer bleed, because that's losing you so much damn money. And so let's change the debuff. I think we have to change it. It's kind of a neat idea that the officers cost money, because I've always been toying around with the idea of an upkeep cost, but I think, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. The two ways we could go are item costs or item cost or item slot cost increase. This way it discourages you from playing tall. As tall. You know, you can still play tall, but it's just discouraging you from playing as tall as you once were. That's an option. And then the other option, which, yeah, Empanada is giving, is the officer veterancy gain minus 15%. I guess the officer veterancy gain thing, the only thing about that is, look, we have officer veterancy gain, officer recruitment, officer veterancy gain. Is it a little bit overlapping if we're just doing that over and over and over again? I feel like that's too much. And I still like the cost thing because, look, the king is being carried, so the costs are high. If you want to buy bread for your men, it costs more, right? So you can't let them eat cake because King Louis is around. But he's levying the masses, so you're getting the brigade cost. So it still is thematic with that. I do like that. You could do officer cost instead. Could we do a longer period between taxes? I don't think we can. I'd have to ask Tom to recode it, and he's going to kill me if I ask him to do that because we're supposed to do the update today. A provision drain. A provision drain wouldn't work because we do that for the Hungry Bear, which is provision consumption. Why not both item and slot? I don't want to do item and slot because I don't want to do two negatives. The provision drain is already accounted for because they have a bigger army, and we already give that to France. What is the best French debuff? Yeah, it could be item cost, officer cost, or item slot cost. Actually, let's say what is the worst? What is the worst idea for a French? And we'll say pick your least favorite. We're going to do elimination. So pick your least favorite. I'm just going to write that in just in case, because sometimes we vote either way and I want people to know. Officer cost because of corruption. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Officers getting XP slower could... The only thing about the officers getting XP... we could do that too. I shot it down initially because we have a Prussian officer veterancy gain, officer recruitment, officer cost, officer... I feel like we're just doing a lot with the officers over and over and over again. And it might be just we're doing too much with it. Yeah, if item costs go up, I think that's extreme. I think if the item costs go up, that's going to be really painful to deal with. So we don't like the item cost. We could do item slots cost, like plus 10%, something really basic. But then opening up a new brigade's cheaper than upgrading your men, so that forces you into a playstyle. We could do the officer recruitment cost is plus 10%. We could do the officer veterancy gain is like minus 20% for it to be noticeable. And the only other things for the Grand Levee, as France is being lavish and ignoring the masses, would be maybe army replenishment. But then again, they have a big army, so I wouldn't do that. I'm just trying to think like how you represent bad logistics. They had not updated their logistics system since I think 1660, so it had been 100 years. They were still using a century-old logistics system. That would be like if the United States Army was using their logistics today from 1920. And like the way that like how many resources do you have to give, who do they give it to, how does the system work? Like obviously all that needs to be updated as you get new technology. So it could be resource costs, like 5%. So it's just really small. Like you're paying like a little extra tax every time you want to get manpower or food or things like that. That's interesting. But yeah, where are you guys leaning on this now? You probably would want to make this 10%, or maybe you buy resources so much. I feel like you got to make it small because it's going to add up. Let me just see what that would look like if I went in. I feel like with the item slot cost, they'll be the opposite of the Hessians. Yeah, and that's not a bad thing. It would discourage you from investing in your units and encourage you to spend that money instead of buying higher tier units. But yeah, let me check. You know, if I want to go buy ammo, 50 increased by 5% is what? What is this, 55? No, 52. So that's not very much. So it'd have to be like 10%. Then that would be what, 55, right? Yeah. So it'd cost 55 per ammo. So let's say I want to buy like 2 of those. I would pay an extra $10 if I did that. Probably an extra $10 here as well, roughly. So I would imagine that would end up taxing you probably a couple $100 per region. It'd honestly probably end up being roughly the same tax that Britain pays in their brigade costs if you did 10% on resources. It'd be about equivalent. You'd probably spend like $600 or $700 across the campaign extra if the resource costs were higher. Also, wide versus tall is a false dichotomy when Britain's getting an extra 4K. Yeah, they won't get an extra 4K. I am going to change that. It's going to be closer to 3K. I think I don't want to do veterancy because we already have so many things with officers, so I don't want to do it because it's not unique. That's one of these cases where the uniqueness is just not interesting as much to me. The item slot or the resource costs are more interesting, I think. So I would say, which is your favorite? Which is better debuff? Item slot cost penalty, resource cost penalty. So now you'll choose the winner, like which one we're actually choosing. You're not choosing your least favorite. Just vote and move on. How much money, and thus how much money it would actually have to have resources instead. Would you be at a net negative? I don't think you would, because I was calculating if you just did 10%, I'd probably pay an extra $20 there, an extra $20 there, and in this case, probably an extra $5. So this would cost me $45 to resupply. And how many times do you go to towns to resupply during a campaign? Maybe like 5 times. So 45 times 5 is like 200. And across 3 acts is 675. And if we want to assume that maybe a player gets in a lot of trouble, they go and have to buy at a place that was like rated in Act 3 and it costs a little bit extra. So maybe it's closer to 825. And with the new 50% brigade cost, you're saving 2,250. So it would move it down. You could play the full game without buying any new resources. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Because you could just fight battles and really be very picky with the resources you steal from battles. And then just pay attention. Like, look at the food cost at Waterloo. It's 16. So you could just shop, be very specific to shop at places with provision discounts or ammo discounts. Look, there's an ammo discount there, provision discount there, and an ammo discount there. Now, I got a little lucky, but it does show you can be picky. There's another food discount up there. Yeah, we can do the math of the item slot. That's also a good point. So 625 to 800, let's say you would spend. And then here, the item slot costs at 10% is not that much. I feel like the item slot thing is going to end up being less punishing, which is probably a good thing, but yeah, we'll see. It goes 50. What's the highest it goes to? Goes up to 250. Okay. And this is assuming, here's the thing, you also don't need to max out every item slot when you play. You don't really need to do that. This would end up costing an extra 75 to open up every single slot. Every slot would be 75. Let's say I want to do that for 20 units, which is unrealistic. That would cost me 1,500 at the highest end to get every single unit in every unit slot, which is super, that's honestly super unrealistic. I would say, like, most likely, I would have 4 units with fully open unit slots. And also, the percentage scales the higher the number is. So if 50 is increased by 10%, it's 55. Not that much, right? You're paying an extra 5. If 250 is increased by 10%, you're paying an extra 25. So what you would do as France is avoid grabbing the last 2 item slots because the percentage scales with a larger number. So you wouldn't want to grab the final 2 slots. So really the only penalty would be 25, 30, would be about $30 if you just ignored the last 2 slots. It'd be 75 if you wanted to pick up the last 2 slots. That's how much the penalty would scale at the end. So it really would prohibit you or penalize you from getting the final slots. That's all that it would do. But the first few slots would still be very, very cheap. Like I said, it would be 30. It'd be an extra 30 to get these 3 slots. Let's say I did only 3 slots for the whole army. I think that's more realistic. 30 times 20 is 600. So that would be most likely 600. I think that is the most realistic case. And I think this is more realistic here. And I honestly think for resources, that's more realistic here. So it'd probably be more penalizing with resources, I think. I don't know. Still prefer the resource penalty? Yeah. That's fair. It's more realistic for France as well, because they had just horrible logistics. I don't know. Well, who won the poll? The poll won. The resource penalty won the poll. Before I did the math, I don't know if it would change anything. With resources, you can play around it. Why the change to France? You know, Forrest, we did the math on the officer drain, and the math costs more than the bonus. So that's why it's getting changed, because it is actually more punishing than it helps. The math just actually hurts you. Just to give you some extra context, if you increase the item slots by 10%, it'd be 55, 110, 165, and so on. Yeah, honestly, this is not what I have to pay an extra $5 to like grab an item slot. That's fine. I don't care about that. But if I had to pay every time I visit the shop, I'm paying an extra $40 to just get the resources to survive. Or if I lost a huge battle, or sorry, I won, but I lost a lot of guys, and I desperately need to go refill, it feels like I would need to pay out a lot more, and I'd get punished. So it's a tough one. I think the resource is more thematic, but the item slot is way less painful to me. This seems, I don't know who is playing and getting max items on every unit in their army. We could even do the resources at only 5% instead. Just so they're not as punishing. But, I don't know. I like playing tall. Well, I guess France is not really the nation that's meant to play tall, though. You're supposed to expand wide with the brigade discount. So yeah, I think the resource cost is fine. I rarely am buying resources, only when discounts and reservists and emergency. Okay, fair enough. Would resource costs penalize playing wide? It probably would, because you would have to pay for more manpower, and it's going to be more expensive. But the brigade costs are so cheap, it probably makes up for it. If the brigade costs are this cheap. You have to play them tall because you have to upgrade them. Yeah, that's fair enough. Because you have to fix them. I don't think they're designed. They're not even really meant to be played tall, though. That's not the intention. I guess that's the way you remedy their problem, though. Which is also why you don't want the item slots to cost more, because you want to be able to play them as like a tall elite force, which is not really their theme, but I get why you want to do that. They pay more by needing to get food more often, and you can't avoid it. I think you can avoid it as Russia because you can raid, and you can make all that food back. So you actually have a way to remedy it. Yeah. Free brigades, yeah. I don't know. I'm kind of stuck here as well, and I know Empanadas is shouting into the void about it should be an officer cost. Being 10%, which by the way, I'd probably go like 20% because you don't have to buy them that often. And then we have the fucking King's Household that we're stuck on too. By the way, just to pause this, can we make this an $8 per day? Because goddamn, the British get rich. They get way too rich. Like, I was accounting for it. Even if it's only $8 a day, you get 3,000, which is still more. It's still more than what France would get with a 50% brigade discount. You still out-earn them by 1,000. So if you double France's buff and only reduce Britain by a little bit there, it's still better, which is crazy. I think 8 is better. Yeah, with the math done, it makes more sense. We should consider the tempo gained by cheaper brigades, not just pure money. You get the next brigade earlier, hence more troops earlier. Yeah, that's true. 8 is trash? No, it's not. Dude, 8, mathematically, we calculated it. Even with 8, it is better than any other composition here, or any other bonus. You're getting 3,000 free thalers, and so even if the French go up to a 50% brigade discount, you still out-earn them. So I don't know. I think 8 is still overpowered. If it were up to me, if you want me to go in with my balancing without any kind of accounting for how the community feels, I'd make it 5. But I will not do that because I think the community would not be happy with that. But that's what I would do if it were up to me. But 8 is still incredible. So we're just gonna go down to 8. Five is no fun territory. I agree. That's why I would not go down to 5. I think 8 is a nice balance. So we're back here with France. We're stuck doing community democratic balancing, letting the mobs decide, the mob rule balancing. If you know what you're doing, slot cost is way more punishing. You can get resources other ways. Yeah, it could even be a 50% officer cost, honestly. Yeah, France would appreciate the mob rule balancing. Yeah. What would this look like if it was 50%? An officer who costs 250 increased by 50%. I should know this, but that would be 375. So you'd pay like an extra 125 on that officer. Maybe you have to buy another one for a 200 penalty and another one for a 100 penalty. Now you have 5 officers. So the total penalty there is a 425. So if you avoided buying officers, which you can avoid buying officers because you can get them through encounters, or just not even have an officer, you could just ignore one if you wanted to. The lowest end would be probably close to 100, assuming you just bought like one officer if you really wanted to. That's like the lowest end. More realistically, you're going to be paying up to like 500. So this is a more realistic number. In penalty. Basically, you're paying an additional 500 you wouldn't have. This is just the penalizing cost, not the total cost of what an officer is. I always buy the cheapest officers and level them up. It wouldn't hurt me at all. That's not a bad thing, though. It's actually not a bad thing if you say, hey, this debuff doesn't hurt me because, I only I just buy the lowest level officers there, or this debuff doesn't hurt me because I tend to play tall. That's actually okay because you can play around it. I think, yeah. Why do we keep saying what they think? We don't know what the community thinks of extra resource costs, and we can't predict that. We need to go with the math. Yeah, I do agree that the math tends to matter most. I like debuffs that can strategically be worked around. Yeah, you can't work around slots, but you can work around resources because you can get them other places through battles and encounters, and you can get officers through encounters as well. So there's ways to play around that. In the same way that provision consumption, you can play around this by doing the twice as efficient raiding to get that food back. And yeah, you have less officers to choose from to get that like nice fire by rank, but if you're ranking up quickly, you can grind the skills that you need. And then this one, the recruits are gained less, they gain less experience, but because you have way more recruitment options, you might find a rare unit, like especially a renowned unit that you otherwise wouldn't have found. So that's actually quite powerful in that way. And in this one, the math just works out that that $8 is more per day than the 25% penalty. So all of these can be worked around in that way. I would say the item slot is the only one that can't necessarily be worked around. Yeah. These help. These are most thematic to the. I think Empanato, what you're saying is right. The theme of the noble elite ruling class. Resources are either more expensive for the peasants, or officers are pricey because you have to pay for their limousine. You know, you've got to like pay for their lavish lifestyle. So I think both of these help represent the bonus better, or the doctrine better. So I think this is where I do lean. Is either to one of these. So let's vote on one of these and see what people are leaning on. What is the math of 100% officer cost? You know, I don't even care what the math is because you'd have to pay like an extra 1,000, and that's too much. It'd be close to an extra 1,000 because some officers cost 600, and you would just never buy them then, ever. You'd have to pay an extra 600 for a top level officer. It's too much. I know this is off topic, but is there a bonus for filling up officer? I don't think so. I've never actually recruited an officer above level 0. It's rare to get synchronous traits on top of the cost. Yeah, true. I think people are still voting for the resource costs. And we can always try it out. It's closing in. The gap is closing a bit. You guys can pick whatever you want. I don't mind. And regardless, we can always try things and change them later. I don't think nothing is set in stone. If we don't like something, it can always be changed, and that's okay. So if we play with this for a month and we're like, this part's too punishing or this isn't, then we can always change it. Officer cost for the Masson du Roi. I don't know if I want the officers to cost more here. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe they could. I'll put a question mark on it. Let's do the resource. Let's do resource cost. Yeah, France definitely took up 75% of the damn thing, didn't they? Let me go and make some adjustments. Because we've been making changes on paint, but I need to actually make them in the game. And then we're almost done. This has been taking a while, hasn't it? So I gotta go change Hanover. And I gotta go change the multinational army and then the Grand Levee. And then we have to talk about the king's household. I'm also gonna get rid of that button down, switch to a t-shirt. 1 sec. Don't forget difficulties. Yeah, we do have to adjust the difficulties. I don't know if I want to adjust difficulties because, well, I'll do it. Fuck it. That's easy enough. I'll do it. Let's check the modding. Let's see if anybody's uploaded any new mods. I doubt it, but I'm just curious. No update? God damn it. They gotta calm down. They gotta calm down. More armies, veterancy, battle speed. I love the amount of mods we already have here. It's cool. I'm on the easiest difficulty and still losing. Dino, we actually made the base difficulty a little bit easier. So I think in the next update, it should be better. All right, let's open Quest Graph. Let's go fix Hanover, who is the White Horse. They are now going to be modify combat effectiveness, modify morale when out of combat aura. Let's do value and start. And the debuff is -10. There we go. They are done. Now I gotta go change their localization. And ChatGPT will be our friend to translate, or at least do temporary translations. And the localizers can go change this later if they disagree with any of these. It's easy enough, they can do that. There we go. So Hanover is done. Now we've got the fucking... Did I change the Kleinkrieg? I don't know what the Freikorps is. Whatever, I don't even care. What else? We got to do multinational army. It's only for recruits. Good. Let's not even fucking mention that. Good, and then that's saved. Let's go to Grand Levee. Let's get rid of the officer daily cost. And let's go fix good. Let's do 1,000 for now. And then I need to go test it. Was this game made entirely out of your pocket, or did you have sponsoring? I paid for the whole thing out of pocket. I did not take any, what would that be? A publisher or investments. And I don't think I will for the rest of my life, honestly. Maybe I'll eat those words one day. I'll go back on that. I don't know. But I really value my independence in a way where I will be shutting down my YouTube channel and closing down my website. And I could sell them and make maybe even a couple $100,000 on it or more. I don't know. But I don't even really care. I don't really want that money because I just like the independence. I like the idea that I could always go back to my channel if I want to, which I will never, but I like the option, and I like for my game that I want to just control the whole thing. Okay, so this all is correct. Have I watched the trailer? Yeah, I've seen the trailer for that. It looks cool. I was thinking initially of doing something Napoleonic, so I guess I won't be now. For a future game. And then I finished the Grand Levee, so that's correct now. And now that is done. And all we have to do is the King's Household next. So we're revisiting them. Now let me think what I would do before I even ask anybody. What would I do? Cavalry Mally damage reduction. That's awesome. I love that. I forgot we did that. Infantry veterancy gain. I don't really like the infantry veterancy gain because I want my Swiss to become the Swiss Guards, right? They're all about the Swiss Guards. That's stupid. That doesn't work. Infantry cost? That makes sense because the Swiss, you've got this elite guard. And if you want to field that elite guard, it costs money. But you're nudging the player towards fielding cavalry to avoid the costs. I like that. Officer cost penalty. I don't care about that at all. I want my nobles. I want a lot of officers and nobility. I don't want to be discouraged from buying them and have like absent officers. This is the one that wins. I don't even need to ask anybody. That's the one that wins. I want my elite Swiss who might cost a lot, but I won't buy many of them. I'll just have a small amount of elite Swiss, and the rest I'll have a disproportionately high amount of cavalry. Remember to look at the unique doctrines too. You're right, we can do the Austrian doctrines next. Pike and shot. I will never do... I was mentioning this as well. I'm asked to do the Pike and shot and 30 Years War daily, and I will never make a 30 Years War game for the rest of my life. I will die before doing it. And that sounds so dramatic, right? It sounds ridiculous to say that. But I've been asked to do it so much that I hate it now because I've been asked to do it so much. And not necessarily... I mean, if I was asked to do a Napoleonic game, I probably wouldn't hate it. But I already don't care about the 30 Years War that much. I don't know anything about it. I feel like I'm comfortable in the 1700s. I know a lot about Victorian-era warfare. I have books about the Anglo-Zulu War and the Anglo-Afghan War and the Mahdist Revolt. I like that. I studied so much about the Franco-Prussian War and the Crimean War and the American Civil War and the Boshin War and the Taiping Rebellion. I'm really interested in that. I know a ton about World War II, and that's what my channel was based on. So World War II is a field of expertise. The Victorian era is a field of expertise. Napoleonic, I'm cool with. I don't love it, but I could get into the Napoleonic Wars and learn more about it. I've always loved the entire 18th century. It's been my favorite time period. Mainly the end of the 18th century, because I like the American War of Independence. When I was a kid, that's what got me into history. World War II and Revolutionary War. I love that. Like Redcoats and like D-Day, you know, like the U.S. uniform or the British uniforms, and I like that kind of... That's what interests me in the history and the weapons that were used and things like that. 1600s, no interest. It's just completely absent. I would say my interest for the Dark Ages, or like the post, or even just the Age of Antiquity is the same as the Pike and Shot. I just don't care about it, and there are people I know who do care about it. There's people I know who love it, they know everything about it, and they would treat it with so much respect and care that I would never, because I just don't have the interest. It would be equivalent to saying like, oh, you like science? Okay, you know, name all the stars and help me design a room with the square inches and the physics and how would this work and how do we create this building with the and it's like, well, hold on, architecture and physics and all of that is completely different from like astrophysics and it's like science is a big field, right? And so you could be interested in the engineering and the mathematical parts of science and structure and like, or even earth science and topology, all sorts of things. Or you could be interested in like theoretical space physics and science and astronomy or astrology. But if you were doing history, I think if you were to say that if you were really into history and you were a reenactor for World War II era stuff, it doesn't necessarily mean you're an expert on the Roman Empire. And likewise, if you know a lot about really important historical figures like Napoleon or Alexander the Great, it doesn't necessarily mean you're an expert on tank specifications, like what gun does the Panzer III use, or how many variations of the Panzer IV were produced, or was the Matilda a better tank or the Valentine? I don't know. You wouldn't know that, right? So I think in my particular case, I don't have any interest in the 30 Years' War, but I'm asked about it a lot. And I know people probably desire it, but I don't think I'm the right person to produce a game in that period. Yeah, anyways, I just rambled on and on about all that. So yeah. Moving on. Great. Okay, cavalry damage reduction. I'm gonna go do this now. King's household. I think it's just Masson du Roi, right? No. What is it then? Oh, Vive. It's Vive la Roi. There we are. Oh my gosh, this quest graph is so annoying. Damn, this was so much work. Yeah, this was giant. Modify melee damage received. Oh, that is awesome. You can do modify. I got so lucky. Modify unit melee damage. Modify unit melee damage. Uh-oh. I don't think I can do it. Cavalry melee damage. Damn. But yeah, we're good. I'll see you later, Darkfire. Thank you for spending so much time here. And to many people who spent time here, thank you for staying. And you guys are... You could leave if you'd like. I'm going to review... The last thing I want to do is just review Austria's doctrines. Because I can't finish the Masandua. I have to wait for that to be coded in. So I have to ask Thomas to fix it for me, and he's going to kill me. And I'm just going to take a look at this. Loot from battles +2. That's not bad. Combat effectiveness from elevation, or combat bonuses. That's not too bad. Officer higher cost -50% is not bad at all either. Flanking fire damage is very good. 5 tolerance a day is very good. Combat effectiveness is very good. Officer death chance is okay. I would actually just make this better. Is the Steam-rich text presence fixed for Britain so that it shows playing as Britain? I don't know. I didn't think that was a bug. What does it currently say? Just nothing? There, I think that's better at -50. Morale damage perceived -20% is awesome. Okay, gotcha. I'll write that bug down. Accuracy 15%. Actually, is very good. Reloads. Yeah, this one's fine. I don't mind that one. That's good. Charge damage is great. 15% charge damage is great. That's insane. If anything, it's a little overpowered. I'm okay to keep it though. Infantry move speed +15% is okay. I'd probably go 20% if it's specific to infantry. Because I'd take the charge damage over that any day. Gain 75 reservists, that's awesome. Subsidy increase, that's great. Infantry morale, that's great. Yeah, these are all excellent, these nation-specific ones. This shouldn't be a 10 and 15. This should be like a 10 and 10 in my opinion. Because people don't like when the malice outnumbers the bonus. They just generally don't like that. So I think that's better. Infantry morale looks a bit sad next to Russia's version. You know what though? It's actually better in some regards, because if your morale is positive, if it hits a certain threshold, you get a combat effectiveness bonus. But reducing the amount of morale damage received never gets you that bonus. Like if you only had 10 morale and you had -20% morale damage received, you get shot, you get destroyed. But if you had 15% extra morale, that would help you. You know, like, so I think infantry morale plus 15% is actually good for the early to mid game. The damage reduction is better for late game, kind of. So they're both okay. I see what you mean, but I think that's okay. Austria, loot from battles +2 is all right. I think this could probably be higher. Let's see, Hussar Raiders. We could probably increase the cavalry speed and loot as though to represent their stealing things, like light cavalry speed +20%. Or 15, I would say. I think that's nice. And that actually fits with that Hungarian bonus I wanted to do. There, I like that a lot. Little speed buff. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the thing to load. MSC World War One game would be interesting. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever do that. I don't think once you start getting into machine guns and squad-based warfare, that's a Company Heroes. So I think you try to make this game into Company Heroes. You're remaking the entire game from scratch. I don't think you would reuse a single part of this game. I think you'd redo everything. Even the idea of moving one army, you don't ever do that. One army doesn't move together. Every individual division takes up a spot on the front line. That's a completely different game. The whole structure would be redone from scratch. So I wouldn't even call that Mastery Command. I would call that something else. Fire Maneuver Remake. I will never do that, ever. I will never do that. Modify unit speed. There we go, look at that. Why would I never do that? Because that game was a complete failure. No one liked it. It made no money. And why would I go and redo that again? That's to create a game is like one of the hardest things ever. And you risk losing your entire livelihood. And for me, I don't want to lose my entire livelihood. That doesn't sound fun, and I'm not willing to do that. And there is no indication for me that remaking that game as a turn-based, I'd have to redo it from scratch again. I'm not really interested right now in making a brand new game from scratch. And I would rather build off of this foundation, which is cheaper, it's more efficient, it's building off of an existing player base. It's like it's the most right answer you can possibly choose. Of any answer, that's the one that you would do. It's the least risky and has the best result at the same time. So it's a low risk, high reward. Fire Maneuver is a high risk, low reward, and you do not want to do that. That is going to be a horrible, horrible idea. So now, if you're saying do a 19th century Master of Command, that's possible. But if you're saying redo Fire Maneuver and just do another board game that people don't want, I will never do that. You know, it just doesn't work. Fuck, what happened here? That Hussar Raiders, I've redone this a million times. In the localization, did I mess something up? Let's see. Do I have the wrong thing open? Mounted Marauders has one thing. Yeah, I guess I just have to rebuild the data again. That's annoying. How about a Master Command game set in the Fire Maneuver time period? Yeah, that's possible. That's possible to do. I would not be opposed to that. Are you planning on adding Hungarian? Yeah, I could eventually. I could. I'm focusing on doing Turkish first. And then I had a few more on my list. I had like Portuguese and Hungarian are on my list. Also Korean. I just need a little time. I think next year, when the game is kind of calmed down a bit and there's not much else to do, I can focus just more on translation because it's easier. But considering we're changing so much so frequently, it becomes harder to maintain the localization the more you change it. Okay, let's load this up. There we go. I think we said we wanted 15%. Plus extra loot. Oh, that's annoying. It messed up all my formatting. Okay. Good. And then we have our combat bonuses from elevation. That's not too bad. That just increases the accuracy you get from being on a hill. But I wouldn't mind making it doubled. Yeah, let's do that. And I'll change... The War Council thing is actually not that bad. I'll just do minus 5%. Because these are all supposed to be really special. So let's just do that. Go. There, so all three of Austria's bonuses have been improved. From what you guys are saying, you're saying that you get no one ever really buys officers because they're too expensive. I think we should just make the officers cheaper then. Because you should be able to buy them. Sometimes they do generate okay. But, they're probably just too expensive. It's not the cost. It's the rarity to get the right combination. Yeah, that makes sense. The cost is okay. Problem is the generation of traits, not the price. Well, I can't control the generation of traits. It is just, it has to be random. I can't like look at all 50 traits and then link which ones should work together. I buy the officers early on without traits, yeah. Okay. I'll leave them as they are. The whole doctrine situational to be worth it. Yeah. I could make it even cheaper. Just so you could find, if you find a fire by rank that's normally 600 and it's only 300 or 200, I feel like that's worth it. That'd be not too bad. So I can just make that. Everything you guys are suggesting about mechanical changes, I can't do them and they won't be done, unfortunately. I think the thing is, the game is pretty much done, and I don't really think I'll be adding much. I don't want to have to go tell Thomas, hey, Tom, we have to create new UI, a new system, a new officer trait generation system, all this stuff. And then it's for 1% extra enjoyment of the game for like 2 weeks of work, and I don't know. The bonus is very small for applying an elevation. I think you get like a 10% accuracy buff. And I've doubled it, so now you would get 20% extra accuracy just from standing on a hill. And if you're leaning into Austrian artillery, which is getting 10% artillery accuracy, then you would get a 30% buff to your accuracy from being on a hill if you have that doctrine. Which, yeah, it doubles it now, so I think at least that's better. I think for the officer hiring cost, we can do like minus 65%, or just 60. I'll just do 60 for now. The other option is I could go 75%, but your experience gain could be minus 10. But you rarely get to be on a hill. I don't know. Is that true? Are you guys rarely on a hill? I feel like every map I play on, I at least have a couple units on hills. In fact, I think I rarely play a battle where my artillery is not on a hill. Unless you're sitting in the corner of the map doing nothing the whole time, which I know a lot of people play that way. That's not how I play. But I'm on a hill almost every single time. Especially artillery, yeah, because you get a huge accuracy buff. And you also get morale recovery speed if you're on a hill, too. I'm in the game right now. I've fought 3 battles on hills. Yeah, I'm on hills all the time. Yep. And that's what you want to do, because they get an accuracy buff, so it makes your artillery land its shots better. Let's do this instead. I think it's more interesting. Where the hell was this? There it is. Why would you pick a doctrine that buffs only 2 units in battle at best? I don't know. Jorn, if you don't want to fucking pick the doctrine, just don't pick it. That's my answer to you. If you don't want it, there's like 100 other ones in the game. Just pick something different. If you want me to spend an hour reworking it and delaying the update because you want me to do a whole different idea, I would do it normally, but I think it's because we've spent so many hours on these that I just don't want to argue about it, because I made it give it double buff. You're going to put your artillery on it. Your artillery is going to perform better. It's probably going to get an extra 100 kills or whatever it is. And I don't know, if you're playing into it, you can play into it. And if you find that you're not on hills, then don't get it, and that's okay. And there's 100 other doctrines in the game that you can go for. But I just Jordan, you're rewriting the same thing over and over again like I'm not talking to you right now. I'm just not. Do you want me to like remove it from the game or something? Is that what you want me to do? Like, I've got 37 pages of changes. I've got to put this update out. We can talk about it another time. I've given Austria a bigger buff to their base composition, a bigger buff to the Hussar Ferocity, a bigger buff to the Mounted Marauders, a bigger buff to the Tyrolean Mountaineers, and a bigger buff to the Austrian War Council. I don't want to get hung up on this. I'm just a bit tired. I just want to be done with it, and I have other things to do as well. You can write me a big, long essay about how it's bad in the Discord. Write me it in the Discord, the feedback threads that we have. If you write it there, it eventually will be addressed. It won't be addressed soon because I have a huge backlog of like 1,000 requests, but I will eventually get to it. And if it's that big of a problem for you, we can talk about it another time. But I think for now, I don't want to hold up the whole stream to change it. The other problem is if it's called Tyrolean Mountaineers, there's only so many things off the top of my head I can change it to because it says Mountaineers. So do you want to make it like a mountain attrition debuff? Well, that's pretty lame because we have a doctrine called Carthaginian Spirit that reduces the attrition on mountains, but no one takes it. It's the least popular doctrine in the game. So I can't change it to something that affects mountains and attrition. I can't change it to something on elevation because you don't like that. And at that point, I'd have to rename it, give it a new icon, give it a new effect. I'd have to do it completely from scratch. But I'm not an artist, so if the implication is that I'm going to bring out a pen and redraw the entire icon from scratch and spend an hour coming up with a new idea for it and then re-implement it, I will not do that right now because I gave it a buff. I gave all of them different buffs, and I can't make everything perfect all at once. It's just not possible. So write me a big, long feedback thing about it, about how you want it to be, and eventually I will address it. But I think now is not the right time. That is my answer to that. I find it difficult to buy officers. Are too expensive. Yeah, I mean, I asked everyone and they said they weren't too expensive, so I don't know. I think people will agree and disagree on certain things, and I think they're generally a little expensive because you don't want to buy them if they're pricey and they have the wrong trait generation. But people said no, so there's not enough of a consensus for me to agree and change them. And so that's something that you can write down, and we can address that another time if others still agree and we're finding that to be a big problem in the game. We can see. I would generally agree with you on it, but I don't. When I mentioned it, no one agreed with me at the time, so I don't want to make a change that is unpopular last minute, right before the update comes out. And I think that's probably a bad idea. Anyways, let me see if this fucking thing is done. I don't think it is. I have to... I have to wait for Thomas to fix something. And I don't think he's online, so I'm just waiting. Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to balance everything out at the moment. I have nothing else to do, so maybe I'll just go delete the Tyrolean doctrine. I'll just delete this. I don't know what to replace it with. I have no artwork. Let me think. Let me see if I can do something about it, because it seems to be like really obsessive for a few individuals, and I'm curious what I could do about it. Let me see if there's like a terrain. Modify food in terrain. Modify food consumption terrain. Modify terrain attrition. Ignore attrition for certain types. Modify campaign movement speed. Maybe it could be like, maybe if you have the Tyrolean Mountaineers, you get an elevation bonus and you can move faster on the campaign map. Maybe. Or it could give you like a cover bonus and elevation. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. I think what's happening is I have a lack of focus right now because we finished all of the these changes I wanted to do, and now I think people are jumping in the stream and asking me to create new things and new content and new fixes and new mechanics and new systems, and I think I'm honestly just getting a bit overwhelmed by it because I already have a million things to do. But no one knows that. You know, you go into a stream and you're like, oh, I want to just request something, and I need to not, you know, react to it. Yeah. But it's okay. I always have a moment in the stream where I get a little frustrated, which, you know what? It is what it is, man. But no, I don't have anything to do because I'm waiting on Thomas for something right now. So I think what we can do is we can go push our changes. We have all these changes we made. And we can't take a break, unfortunately, because we are just waiting for Thomas to fix that one thing. Yeah, sorry guys. I got distracted a little bit. But yeah, we're going to create a lot of great updates, and you will have access to them hopefully tonight. Hopefully tonight. Carthaginian Spirit should give a big buff in the mountains, not just removing debuffs. Yeah, I think so too. I just don't really know how to rework it. I think that is the least popular doctrine in the game. And I don't know what I would change it to. What else was Carthage known for besides moving through the mountains? It could have two positives. It could be like no attrition on the mountains, and then Carthage had a lot of mercenaries, I know that. But we don't really have mercenaries in our game, so it doesn't really work. Yeah, naval trade. It doesn't really work for this either. I don't know. I suppose you could give it add elephant units, exactly right. I suppose you could give them a bonus while they're in the mountains too. Like they gain something? I don't know what they would gain. Yeah, I don't know what they would gain in the mountains. That can be done another time though. I think the update is pretty much finished now. aside for anything that might be broken, that's really the only thing we'd fix. But yeah, sorry if I'm being short. I'm just I'm getting bombarded right now. So when I get bombarded, I will be kind of maybe blunt. So I don't mean to be. Hopefully, I wasn't too rude to anyone or anything like that. Every fucking stream I do, I always have like anger problems. I don't know what to do about that. I don't think it always was like that. I think I used to do streams and I was not fucking snapping on people. Maybe I was. Maybe I always am. I don't know. I don't even know. Well, I appreciate that you guys are here. You were really helpful. Everybody was very helpful in helping me do this. I think it was definitely worth doing a review on these. I think we actually made a lot of good progress. So yeah, I am. My morale bar. I'm shattered. I'm shattered, Octavio. That's what I am right now. But yeah, we did a lot of work. There's a lot of things, and I'm just a little hungry, I think. So, what else could we do while we're waiting? I'm just waiting on fucking Tom here, man. I was looking to the Hungarian things that was fixed. Freikorps Hussars are 60, 70, 80, 90. Yep, that's correct. Okay, put some things on my list. Infinite mode needs to be designed. I will. Because design it, the way Patchington comes out. Let's generate. Be away. We have December 19th. That's what we've got to. 1, 2, 3 weeks. That's correct. Consider a demo. I completely agree with that. Another case, I can't replicate it. This was fixed. So we don't need this. And apparently this is fixed. So we don't need that. Review army descriptions, we can do that. Don't need to do this. We fixed that. Reichsarmee I don't need to do right now. Old Corps I already fixed. Subsidy troops, we fixed that. Hanover, we fixed that as well. And we fixed this too. Cool. We made a lot of progress. That's very good. Yeah, I've got the -10 combat effectiveness right now. Crucivan, you're right, man. I could show you a little bit of art if you haven't seen it yet. Let's see if I can find something good. Here is... let me see. Where the hell's that art channel? I can't find it. Shit, where is it? It is... Gosh, MOC art. There it is. I found it. Here's a new loading screen that will come in December, which is pretty cool. Then I have... I have to hide something. Then I have the army compositions. They're a little blurry. That one's for Saxony. That one's for the Kreis contingent. And that one's for the auxiliary corps. I think Kreis and auxiliary look a little similar. So I'd probably, because this looks foggy, I'll keep this gray. And for this one, I might give it like a winter. I think there's actually a little bit of snow on the ground. See all the little frost? So I'll probably add a blue filter overlay on that. And you can see it'd probably look better if I did that. Actually, you wouldn't do that. You would do... I mean, I would do it on Photoshop because I have LUTs on Photoshop. But you could probably do something like this. Again, I've got actual LUTs on Photoshop that I would use. And then you would take the explosion, reduce the hardness, and you'd probably keep that explosion in for the most part. Kind of like that, roughly. Something like that. It's a little too blue, of course, but like that's generally the theme. Would make this look a little more like winter, I think. So that's some of the art there. I don't have too much other art to show. Let me see if I can find anything in art review. We have the HRE achievements, which I've shown off already. We have the HRE doctrines. And we have some HRE new uniforms we're going to add to the busts. We have the defeat for them. We're going to use the gold background. Be kind of like that. This would roughly be the theme. These aren't the correct units, but that's roughly the theme. And then there's the victory screen as well. And that's about it for now. Let's do the army descriptions because we're just waiting. Basically, I'm just waiting on Tom to expose a piece of data so I can adjust the Maçon du Roi French composition. See how it's broken? We've got to wait to fix that. So, British expedition. In fact, do we just want to go case by case and write a difficulty? Gain cover in the mountains? How would you gain cover in the mountains if there's no cover on the campaign map? But there's no mountains in battle either. But yeah, let's cover these up. And I wouldn't write the word complexity, honestly. I think complexity might be misleading. Let's just say difficulty. Okay. So difficulty for the old core, I would say I lean on probably medium. For difficulty, we rate mostly the early game. Yeah, I'd probably say so. Like, what's the start? But also, if it's got really high potential, that should be accounted for. That's why I say medium. Like, it's got a hard early game, but a good late game. So that's why I probably say medium difficulty for this. I think that's probably right. But they're really good. I would say for the border troops, I would honestly rate this. I don't know about you guys. I would probably say hard because the border troops get charged down to all hell at the beginning of the game. And if you can get through that and stack the right bonuses, you can become powerful, but they can actually be a little bit difficult. That's true. Campaign movement speed in mountains. Yeah, you could maybe get like 2 times the movement speed in a mountain. So you can actually use them like roads, and that would like open up a new way to move through the maps. That'd be interesting. You could probably dodge armies doing that too. Yeah, I would say hard because it takes a little while to get this going. Observation Corps, you just hide and cover. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's easy, but it's definitely not hard. I would say easy or medium on this one. I don't know what you guys think for Observation Corps. You can kind of just corner camp, right? Like, yeah. And then Light Corps. Light Corps, I would say, would be maybe medium because people don't know how to take advantage of this. And you just have some basic units here. Well, the units are decent. Would you say medium? Yeah. Okay. Subsidy troops, now you get the regiment slot costs. I think honestly this might be easy because you can stack crazy fucking items and you start with a grenadier and 2 other units. I think it might be easy. What do you guys think? Then again, the reservist cost is a little bit extreme. You can't really replenish your losses quite as well, but I'd either say medium or easy on this. A bit late, but difficulty should be based on how hard it is to start with, not how good they will be at the end of the game. Yeah, I would say that generally we should rate these on the early game mostly. But if it really drops off and is horrendous in the late game, that should at least be accounted for. So that's why I said that old core is more like medium, because they're a little harder at the start, but they can get so powerful. So that's why I'd say they're more medium, because they are ranked as like one of the best compositions with only 2 units. Yeah. Before having a chance to try. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if old core is hard. Is the old core hard? I could change it. What do you guys think? I haven't actually completed a playthrough with it, so I think you guys might know better than I. By the way, there's also a stat that I want to look at. If we don't want crazy reload times, we'd want to bump this number up. This number, okay, in effect, lowering this number makes low skill units reload faster. Interesting. I think I'll keep this the way it is. Sorry, I just had to check on that. All right, Artemir, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Old core, yeah, I'm going to keep them on medium. Subsidy troops, I'm going to say, is a medium. But then again, dude, I feel like the item slots, you can just stack these crazy units, and you have 3 to start out with. So, I don't know. I'll go medium if I'm unsure. Subsidies easier than the old core. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The Hannoverians, you get combat effectiveness if you're in command, but if you're not, you're losing morale. I would say that's maybe hard, because if you ignore the bonus, your army's all performing worse. I feel like that is tougher. But if you can make it work, it's really good. But you actually have to earn this bonus. It's not free. I would honestly say it's hard, but it's interesting. But I don't know if you guys agree with that. I think I would say it's hard, because if you literally just don't buy officers and you're not paying attention, all your guys are going to be dying. So that's difficult. Sounds hard on paper. You'll have a part of your army outside the bubble. Yeah. I would say hard. Kleinkrieg, I might say that the Freikorps are maybe hard as well, because no one likes playing them, because you're bleeding reservists. And so I'd say medium or hard. I think they have very good potential. But you only have 3 units at the start and you're bleeding. And that can be tough for people to figure out. So I'd probably say it's harder. Crownland, this is not hard at all. I'd say this is pretty easy. I think we've designed all the intro compositions to be pretty easy. Yeah, Alex, I don't find it hard too, but I know a lot of people have been frustrated on it, so. Yeah, these are mainly for new players, aren't they? I guess if we recontextualize it, if a new player went old core, like if someone just jumped in the game and went old core, I think they would do okay. I don't think they're... If you have double grenadiers and you're facing those early depots and you're playing on easy or medium, I think you're going to be okay. I think if you were border troops and you had no clue how to play, or like you're newer, I think this would be harder, because your guys just don't automatically win. They have pretty severe weaknesses that are compounded. I think if you're new here, you just sit and cover, you're fine. I think if you're new here and you don't know how to capitalize on encounters, it's going to be fine, but it's not going to be great. I think if you're new here and you don't know the item synergies, it'll be fine. But yeah, so medium works fine. I think if you're newer here and you don't play into the officer ranges, that's going to be tougher because you're just going to have minus morale. I think here if you don't pay attention to the reservists and you're not picking fights all the time, I think that's harder. You can't play Old Core as a new player. I know that. I'm not necessarily saying new as in you've never played the game before. I'm just saying, like, if you approached a composition just with the bare bones understanding of how everything works, what's like the general gist of how easy is it to just go in and just play it? Crownland, I think, is pretty easy. You just set up the artillery and you're good to go. I don't think this is hard. It could be medium, but you already start with an artillery piece and a good gun, and you've got the accuracy on it, and you've already got 3 units and 2 officers. I think this is fine. I think British Expedition might be a medium, but I've been buffing them so much. I made drilling better. I gave them more money. I gave them all 3 good units. You have no recruits to worry about. I think this is pretty much fine now. And you get free subsidies. I think this is easy now. I think Cossacks, I'm going to put hard, because some players just do not understand how to use them. I think these can be very powerful, but I think a lot of players misunderstand them. And I would honestly, I think the best way to look at it is if someone who knows the basics about the game was dropped in, how difficult is it? So if you got dropped in as the Cossacks, you might struggle. And if you got dropped in with the Lower Rhine, which is now up to 1.5% melee, I would say because you have all these royal recruits, people lose pretty often. So I may even just say medium. I don't think it's hard, but I would say medium because if you don't address the problem with the recruits, you just die and people don't understand. So players need to like understand that a bit better. So I'd say medium. The King's Household, which will be changed to this. Sorry, hold on. Cavalry melee reduction, infantry costs. Melee damage reduction here. All cavalry-based comp should be hard because it requires more micro. I do agree with that. King's Household is hard. Starting army resource. Yeah, I could probably say this is hard. Because I feel like if a player just mass frontal charge, they would lose. Even if you're not new, if you just like ran the cavalry forward, they might get shot up and then you've got like no units left. But if you just like right-clicked your grenadiers forward, you could actually win some battles doing that because these guys are so good. So that's why they're more of a medium. That I might mark this as hard. Or medium, I don't know, one of those. Hard or medium. Because you really have to play into cavalry and play into their damage reduction. And yeah, you have no reservists either. I'd say hard. But they're really fun. But I think they can be tougher. Now, Hungarian, you have a balance between cav and infantry. You have a little bit worse at your accuracy, but I buffed their charge. You don't have to play into all of these guys. I'd say maybe medium for Hungary. Because it's not as hard as like Cossacks where or Household where you're just stuck with all your cav. But you've got like 4 units here, I think. I think it's medium. Yeah. I don't think it's necessarily hard. Plus your cavalry just hits extra hard. At least with like Masson du Roi, you have to work for this melee reduction. You've got to like stack items. But in this case, you just get the charge damage for free. So, yeah. Cantonese, I'd say, is easy. You have nothing to worry about. You've got like no weakness here. You're good to go. And then now with the new Imperial Army, this is now easy because we've actually given them an extra unit. This is inaccurate. We've given them an extra recruit, and they've got the casualty restoration. That's easy now. So we've got, how many comps are easy? 2, 3, 4, 5 easy. How many are medium? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are medium. And then how many are hard? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are hard. Wow, that's actually awesome. We have 5 of each. Of all the 15 armies, it's 5, 10, 15. That's perfect. And do you guys like the word complexity, or do you think it should say difficulty? Because the complexity implies you've got to think about like how, like, I guess Hanoverian complexity is hard because you need to learn the combat effectiveness system and combat radiuses. It could say challenge. I think complexity makes sense though. Like, obviously the complexity is easy if you just get free casualty restoration. Obviously the complexity is harder if you've got to work for melee damage reduction and overcome your costs. And the complexity is medium if you do have that accuracy problem, but you do get good charge and you've got plenty of units. Here the complexity is medium because they're really powerful, but you really do have to be aware of the item cost system. And the complexity here might be hard because your melee sucks. If you get caught, you're just dead. And the range is not useful unless you actually play into reload speed and such. So we did rate it for difficulty and not for complexity, but when I look back, it works for complexity. Because again, even here, cover effectiveness, that's pretty damn easy. Just stay in cover, easy. This one's like campaign movement speed. Yeah, that's easy, but you need to go for encounters. And if you're not grinding encounters and min-maxing doctrines, it's not as effective as it could be. I actually think complexity works quite well here. Revisiting Old Core. Do you guys agree with this, or should this be hard? I don't know. The only thing about the Old Core, though, are you playing... What difficulty are you playing on? Because, like, to be honest, if you're playing on Colonel and you go in, look what you can do. Let me just show you something. If you really wanted to. You could go in, go to the first town you see, sell everything. You're up to 412. If you really wanted to do this, grab a... I guess you could grab a Cantus. Are there any other discounts nearby? Reservists? Nah. Buy the Cantonist. Now, I don't necessarily recommend doing this, but I'm just saying you can do it. You've already got a 3rd unit now. You could maybe raid this down if you wanted to. Yeah, I guess you're right that a new player doesn't know to do this. If they wanted to. They might just jump in with their 2 units. I mean, what is the... Let me put him away and just go into the battle with no items equipped. If I had no items equipped... I'm going to fucking wreck these guys. I'm just going to right-click forward. You know what I'll do is... I'm just going to right-click all my guys ahead. That's the thing. If we're debating it this much, it's got to be a medium. If we're even debating it this much in the first place. I just wouldn't necessarily say it's that hard because it's the best composition in the entire game. If the highest, most powerful composition, you know, like, I don't know. I think we just might agree to disagree on it. Because I don't think... I think what he's saying with inaccurate reports, yeah, but that's with using difficulty modifiers. And I'm just talking about, like, what the recommended vanilla difficulty is for these units, or for these armies. Yeah, Alex, I don't even think you're wrong. I just think the system is so abstract that, that it's kind of hard to define what it means to be hard or what it means to be medium. Oh, the AI is turned off. I had the AI turned off. Just ignore that. So let's just say they were doing this. Yeah, you can just right-click, go forward. I don't know. I'm just gonna vote. I'm gonna put it on medium because it's not really that complex. It's the complexity is you have units that perform 15% better. So you don't have to work for it or anything. You just get it. And I can just finish raiding. Look how much money I have already. How the fuck do I have 1,000 already? How much money did the battle give me? Was that wrong? Why did I get so much money from that? Also, why is he not getting aggroed? Oh, now he is. I don't want to fight him right now. I just want to see. Yeah, I got 1,000. Sell off all these items. Dude, yeah, look at this. Look at the recruitment I've got already. Let me go rewind the stream because I don't know how I got that much money. Okay, it's Streamception right now. Whoa, see, how do I get... That is wrong. That's why. Look, look, look. The free to the prisoners choice is wrong. Aha. That's why. So, what we need to do... I'm glad I found that. Is go to dialog graph. This is supposed to give you manpower now. It got changed. Well, that is weird. Wait, what? Cash. Okay, yeah. There we go. Glad I caught that. If you didn't see what happened, basically, I changed this starting depot to now use... So check it out. The tooltip didn't even appear. Well, anyways, now it says free the prisoners. And if you free the prisoners, you gain manpower, not cash anymore. But when I checked it out, it was set up to the wrong thing. So see, this will now give manpower instead. And because it was half set to manpower, it was giving me 700 manpower, which was correct. But it gave me that in the form of cash. When it basically came up with the correct value, which was 700, but the wrong resource, which was money. Should have been 700 manpower, not 700 cash. No, you don't get money from the supply depot anymore because what is the only option you guys pick at the supply depot? Like, you only pick money. That's the only viable option. So now I have it, so you pick between the other resources that you want to start with an advantage in. You gain more plunder, though, for winning battles, so I figure it makes up for it. You're going to gain more money from battles, generally, for the whole game. Let me go clear all this out. Yeah, Thomas is dead. I don't know where he went. He was on today. I don't know where. Defining units that are rewards when there's no... Oh, that's him. Okay. This is correct. 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 Cool. Okay, the focus space is getting clearer. My focus space is not. We can go through it if we want to. I have a lot of crap in here. I think I did that already. Let me check. Yeah, no, it should only be -5. It's correct. I've not fixed those, I think. Have to check that out. Yeah, I don't know about that one. This I think I want to change, even if it's historically accurate. I don't really like the way the plate looks. So the British Grenadier, he gets the entire plate on the front part is matches the facings. But I guess I'll leave it. I guess that is accurate. See how colorful it is? So I guess I'll leave it the way it is. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I don't know what to do now, guys. I don't know what to do. I'm just waiting for Tom, and I'm all done. And we're just all waiting on him for the update. So you can blame Mr. Thomas. You can blame Tom. Um, Any idea when you'll be playing some mods on stream? That's a good question. Which mod do you guys think would be the most fun to try out? We've got... I think he changed expanded rosters again, too. No, I don't think he did. I think it's the Naked and Afraid mod. I think that's the way to go. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. I think we got to try the... It's either the Naked and Afraid mod, where you get one naked unit at the start, and you've got to just try to make it work. Or it's the Rebellion mod, because that's a new nation. I think either of those would be fun. And 1-to-1, I don't know how I'm not subscribed. I guess it's because it's my own mod. What's cool about the 1-to-1 scale is I'll show it to you. You actually can customize it, which is neat. So watch, if you go 1-to-1, then you can take the unit scale right there. And watch, if you make it small, it's still bigger than the epic size of the vanilla game. And so I state here that small is a 2.2 to 1 scale, all working its way up incrementally up to 1-to-1 scale. So if you don't want quite 1-to-1, you can really fine tune it and just get it a little bit bigger, but not too big. So here, check this out. Oh, what happened here? Okay. That is wrong. Maybe there's a debug setting on? I don't know. That's odd. Yeah, no, there's no... Yeah, I don't know why that happened. That's weird. You disabled AI. Yeah, but it doesn't... That shouldn't do anything. Disabling AI just means they just stand there or not. I'll try that again, I guess. It just might be the Rise of Frederick battles are broken right now, which I'm glad I caught that. Yeah, it's just broken. What we could do then is we can go ahead and move this up to epic. So that's 1-to-1 with the mod. And then I'll just open battle scene, which should work. There we go. That's 1-to-1. Oh, this guy's wrong, by the way. This was me giving 1,400 guys to the musketeers as a joke. Just ignore that. This is correct. 600 hussars is correct. Actually, isn't it 500 hussars? No, it's 600. Yeah, this is 1-to-1 scale. Damn, look at the cav. You can draw larger lines if you select the line formation. Yeah, you can do a little bit longer. There. That is a 1-to-1 scale of 1,200 men. It's like 3 battalions. So I don't know. I don't love the epic. I think that might look nicer, or medium. Medium is 1.9-to-1 scale. So it's still larger than the regular epic of the vanilla experience. There we go. Does the AI respond well to 1-to-1? Absolutely not. They're horrible on 1-to-1. I think this is fine, but the other is not. These guys are broken. Yeah, this looks a lot nicer, doesn't it? Do we think the cavalry should be not 1-to-1, or is that against the spirit of the mod? Because the mod did promise 1-to-1, but the cav looks pretty bad like that. I mean, I guess they're just larger formations. It's not horrible. Like, this scale is more playable, I think. And this is the AI trying to use the larger scale. If you go true 1-to-1, it is worse than the Total War AI, yes. Because they don't understand their own new boundaries. But if you go like this, like on the medium... Damn, that's interesting that they're spreading out like that. I've never seen them do that before. That's kind of neat. Why are they doing that, I wonder? They've got these like flank guards on the sides. That's interesting. Yeah, what the hell are they doing? They're doing something new. I'll go rush their light infantry and see what they do. I'm shredding them. And then get the hell out of there. Ouch. Yeah, look how long these lines are. That's kind of cool, though. They play by their own rules. Yeah, they spread out. They do play by their own rules. Damn, they've got really long lines. That is the biggest issue with the 1-to-1 scale. Because they're not going to... it's not going to work that well. They're going to, like, collide and shit. Especially with a larger battle. Yeah, I bet they do a lot more fire damage, don't they? Because they have way more frontage than the player does. Fucking... Look, even the Grenzers are confused. They think they can move through there. Yeah, the larger formations is not... It's more of a spectacle than it is like a proper gameplay thing. Oh, yeah. You asked Tom if there could be a way to force them to maintain a width. I think there technically is a script where you can adjust that. Let me check. I think there is a... I think you can do that. Let me see. Consolidation, medium aggression, line weight consumption. No, I'm not seeing it. Not right now, at least. It is a stat you can adjust. But it may not be moddable yet. I think the only viable way to play it right now is on small, that mod. Because the AI doesn't know how to use it properly. I wouldn't call it a strange behavior or a terrible tactic or whatever. It's just the AI is obviously not programmed to work with this amount of units. It doesn't understand. The AI thinks that its own unit is this size, but it's simultaneously trying to calculate a front line that is this size, and then it breaks. So I think it's because you're fucking with the game files. If you do that, the game is not going to behave perfectly. You know, it'd be like if you made a mod that made every unit have one model, and you go, "What, dude? The AI doesn't even know how to do this." Well, yeah, I know, because they weren't built to use that. So I don't think they're going to work great with it. In terms of key binding, I think you can go into key binding. You just go into general and look at all the key binding you can do here. General settings. But yeah, the epic scale is a little hard, or the 1-to-1 scale mod is a little hard in this regard. I wonder what that mod is where there's a bunch of armies. I'm kind of curious about that. Will it be possible to make new difficulty modifiers or change? I think you can change existing ones. I don't know. I don't know if right now you can make more, but I know you can change them. I have no mods for some reason. Yeah, all my mods are gone. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. I found them, though I don't seem to be able to change them. Only click on them. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, you're saying the hotkeys? You can click on them and then you just tap the key that you want to change it to. So you click and then tap V, or click and put, I don't know. Oh, see? But I'd go V there. With the Jonathan, the camp does have a resorting button. We've just added it to the game for the next update. But yeah, I think Thomas is asleep, so we're probably gonna have to wait till tomorrow for the update. But yeah, check this out. If you were to add every item in the game, you can resort them by value. And look, all the highest value is at the top. Is this true? That the Shuvalov is worth more? I guess I haven't rebuilt my items in a while. We could sort by type, so you get all the muskets together. Or value. What's the least value? The 1 pound gun is worth 0. The Greyhound, the animals are not worth much, because they're just an animal. Shoes, cartridge box, little horseshoe, worn musket. Gosh, yeah, I don't know what to do. The stream's fizzled out. What's the point of the artillery melee slot? Yeah, you're right. We do have to address that at some point. It shouldn't be there, honestly. Maybe announce a release time for the update. You know, the issue is I can't do that because Tom's not even online, so I actually don't even know when the update can come out. Oh. Tom has come back, yeah. Yeah, cavalry equipping swords. I think we should probably do that at some point. We just never get around to it. But I could see us adding. It could be nice if your artillery was able to equip cavalry swords and fend off charges. It'd be nice. Will the HRE faction recruits be worse than the French or the same? I don't know. They probably will be worse. I'd like to make them worse. I think that'd be funny. I think their morale would be the same, but I think their actual combat stats might be worse. So you've just got to be really careful with them. But the other units, they have a very big variety of unit types they can get. They even have like pseudo Cossack units that they can get with Hungary, like Tartar cavalry, I think. Did I say Hungary or Saxony? I meant Saxony if I said Hungary. But yeah, and they get Bavarians, they get Palatinate troops, they get Württemberg troops, they get regular Kreis troops. The thing is, I can't tell you too much about them because I haven't designed them yet, so I actually don't even know. Dark Wookiee, I don't even know how to describe the Saxons yet because they're not fully designed. I will design them, like this week, once this update is out, I am immediately designing them and getting them in the game in the next 7 days. Like, I would say 7 days almost exactly from now, the whole Reichsarmee faction is going to be in. We're just going to blitz it because we did all the groundwork. Like, everything's designed. It just needs to be implemented. And I gotta like finalize all the unit stats, import the artwork, get everything set up, and then it's ready. And then we can discuss it, and I can show you what it looks like. You know what we could do? We changed the complexities here, so I might as well go fix that. That one's already done. This is gonna be annoying, but yeah. Yeah, the requirements did get changed today, but that's because we're allowing players to use easy modifiers now in this update. So I had to switch it a little too early before the update went live, but the update will come out and it should be better once it's done. This is going to take forever, isn't it? Okay. What was the other thing I want? Oh, I want to check if... I'm not going to be able to check it. People will find it. That's all right. Yeah, this part's going to be a little time consuming, but I'll get through it. The localization sucks, man. Having to do this. Damn, this sucks. There's going to be a lot of these compositions I got to go through. Yeah, there's not really an easier way to do this, is there? I mean, this part will get a little faster because now I can just copy paste. Border troops. We've got them on hard. Has it been 6 hours? Really? Yeah, the thing is, can someone look up the time in Dublin? Because the later in the day it gets, the more likely Tom has gone to bed. He doesn't live there, but I don't want to dox the exact location. He's just Irish. 9:40 p.m. Yeah. Usually he's got his phone on him. He must just be going out for the night or something. Oh, he just popped on the localization sheet. I just saw his icon appear, so maybe he's getting online. His Discord's still offline though. There we only got 2 armies left. Oh. Has anyone played EU5? Does anyone have any opinions about that game? I had early access to it, but I just never got into it. I'm a really big fan of EU4, and I really love that game. And I never was able to get into EU5. I just can't do it. I'm curious if anyone has any tips or any thoughts about the game, because it just doesn't have that same feeling for me. What do you guys think I might be missing from it? Because I tried to get into it, and I don't like that the idea groups are gone, because I like idea groups that I get to play my country in a way I want to play it. And in EU5 you can't, there's no flavor between the nations. They're all kind of the same with I guess it's more of a simulation. I don't play simulation games. So I guess my question is to the people who like it, do you also like Euro Truck Simulator, or card game store simulator, or just like simulation games generally? Because I can't get into simulations, and I like things that are a little bit more gamey to some extent, I guess. And these guys shouldn't be difficult. They should be medium. I I don't know. It just did not have the same magic to me. I'll also ask this: did anyone who has played EU5, you have 11,000 hours in EU4? Are you actually serious? You have 11,000? U5 is a simulationist game. Yeah, I don't like simulations at all. So does that mean, am I just not giving it enough of a shot, or would I not like it? Because I don't like simulations at all. I don't like to do any automation. I want to have full control. But I also do not want, I don't want any, like, complex population mechanics and shit. I don't care about that. I don't want to stare at pie charts and graphs. I don't want to look at production queues. I liked in EU4 when you put down a building, you just got like plus 10 ducats or plus 500 manpower for the month, and you just keep going. But what I didn't like in EU5 is in EU4 you actually start the game with like no buildings. So you research, and then you put down a building, and then you have your little admin power, diplomatic power, military power. And I also like that each nation had their own mission trees too, and you had like national ideas that made each nation unique. And all of that is gone in EU5, and I also think the game is paced in a way where... Has anyone finished the game? Because I like to finish games, and I don't think EU5 is designed to be finished. I don't think even the developers finished the game. Because one of my favorite parts of EU4 is like getting to the colonization, and then getting to the wars of religion, and then getting the revolution at the end. Can you do any of that in that game? Did I mess something up? I messed it up. Whoops. EU5 is immersive. I think Victoria 3, which I don't like, EU5 I do not like, and Hearts of Iron 4 I do not like, are great successes. All have some nation limit. Yeah, I would say all of those are games I do not like at all. I don't like... I really do not like Hearts of Iron, and I really don't like Victoria 3. I didn't mind Victoria 2. I didn't mind Hearts of Iron 3. And I loved EU4. Do you think I'm just not the right target audience for it? Because I feel like all the games you guys are mentioning that you like there are the ones that I don't. So I feel like I might be the wrong target, I guess. Which is kind of a shame, because I wish I liked that game. It looks like it looks like something I would like, but I can't really bring myself to play it, I find. Stellaris is okay. I just never got into it because I didn't like the theme. And Crusader Kings, you know, Crusader Kings I never liked at all. I didn't like it at all because I don't care about family trees and dynasties or people. I just did not care about that at all. Frostpunk, I don't like the theme of, and I don't think I would enjoy it. Just didn't seem interesting to me. I think U4 is the most different in that list of games you mentioned, so it makes sense you only like that. Yeah. I don't even care about the map painting as much, though that's part of it. But I never even did a playthrough of U4 where I blob up. I just like the mechanics, because the thing I like about U4 is I understand every part of every mechanic in almost its entirety, to the point where if I was losing a single ducat less in a certain month, I know exactly why that's happening. In EU5, it's such a simulation, and they want you to automate half of it, that I don't understand what's going on. And if I feel that way, then I don't want to play. Like, I like when I get to play a game and I know I've mastered it all, and I've stacked all the right modifiers, I've got all the right things in the right places, I know exactly how my country's working, or how my army's working, and I like that. Which, in Hearts of Iron, you certainly couldn't do that. And in Europa Universalis 5, I don't feel like I can feel that way. I played EU4 for years. It feels weird looking at the screen not knowing anything. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not that I don't know it and I just need to stick it out to learn it. Maybe that's true. But it feels like instead of people saying, "Oh, here's how it works," they tell me, "Oh, just automate that." Just don't do it. Just don't play that part of the game. That game will play itself. So you're not there to play. You're there to just watch. And when the moment someone does that, I'm like, all right, well, then I'm never fucking playing this. I just get mad at that, which is just me. That's just, I'm not telling you that's how you should, I'm not reviewing the game or something. I'm just saying that is, that's just how I feel. I just did not enjoy being told to automate it or anything. I would like to play the game. And it doesn't feel like it's meant to be played. I don't know. Something is off with that, in my opinion. I could be completely wrong, though, but that's just how I feel, I guess. Just a feeling. But I'm also not the person, I'm not the type of person who likes a lot of, like, if you add provinces to EU5, I don't like that. I liked in EU4, I remember there was a time in EU4 where Ireland was 4 provinces. And I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I liked just, if it's only 4 provinces, I can learn everything about those 4. I know their culture, I could memorize their cultures, I could move my armies around efficiently, I can know their base tax and production values, I know the buildings that are in them. And if I know that, and I'm playing against another player, and we know where the forts are, and we know which provinces are high value, you can play around that and understand exactly what the game is. But when Ireland is 300 provinces, you'll never understand it. Even if you run the country, you'll never know what building is where. You'll never understand why the economy works that way. And then the answer is, well, just automate it. And then I'm like, you know, there's something about, I just enjoy knowing what everything's doing. And when I feel like I don't know it, that's what frustrates me. But anyways, like, I'm not saying this is like a review. I'm not saying that's how I think other people should think of the game. I'm just saying that's how I feel, which I'm sure I'm in the minority. Most people who have played it have enjoyed it. And I don't think they're wrong. But yeah, I don't have the time, I guess, as well to dedicate to learning every micro mechanic and spending an hour reading production values of like furniture production. That's also the reason I didn't like Victoria 3. Victoria 3 is the exact thing I don't like about grand strategy games. Everything Victoria 3 does is everything I do not like about it. It's like the gameplay is sitting there micromanaging furniture production. I can't do it. I don't want to be a business manager for production in chairs. I do enough business work and accounting as my real work. The stuff you don't see on stream that I have to do that I don't enjoy doing. And then to go play a game where that's the form of relaxation is managing logistics and furniture production. I'm not a logistics guy, and I don't enjoy, I think if you enjoy your taxes, you enjoy that, but I just don't like that. I don't know. EU5 and Victoria 3 have too much to do, and the automation is going to stray a big portion of players who like EU4 and Victoria 2. Yeah, I don't know. Victoria 2, it was a little complicated, and I still don't fully understand it, but it's the type of game where I feel like if I put in the time, I can learn it and I can understand it, and I like what it's trying to do. I also like that there's an ending to it. Victoria 2 is paced very well, and so you are meant to end the game. You're actually meant to beat it. But in fact, the end of the game is one of the most fun parts of it. It's got the crisis system. And EU5, I don't even think they designed the end. I don't think even the playtesters really got to the end. I don't think anybody who's playing it now, I think it's one of those games that's meant to be designed where you play it for 30 hours to get a quarter of the way through your playthrough, and then you quit when you get bored and you start a new one, which a lot of players like that. Like, I think most players who play Civilization, they put out a stat and said like 80% of people who play Civ have never finished a single campaign. I'm the complete opposite. I got to finish it. I love playing couch console games. Like, I'm going back and replaying God of War. The ending is the most fun part. I love building up to the end. I like the big finale, and God of War 1 was so smart. I had never played that game before. And I went back and played the remastered on PS3. And there's a point where you walk across a bridge, and the bridge is a sword, and you revisit that location later, and your character is upscaled because you're fighting a god, and then you pick up the bridge that you walked across, which is a sword, and you use that sword to beat the enemy. And it's like little things like that were so smart, and I love the level design, and I like that there's an ending, and I'm building toward it, and I'm working toward it, and I know all my stats, and I'm upgrading, and I love that. But I don't like when a game treats me like, hey, we don't even know how this ends. There isn't really an ending there. And the ending's probably boring or unfun, or you've outscaled the AI and we don't even have anything planned. So you should just quit later. I don't like that. That bothers me, I think. Maybe I'm exaggerating. I'm not trying to diss EU5 or anything. I'm just like talking about games that I like and what I like about games. But another thing in Victoria 2, even though that game was complex, the crisis system at the end, I love it. I love the end game crises. I like the Great War. Everything comes down to these huge wars that are reshaping countries. And if you lose a war, you get like revanchism. And with the revanchism, you can like, a country might turn fascist and then fight another war. And the end game is so fun. I love that. I really enjoy games with well-designed endgame. That's part of the reason for Master of Command. I insisted on a design, which again I had to fight for, but I insisted on the design, which I know I think many of you guys probably don't like, but I designed the Scorched Earth at the end to be a different feeling, a different style, a different look than the rest of the game, to feel like the big finale. That's what I tried to do with the limited time and resources that we had. And I know people have found it a little grindy, but I just wanted something to reward you for the time that you've invested. And I like when games do that. I don't like when it just fizzles into nothing, and that's not fun. It feels like it doesn't respect my time as much. So that's a feeling I got in EU5, which I could be completely wrong on, but it's a feeling I got in there. Because in EU4, I love getting to the Reformation period. I love the Protestant Reformation War. I love the revolution at the very end. I like the colonial gameplay. I like the rise of imperialism. I like nationalism. So I like the pacing of the whole game. It's very well, and you could finish it in a weekend. I can finish an entire EU4 game in one weekend from start to finish. With EU5, I don't know anyone who's finished that game yet. Now it's only been out for a little while, but it goes so slow. It uses like the Hearts of Iron 4 speed. It goes hour by hour, and I don't know. I think that's the wrong choice. I'm quite disappointed by that. I don't know. And it might be because I'm coming from more of a design background and not a player who just wants to be thrown in and immersed, and when they get bored, they move on. I want to go in, I want to understand everything I'm doing. I want the game to be like a ride that I'm on, and I want it to have ups and downs. I want it to have cool things to look forward to. I want new things to unlock. I want each country to be different and have different bonuses, and I want a big end game. And they got rid of the mission trees. They got rid of the national ideas that make countries unique. They made you automate everything, so you don't understand how your economy actually truly works, from like just putting down a few buildings and understanding like your production and your economy. That's all like now made into this simulation of populations, which I don't like. You outscale the AI before the game's even over. There's no end game for it. The AI doesn't even know how to colonize. If you try to spread too wide, the game's not built for it, and you lose like 100% of your money and manpower you get from places that are too far away from your capital. The game goes too slow, so you're never going to get to the end of the game. And I don't know, those are my negative parts of it. From a positive part of it, it's like the most immersive. It feels like you're stepping into like the 1300s, and it's very detailed, and it's very pretty, and I appreciate those things. And the UI is actually, I know people complain about it. It's very fluid. If you played EU4 UI, the UI in EU4 is rough. So those are the things I like about it. But the funny thing is, I think my least favorite part of EU4 are the estates. I hate the estates in EU4. I don't enjoy using them. I just find it boring. I don't like it. And EU5's gameplay revolves around the estates. So I'm fucked. I got fucked by that. So EU4 was not nearly as much of a simulator. I assume they lost a good amount of their player base that aligns with your playstyle. I had 122 hours in EU4. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I got completely abandoned. I'm an accountant, and the only apply is to things I love. Yeah, I have to do some accounting work, and I don't want to play video games to do accounting. I'm not doing that. I have enough. My favorite thing to do in EU4 to estates is ignore them. Yeah, and dude, the thing is, Crucifon, is estates in EU5 is the whole game. Like, the estates drive the game. That's my least favorite part. But look, I have 2,255 hours. This is my most played game of all time. Of any game I've ever played in my life, it's my most played game. And I put 105 minutes into EU5. I can't really... I don't know what it is. I feel like I wish I could get into it. I'm really trying to, but there's just something that I am missing, I guess. Merge CK Victorian EU. Yeah, that's a horrible idea. I would not want that. But the only thing is, I think a lot of people are saying they can fix the game. They can fix it with updates and stuff, but my issue is that it's too complex in terms of its simulation. Like, I don't enjoy this, right? So when you say update it, does update it mean adding more provinces, or adding more depth, or adding more micro mechanics, or adding more economic systems, or adding more content within each of these little micro? Like, it's already ruined for me. Like, I like how easy to understand EU4 is. I could speed run EU4 and like really understand exactly what I'm doing, and you get into the flow state, and it's so fun. You could finish the whole thing, and I love that. But I don't really have that feeling here. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck is going on when I see this. Dude, when I see this, how do you know? When you play EU4, I don't know if you any EU4 veterans, if you've been the HRE leader or like the Emperor, you don't know all of them, but you know most of the provinces. You know how Saxony feels about you, and you've got an alliance with Brandenburg, and the Palatinate is growing a little too large, and then you've got an alliance with Bavaria, and they're going to vote for you. You roughly know that. How would you ever understand what's going on with this? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think this is just from I'm the type of player who likes to understand what's going on. And this is a great simulation, but you'll never understand what's happening. And if you don't understand how to play it and you have to automate everything, then to me, I'm not playing the game. The game is playing me. So, and I don't like that. I don't know. That's just my opinion, though. I don't think you should not like it, or I don't think the game is bad at all. And I don't think that's true. But I'm just saying I like a certain thing out of games, and I don't get to feel that way when I play EU4 that I wish I could. Or sorry, EU5, I mean. So, I don't know. And you know what? I looked this up online, and no one has the same opinions as me. Not a single person, so I feel so alone in that. Oh, Tom just went online. Yes. How do we do confetti? Let's give him a muscle. Should we give him 2 men kissing? Or 2 men in love? There we go. Where's the 2 dudes? Sometimes I like to just send that to Tom. You gotta send him a 2 men in love. I think EU5 isn't a proper successor to EU4, but it's more of its own thing. Yeah, that's true. It is its own thing, I think. Unique advances in EU5 replace national ideas and idea groups, but mission trees, I will not play EU5 without them. Yeah. You seem to enjoy a more simple system over complex one. A lot of people like complex, but it's okay to like simple. MOC works because ist simple. Yeah. Here's the thing. I like simple games that you can play with a high level of depth. So I don't think Master of Command is a really complex game. I think you can understand it fairly quickly. But if you want to be... There are people who know how to beat the game with a single brigade. But you can't do that unless you've tried it and understand all the little micro mechanics, and you know what items to get and which skills to stack and the little exploits to use. And so it's kind of like chess, where it's not a complex game at all. Chess is nowhere near a simulation. A king does not move like that, and a battle is not fought like that. But chess can be so complex, and you can think of so many strategies. So that's what I like. I like when you understand it instantly, but to get good at it, you really got to practice it. But I don't enjoy games that throw. I tried No Man's Sky the other day, and that must have been one of the worst games. I will be honest about this. That must be one of the worst experiences I've ever had. I tried No Man's Sky. It was like that tutorial was so bad, and there was so much shit thrown at me that I did not have fun on that. And I don't like when games are just throwing you a million. Like, I also liked when I played classic, like Left 4 Dead. That's a really simple game, but if you play on the hardest difficulties, you can just completely fuck up every time you play. But it's a simple game, but it can be complex. It can be difficult too. And I enjoy games where the complexity is left simple, but the strategic options are really in depth. Which, by the way, if I had an infinite budget, I would make Master of Command more complex. I wouldn't. Where Master Command is not the sweet spot for me. There are budgetary restrictions that led to the type of game it ended up being. But if I had an infinite budget, I wouldn't make Master of Command super, super complex with like simulation systems. Like, I wouldn't drift toward that EU5 style of gameplay. I don't like that. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too fucking stupid to play EU5. My IQ is just not high enough to play it. That's my conclusion here. We can drop the update pretty soon. Here's what we have to do. Tom has to make a quest graph update for me. I take the poll when it gets pushed. Then I go in and I need to update it or push it, and then he will create a build that will take an hour, and then the stream or the update will be live. What would you have improved first with the budget? You know, I think I would not go back and fundamentally change this game. So even if I got $10 million for this game, I'm never going to go and rebuild it. Because I like when you launch a game, and you finish it, and it's fun, and you move on. I like that. I don't like when people try to turn everything into live service. That being said, I don't mind content additions and fixing bugs. That's totally fine. Anyways, in terms of this, what would you have improved first? I would say that, on the battle layer, full 3D would have definitely gone full 3D, and larger maps. Those are two things that probably don't increase the complexity, but just make it look and feel better. And then that would have let us add updates to make elevation matter more, or to make uncrossable terrain matter more, things like that. But because of the ways the game's foundation works, we'll never be able to do that with this game. It'll have to be for the next one. So that's something I would have done if I had a bigger budget. And then on the campaign layer, I think I have two answers to that. Answer one is I would have launched it with the infinite mode at the start, so you can play forever. And I wanted a couple more mechanics in camp where like you could create a slightly larger army than what you have now. I thought it'd be cool if like, oh gosh, I could talk, honestly, dude, I could talk for like 2 hours about this, and I'm trying to stop myself to not do that. Let me check when I can't give you my full answer. I will actually talk your ear off for like 2 hours about it, but there's a couple ideas for the mechanics of the camp that I wanted expanded. I even like the idea of having like a little bit of like base building in your camp where like you could add facilities to it that would produce things for you. Very basic, nothing too advanced, but like you could build a field hospital. That would be something that I wanted in the original. There's actually concept art. Let me try to find it where we had something like that. And then in the campaign, I would have wanted like a larger map where you had like allied armies moving around too, and more dynamic objectives, and for it to be able to go on and on for as long as you want to. And I think that's within about the scope of what the game would be with a larger budget. Anything bigger than that, it'd be a new game at that point. It would just be a new game. But yeah, let me see if I have a concept for you. Let's see here. We used to have an officer skill tree that we were going to do. Look at that. That was one of the original Oh, Britain wasn't even in there. We had the Reichsarmee and Saxony as two separate factions, but not Britain and France. That's interesting. This was my super low budget node system that I had designed. And then you had 3 acts and you finish it. Here is the original camp design. If we had a bigger budget, where like each bust has its own tent, and then they have little upgrades and facilities you can do there. So that was kind of cool. And then you can see there like camp upgrades, medical, morale, food, quartermaster. And then look, you had like a little base building thing at the bottom. So that was a little more complex. Yeah. Again, with this, all the concept art, dude, I could talk for a while about it. It's easy to make complex games that aren't very deep. It's harder to make games. Dude, this is exactly right. I like simple games that are deep. I do not like complex games. I don't even like complex games that are deep. I don't want to spend that much time on it. I want to jump in, see some cool shit, have some fun. And then if I keep coming back to it, then I'll learn some new strategies. Even like Helldivers is like really simple. But when I go and play that, you can really start to strategize with which stratagems pair, and then what your buddy is bringing with his stratagem, and then how you coordinate them, and little upgrades. Dark Tide is another one that I think is teetering on the edge of like complexity, but that's another like first-person game that is ultimately pretty simple, but I like the build crafting you can do and stuff, and yeah. But I completely agree with this. I will never make games that have complex design that take the priority over being deep, where we just add all these little micro mechanics that are just busy work. I don't like that. I'd rather fewer mechanics that really matter that you're interested in than lots of little busy work. I'm never going to do that. Yeah, something like War Tales. I played a little War Tales. I never played too much, so I don't know how they do it. I ended up returning it because it just wasn't my type of game. Let me see if I might have more concept art from a while ago. This was Free Company concept art. This was like the little town. And then there, look, you could like customize the hat uniform. You'd like drag and drop equipment in. Like this. Look, we were going to do like uniform evolutions. It's funny, on a previous stream we had talked about this. Remember, I was debating the uniform changes between 1770s to the Napoleonic and otherwise. And this was from 2023. Almost exactly 2 years ago. This is cool because the current army composition is based off of that image. This one here is based on that. It's cool. This was when we were building out like a main menu. And then Battle Brothers inspiration and stuff too. Some dumb AI mock-ups with Free Company. This was funny. This was when AI first came out and we're like, oh, what is this? Look, what software is that? So we had just discovered what ChatGPT was. This was like its first iteration of it. We were just creating like little concepts and thought it was cool. Obviously this looks like shit now, but it was just funny at the time. There's like Janissaries and Cossacks. Great Northern War theme. This is like the original UI at the bottom there. There's a Jacobite. This, by the way, was the original design for how we would do the flags and the units. They'd be 2D like this, which I'm glad we did not do that. This was the old camp. And this is when I was trying to design the officer system, similar to Three Kingdoms, where you'd have each general in charge. And the art style was going to look like this for the game originally, but we pivoted away from this, which this has some charm, but I think people would have called it a mobile. I mean, they were calling it a mobile game when it looked like that. So yeah, that's what it was going to look like. We were going to do sprites like this. There's a more finished like concept of how that would look. Oh, and then look, this was like the free company where you move around and you recruit units and trade. Oh, and you would dye uniform colors and shit. We had lots of little ideas. This was my map that I was going to do, which I may use this still. I may still use that. This is when we were working on a game called Imperial Dawn. I'll respond to any comments. Oh, okay. Most people are just watching. This is when we were working on a game called Imperial Dawn, which was going to be a Victorian grand strategy game that had a battle system, like a mini battle board like this. Which I actually thought the UI was kind of cool, and I liked the little lanes and you push troops across. That was another project we'd worked on. You have like abilities mid-battle. You could like call in gas strikes or things like that. This one you have like a building system and you could like start working on a great project like the Statue of Liberty or something. We had like a world map planned for it. It was just too ambitious though. But like you would drag like tactical cards, like you would drag a charge in or add a stance for your men to fight on. But I would show people this and they did not like the idea of the battle board. In fact, we actually finished the battle board. It actually was a working game. Like you could actually play it and drag the cards. But people did not like it. They thought they were comparing it to a mobile game again. So I needed to get away from the mobile game stuff but yeah, that was the original idea. Which the UI is pretty cool. I do like it, but definitely something that people did not end up liking. Yeah, Victoria 3 released, and I decided to pivot away. I was working on it before Victoria 3 came out. But yeah, we did a whole ton of work on this. Nice. Tom's update is done. Okay, now we can finally finish. I will either put the update out late tonight or tomorrow morning. I just can't tell you guys. From my perspective, the issue is we have to make the build, which will take an hour. And if I don't test it and something's completely broken and I push this out and 10,000 people play it and the whole thing is broken, we're fucked. So give me a little time. I promise it'll be out this weekend because we're pretty much done. It just has to be tested. And I just need a little time to make sure everything works. I don't want you to get invested in a playthrough and the whole thing's broken and I get review bombed. I do not want that. No review bombs. I'm taking my fucking time. But it'll be out before the end of the month, guaranteed. All right, let's figure this out here. So we need this to be melee damage reduction. Modify melee damage received by unit type. So it'll be heavy cavalry only. Or is it all cavalry? No, we said all cavalry. That's cool. There. So this should cover all forms of cavalry. Yeah, that's all of them. Cavalry damage reduction. Be minus, what did we like for this? Minus 30%? I think that's pretty damn cool if it was minus 30%. Well, let me check something real quick. Let me check this isn't abusable. There will be a guide for the Steam Workshop, yep. The highest melee damage reduction you can get is minus 35%. So you can stack. Yeah, why don't we do 25%? I feel like it's got to be 25 because I think you can stack this and get it way too overpowered. Yeah, let's go minus 25. And then the infantry cost is going to be 10% higher. Just so everyone knows, 30% isn't what you think in this game. Minus 30% damage reduction is more like 30% of total HP. Okay. I don't say in a bad way, but your history personality versus stream personality is different. Yeah, it is. I mean, with the YouTube videos, it's more like voice acting, I think. Hey, Kelly. What's up, girl?
I got new Christmas lights.
Oh, you got new Christmas lights. Did you put them up or you just get them?
I just got back.
Okay, that's cool. You want to show me them later?
Well, I'm gonna put them up. Do I have permission?
Yeah, of course.
They're not white.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Are they... Do you want to save it as a surprise?
Well, since they're not white and they're colourful, I designed them on purpose, but I don't...
Are they like that house that we like with the colors?
You know I don't have that skill set.
Okay, okay.
Also, we don't have an outlet that goes to the big bushes.
Oh, no, I'm not saying are the lights going to be like that. I meant the color scheme.
No,
What color scheme did you go with? Probably yellow and white then, right? Or red and green?
it's only two colours. I wanted to keep it warm.
Yellow and white.
Cozy. Red and white, like little candy canes.
Oh, perfect. I like red and white. That's nice.
Can I say... Or do you want me to just surprise you?
You can tell me. Go ahead. What's up?
I want to wrap the two pillars by the front door because we have outlets to those.
Mm-hmm.
I want to wrap those in the red and white candy cane.
Mm-hmm.
And then make the ones on the banister, the white ones, just like have little drapes in between.
The candy cane idea is funny. I like that.
Are you sure it's okay? It's a little vibrant. We haven't got...
I like that. I think people will love it. I think that's a great idea, Kelly.
And that way it will look less like two lights and then nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
They fixed my car for free.
They fix it for free?
At the mechanic. Mm-hmm.
Why'd they do that?
Because it was like a strange problem and they were like, it wasn't that hard to fix.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. It's still very strong, but there's no such thing as damage negation by 100% reduction. Yeah, that's correct, Darkfire. Earlier in stream you said that Prussian lifeguards weren't heavy infantry, but in-game tooltip does classify them. Then they are. Then I was wrong. Yeah. But yeah, no, to what you were saying, yeah, the YouTube videos are just like, voice acting. There's not really a, there isn't really any room for personality there as much, I think, so. Good. I will tell you in a second. I just need to finish this so Tom can make the build. By the way, this says infantry recruitment cost. Should this be non-cavalry recruitment cost? I feel like that makes more sense. Because why would artillery not be impacted? What do you guys think before I finalize this? Should it just be infantry costs or just non-cavalry costs? I would think it's non-cavalry, the way I interpret this, or the way I see it. You tell me, though. Tell me if I'm wrong, and then I won't do it. I just want to know what you guys' opinions are. Yeah, I think it's non-cavalry as well. And I don't mind if it's a little punishing, because the French heavy cavalry is so good, and to get damage reduction on them is so awesome. It's going to be so overpowered, so you know what? Let's make it just a little bit tougher. Okay, yeah, it's only 10% anyways. The new variables we added to the division mods. Fucking hell. Okay, localization's done. Okay, yeah, there's just a bug I have to fix. Oh, that's annoying. Sorry, I just have to do this. I know I'm being quiet. I just have to finish this. When I'm done, we can make a build, okay? And we can do the update. But I have to fix this, otherwise the game is broken. So I'm just powering through it really quickly. Almost done. Gosh, I'm tired. I wish I had a weekend off. Okay. Now I gotta check that Rise of Frederick works. What happens to current save files? I think they won't work, and so maybe we'll make like a backup version of the game you can revert to play your old saves. I think. Just gotta check that this works real quick. Okay, this is working. Okay, that all works. Okay, I think I'm done. I don't want that. All right, I'm done. So now we wait for the build to be made, which will probably take an hour, and then I just have to test the basics of it, and then I'll put out a ping maybe tonight if it's done. Maybe tonight. You know what I could do is maybe I don't want to put the update out tonight. Maybe I want to put it out tomorrow, but we could update the beta. And the beta you guys can access. I'll put out a ping, and then you could just test the beta, make sure nothing's completely broken. And then if I don't see anything broken, then we just make it live tomorrow. I think that's smarter than just rushing it out tonight and potentially breaking the game for everybody. This way you guys can still play it, but it won't risk breaking for everybody. By the way, you could even test out the beta now. It's just not, it's not that good. If you go right-click properties, you can actually opt into the open beta. It's just got a lot of things that are broken. Not a lot, just a couple things that aren't done yet. And everything I did today is not in it, but I would just hold off, I guess. So yeah, I'll put out a ping when the beta goes live, and you guys can test it out and see if you like it. Otherwise, I think I'm all done. So I think I'll wrap up. What do you guys think? I like to just end my streams like this because it's been 6 hours. And I've been on topic. I've not been slacking off, right? My voice just hurts, by the way. My throat just hurts a little bit. But, where's my old map? This isn't it. I had a map that I had that I liked, that I was showing you guys. Gosh, it's kind of a shame. Look at when Nico made the old unit cards for Japan there. It's cool. That was cool. I miss it. We made some cool unit cards. Isn't that neat? These are really cool. Anyways, I guess what I want to talk about was those are for the next game, yeah. I don't even have anything to talk about. I was gonna just talk about the next project and just throw some ideas out, but I don't know. There's a lot of directions we can go, and I don't really know what direction to go right now. I'm not even really looking for suggestions. I'm just been thinking about it. I'm not sure. World War One, yeah. No, I'm not really looking for. Feedback right now. Um, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking of doing my game. I made a stream before that some of you guys may have seen, where I was thinking of doing my next game that was in the late 1700s into the Napoleonic era, but I don't think I want to do that anymore, and I think I'm too tired to even talk about it. Yeah, I'm too tired. I know I'm too tired now. I will see you guys. Thank you for the stream, and I will definitely keep you guys updated. I'll put out a post and keep you updated when we put the beta out. And then tomorrow the update should be live. So I will see you guys